Tonight's story is the mysterious disappearance of Rome's Ninth Legion. But before you settle in, take a moment to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and tell us where you're watching from and what time it is. Now, sit back, relax, and enjoy. In the gleaming city of Alexandria, where the Mediterranean waves gently caressed the shore, stood one of humanity's greatest achievements, the Great Library of Alexandria. As the cool evening breeze carries the salt of the sea through your window tonight, let us journey back over 2,000 years to a time when the pursuit of knowledge illuminated the ancient world like the famous Lighthouse of Pharos that guided ships into Alexandria's harbor. Founded in the 3rd century BCE under the rule of Ptolemy II Philadelphus, the Library of Alexandria wasn't merely a collection of scrolls, it was humanity's first true attempt to gather all knowledge in one place. The city itself was a beacon of multicultural brilliance, founded by Alexander the Great as he expanded his vast empire eastward. After his death, his general Ptolemy took control of Egypt, establishing a dynasty that would rule for nearly 3 centuries. Imagine walking the streets of ancient Alexandria, a bustling metropolis where Greek, Egyptian, Jewish, and countless other cultures mingled in the marketplaces. The scent of exotic spices wafted through the air, merchants called out their wares in a dozen languages, and philosophers debated in the shade of colonnaded walkways. Above it all, in the royal district known as the Bruchion, stood the magnificent library complex. The library was actually part of a larger institution called the Mausiona Temple, dedicated to the Muses, the Greek goddesses of the arts and sciences. Unlike our modern libraries, the Mausian was a complete research institution, perhaps the world's first university. Within its walls, scholars lived, studied, and taught, supported by royal patronage that gave them the freedom to pursue knowledge without concern for practical applications. As you relax deeper into your pillow, picture the grand marble columns that lined the entrance to the library. The cool stone gleamed in the Egyptian sun, providing welcome shade to visitors. Inside, natural light filtered through cleverly designed windows, illuminating reading rooms where scholars from across the known world gathered. The main hall housed thousands of papyrus scrolls, neatly arranged in pigeonholes and cubbies, each tagged with small identification labels. The collection of the library was legendary. While exact numbers remain disputed, ancient sources suggest it may have held between 40,000 and 700,000 scrolls at its height. Ptolemy III issued a remarkable decree. All ships docking in Alexandria had to surrender any books they carried to be copied by the library's scribes. The original manuscripts were kept for the library, while copies were returned to their owners. In their passionate pursuit of knowledge, the Ptolemies sent buyers to book fairs throughout the Mediterranean, purchasing everything from Homeric epics to obscure treatises on botany and mathematics. The library's influence extended to the very foundations of how we organize knowledge. It was here that Callimachus of Cyrene created the Pinaquest, the world's first library catalog organizing works by subject and author. This revolutionary system influenced how we categorize information to this day. Within these hallowed halls walked some of the greatest minds of antiquity. Euclid developed the foundations of geometry here, creating theories that students still study today. Eratosthenes calculated the circumference of the Earth with remarkable accuracy using simple observations and mathematics. Herophilus conducted some of the first systematic studies of human anatomy, while Aristarchus proposed a heliocentric model of the solar system nearly 1,800 years before Copernicus. As night draws closer around you, imagine the soft glow of oil lamps illuminating the scholarly work that continued after sunset. In these quiet evening hours, translators labored over converting texts from Hebrew, Persian, and Indian languages into Greek, creating the famous Septuagint, the Greek translation of Hebrew scriptures, and preserving knowledge that might otherwise have been lost to time. The library represented something profound about human nature, our desire to understand, to question, to learn. In an age when knowledge was often jealously guarded by priestly castes or passed down through closed schools of philosophy, the Library of Alexandria stood as a testament to the belief that knowledge should be gathered, preserved, and shared. As your breathing slows and deepens, consider how these ancient scholars worked without the benefits of modern technology. No electric lights illuminated their studies, no computers cataloged their collections, no printing presses reproduced their findings. Each scroll was painstakingly copied by hand, each calculation made without the aid of electronic devices, yet their discoveries and ideas have echoed through millennia, shaping how we understand our world today. The library flourished for centuries under Ptolemaic rule, amassing wisdom from every corner of the known world. Scholars journeyed for months, sometimes years, just to spend time among its collections. The reputation of Alexandria spread far and wide, attracting the brightest minds like moths to a flame. It was a place where Greek philosophy melded with Egyptian mysticism, where astronomers charted the heavens and poets crafted verses that would outlive them by thousands of years. But even as your mind drifts along these ancient corridors of learning, a question remains that has puzzled historians for centuries. What became of this magnificent institution? How did humanity's greatest collection of knowledge meet its end? The story of the library's fate is as complex and mysterious as the countless scrolls it once contained. As the first stars appear in your evening sky, just as they did over Alexandria 2 millennia ago, prepare to journey deeper into the mystery of this ancient wonder, exploring not just what was lost, but what endures in the human spirit's eternal quest for understanding. The library may have vanished, but the flame of knowledge it kindled continues to illuminate our world, glowing softly like the embers of a fire that never truly dies. The story of the library's destruction is not one of a single catastrophic event, but rather a series of tragedies that befell this treasure of human knowledge over several centuries. As you settle more comfortably, allowing your body to sink deeper into relaxation, let us continue our journey through time to explore the complex fate of Alexandria's great institution. Perhaps the first significant blow to the library came during the reign of Julius Caesar in 48 BCE. Alexandria had become entangled in Roman politics, with Queen Cleopatra VII and her brother Ptolemy XIII locked in a bitter struggle for power. When Caesar arrived in pursuit of his rival Pompey, he found himself allied with Cleopatra against her brother's forces. Besieged in the royal quarter of the city, Caesar ordered his men to set fire to the Egyptian ships in the harbor. Imagine the scene as flames leapt from vessel to vessel, the night sky glowing orange with reflected fire. According to ancient accounts, the flames spread from the harbor into the city itself, eventually reaching buildings near the library. The exact extent of the damage remains disputed. Some scholars believe it was primarily a storage area containing around 40,000 scrolls that burned, rather than the main library building. Others suggest this fire marked the beginning of the library's long decline. The brilliant glow of flames against the night sky gradually fades in your mind's eye, replaced by the soft, steady light of oil lamps as scholars continued their work in the decades that followed. For despite this setback, the library persisted. Mark Antony, seeking to please Cleopatra, is said to have gifted her with 200,000 scrolls from the Library of Pergamum to replenish Alexandria's collection. As your breathing grows deeper and more rhythmic, picture the library during its revival under Roman rule. Alexandria remained a center of learning even as political power shifted away from Egypt to Rome. The Malzian continued to receive imperial patronage, with scholars still gathering to study astronomy, mathematics, geography, and literature. The quiet rustle of papyrus scrolls being carefully unrolled, the soft murmur of scholarly debates, and the scratching of reed pens on fresh writing surfaces created a gentle symphony of intellectual pursuit. Yet, as centuries passed, new forces began to reshape the ancient world. The rise of Christianity brought changing attitudes toward classical learning. In 391 CE, Emperor Theodosius issued a decree against pagan temples, and tensions in Alexandria erupted into violence. The Serapeum, a temple that housed a daughter library containing duplicate scrolls from the main collection, was destroyed by a mob led by Patriarch Theophilus. Imagine the contrasting quiet that followed this tumult-empty reading rooms where debates had once flourished, shelves standing vacant where scrolls had been carefully arranged. Yet, even then, some form of the library or its intellectual tradition likely continued, adapting to the changing times rather than disappearing entirely. The final chapter in many accounts of the library's destruction comes with the Arab conquest of Egypt in 640 CE. A story emerged centuries later claiming that when Caliph Omar was asked what should be done with Alexandria's books, he replied, "If what is written in them agrees with the Book of God, they are not required. If it disagrees, they are not desired. Destroy them, therefore." According to this tale, the scrolls were distributed to Alexandria's bathhouses, where they fueled the fires for 6 months. This dramatic account, however, appears nowhere in contemporary sources. It emerged some 600 years after the supposed event, leading most modern historians to dismiss it as legend rather than fact. By the time of the Arab conquest, the Great Library in its original form had likely already ceased to exist, its collections dispersed, destroyed, or absorbed into other institutions over the preceding centuries. As night deepens around you, consider how the story of the library's fate reflects our own relationship with knowledge and its preservation. The library did not disappear in a single blaze of destruction, but faded gradually as political, religious, and cultural changes swept through the ancient world. Its eventual loss came not from a singular catastrophic event, but through a series of smaller tragedies, neglect, and the inexorable passage of time. Yet the library's influence never truly vanished. Even as the physical collections were lost, the ideas they contained had spread throughout the Mediterranean world and beyond. Copies of texts had been made and distributed to other centers of learning. Scholars who had studied at Alexandria carried its intellectual traditions to new institutions. The flame of knowledge, once concentrated in this single brilliant beacon, had dispersed into countless smaller lights across the civilized world. The gentle waves of the Mediterranean continue their eternal rhythm against Alexandria's shores, much as they did when the library stood in its full glory. Time flows onward like those waves, sometimes preserving knowledge, sometimes erasing it, but never completely extinguishing humanity's quest for understanding. As your muscles relax and your thoughts begin to drift, imagine those ancient scholars working by lamplight, carefully transcribing texts that would outlast their own brief lives. Their dedication speaks to something timeless in the human spirit, or desire to know, to preserve, to pass wisdom from one generation to the next. In this way, perhaps, the Library of Alexandria never truly died, but lives on in our continued pursuit of knowledge. Now, as the story of the library's fate settles gently in your mind, allow yourself to float on these currents of history, carrying forward into even deeper states of peaceful relaxation. The ancient world gradually recedes like the setting sun, making way for the soft darkness of approaching sleep. While the physical structure of the Great Library may have vanished, its legacy continues to resonate through time. As you drift deeper into comfort, your body growing heavier and your breathing slower, let us explore what the Library of Alexandria meant to human knowledge and how its spirit lives on even today. What treasures were lost when the library's collections scattered to the winds of time? We can only speculate about the countless scrolls that disappeared forever. Perhaps there were lost plays by Sophocles and Euripides, of whom we know only a fraction of their work survives. Imagine undiscovered scientific treatises, mathematical proofs, or historical accounts that might have transformed our understanding of the ancient world. Some scholars believe that technological knowledge might have been set back by centuries' innovations and discoveries that had to be painfully rediscovered in later eras. The night grows deeper around you now, like the gentle shadows that once fell across the library's reading rooms as evening approached. In this quiet darkness, consider how the library represented not just a collection of texts, but a way of thinking about the world, a belief that understanding comes through observation, comparison of ideas, and open discourse. One of the library's most remarkable features was its inclusiveness. In an age of rigid cultural divisions, the library gathered knowledge from every civilization it could reach. Texts in Hebrew, Persian, Indian languages, and more were translated into Greek, preserving ideas that might otherwise have vanished. This cosmopolitan approach to learning, this belief that wisdom could come from many sources, was perhaps the library's most enduring legacy. The scholars of Alexandria pioneered methods we still use today. Zenodotus developed critical editorial techniques while working with ancient texts, comparing different versions to establish authentic readings. Eratosthenes created the discipline of geography, calculating the Earth's circumference with astonishing accuracy using just shadows, well distances, and geometry. Herophilus conducted systematic anatomical studies, discovering the difference between arteries and veins, and identifying the brain, not the heart, as the seat of intelligence. Feel your thoughts growing softer now, like footfalls on the marble floors of the ancient library. Your mind wanders these halls of memory and imagination, where the boundaries between history and dreams begin to blur. The weight of your body melts into your bed, just as the knowledge of the library eventually merged into the broader stream of human understanding. Though we often focus on what was lost, it's worth remembering how much survived. Many texts preserved at Alexandria were copied and spread to other centers of learning: Rome, Constantinople, Damascus, and eventually medieval European monasteries. The Islamic world in particular became a crucial preserver of classical knowledge during Europe's Dark Ages. Scholars in Baghdad, Cairo, and Cordoba translated Greek texts into Arabic, adding their own discoveries and innovations before these works eventually found their way back to Europe during the Renaissance. Picture the soft glow of desert stars over these centers of medieval Islamic learning, where the intellectual tradition of Alexandria lived on in new forms. The steady flame of human curiosity, once concentrated in a single lighthouse of knowledge, had scattered like seeds across the world, taking root in new soil and flourishing in diverse conditions. Your breathing has found a peaceful rhythm now, like the gentle waves that still lap at Alexandria's harbor. These same waters once carried ships bringing scrolls from distant lands, each vessel adding to the library's vast collection. Tonight, they carry you toward the shores of sleep, each breath bringing you closer to peaceful rest. The story of the library reminds us that knowledge is both precious and fragile. The accumulated wisdom of generations can be lost through neglect, intolerance, or simple misfortune. Yet it also demonstrates the resilience of human understanding, how ideas, once born, can survive the destruction of their physical vessels. Today's world would astound the scholars of ancient Alexandria. Our digital libraries contain vastly more information than could ever have been housed in their marble halls. The internet has realized, in some ways, the dream of universal access to knowledge that the library represented. Yet, we face similar challenges to preserve information for future generations, how to separate wisdom from mere data, how to ensure that knowledge serves humanity's highest aspirations. As your thoughts drift like clouds in an evening sky, imagine how those ancient scholars would marvel at our modern tools, computers that can search millions of texts in seconds, digital networks that span the globe, spacecraft that explore distant planets they could only observe as tiny points of light. Yet they might recognize in us the same fundamental curiosity that drove their own studies, the same desire to understand our world and our place within it. The stars wheel slowly overhead, following the same celestial patterns that Alexandria's astronomers carefully mapped. The moon casts its silver light across your room, just as it once illuminated the pathways of the ancient city. Time passes, civilizations rise and fall, but the human quest for knowledge continues its unbroken thread through history. Your eyelids grow heavier now, your thoughts more distant and dreamlike. Like an ancient scroll gradually being rolled closed at the end of a day's study, your conscious mind begins to yield to the gentle approach of sleep. The Library of Alexandria exists now in this twilight realm, between history and imagination, between what was lost and what endures. As you sink deeper into this peaceful state, know that you too are part of this ongoing story, this endless human endeavor to understand, to remember, and to dream. The quiet wisdom of the ancient library surrounds you like a gentle embrace, guiding you toward the soothing depths of sleep. In the quiet stillness of night, as your breathing has grown deep and regular, let us conclude our journey through the ancient halls of the Library of Alexandria. Like the gentle hush that must have fallen over its reading rooms as oil lamps burned low and scholars finally set aside their work for the day, we too approach the peaceful culmination of our story. The legacy of the library extends far beyond its physical existence. Its spirit lives on in every institution dedicated to the preservation and sharing of knowledge. Modern libraries, universities, and research centers all carry forward the fundamental vision that began in Alexandria over 2 millennia ago, that wisdom should be gathered, protected, and made accessible to those who seek it. Imagine now the soft glow of starlight over the Mediterranean. The same stars that ancient astronomers once studied from Alexandria's rooftop observatories. These celestial bodies have witnessed the full arc of human history, the rise and fall of civilizations, the building of great institutions, and the patient, persistent quest for understanding that defines our species at its best. Your body feels wonderfully heavy now, nestled in comfort as your mind floats on currents of history and imagination. The weight of each limb sinks deeper into restful stillness, just as the wisdom of Alexandria gradually settled into the foundations of human knowledge, becoming part of our shared intellectual heritage. Perhaps in some ways, the destruction of the library was not an ending but a transformation. The concentrated brilliance of that single institution dispersed like dandelion seeds on the wind, taking root wherever conditions allowed learning to flourish. The loss was great, yet the spread of knowledge continued its inexorable course through history. As your thoughts grow more distant and dreamlike, picture the scholars of Alexandria completing their daily work. Scrolls are carefully rolled and returned to their shelves. Wax tablets are smoothed clean for tomorrow's notes. The sounds of discussion gradually fade as people make their way home through lamplit streets. A peaceful quiet descends over the marble halls, broken only by the occasional footsteps of a night watchman or the soft rustle of a nightbird's wings. The rhythmic sound of waves against Alexandria's shore continues through the night, a gentle lullaby that has remained unchanged since ancient times. This same soothing rhythm now carries you deeper into relaxation, each breath like a wave receding from shore, pulling you further from wakefulness. What dreams might have come to those ancient scholars as they rested after days of intense study? Perhaps visions of celestial mechanics or mathematical proofs resolved themselves in sleep. Maybe the poets among them found inspiration in that twilight realm between consciousness and dreams. Tonight, as you approach this same peaceful threshold, you join a tradition as old as humanity itself, finding restoration in gentle slumber after a day of thought and discovery. The most profound lesson of the Library of Alexandria may be about the enduring nature of human curiosity. Though buildings crumble and empires fall, our desire to understand the world around us remains constant. Each generation takes up this quest anew, building upon the foundations laid by those who came before, adding their own discoveries to the ever-growing tapestry of human knowledge. As sleep draws nearer, feel a connection to this timeless tradition. Your own thoughts, questions, and insights are part of this same great journey that has unfolded across millennia. The scholars of Alexandria would recognize in you the same wonder that drove their own studies, the same capacity for awe that makes us look up at the stars and ask what lies beyond. Now, as the story of the library gently fades like words on an ancient papyrus, allow yourself to drift into the welcoming embrace of sleep. Your breath has found its natural rhythm, slow and deep like the Mediterranean tides. Your thoughts grow ever more distant, floating away like ships departing Alexandria's harbor, bound for the vast ocean of dreams. The Great Library exists now in the quiet realm of memory and imagination, a place where the boundaries between past and present, history and legend grow soft and permeable. It reminds us that though knowledge can be lost, the human capacity to learn, to discover, and to wonder remains as bright and enduring as the stars themselves. Sleep comes now like a gentle scholar, collecting your thoughts and setting them aside for safekeeping. The ancient city of Alexandria, with its lighthouse and library, its scholars and scrolls, its marble columns and sunlit courtyards, all surrender to the peaceful darkness of night. And you too can surrender to this same gentle darkness, knowing that, like the wisdom of Alexandria, you will emerge renewed when morning comes. Rest now, carried on the timeless waves of history, cradled in the enduring legacy of human curiosity and wonder. Let sleep embrace you completely as our journey through the Library of Alexandria concludes, and dream of ancient wisdom preserved like stars in the night sky, eternal and serene. In the warm glow of a Venetian evening in the year 1254, a child was born to a family of merchants who would one day carry tales of wonder across continents and through centuries. Marco Polo entered a world of narrow canals and gondolas, of bustling marketplaces filled with exotic goods from distant lands. Venice in the 13th century stood as a maritime republic of immense wealth and influence, its ships traveling far across the Mediterranean and beyond, bringing back silks, spices, and stories that fired the imagination. Marco's father Niccolo and uncle Maffeo were successful merchants who traded along the eastern shores of the Mediterranean and into regions beyond. When Marco was just 6 years old, his father and uncle embarked on a trading journey that would take them farther than any Venetians had traveled before. Little did young Marco know that his father and uncle would not return for nearly a decade, and that their absence was merely the prelude to an even greater journey on which he himself would embark. Picture Venice during these years of waiting, the sunlight dancing on the waters of the Grand Canal, the echo of church bells across the lagoon, the salt-tinged air carrying the scent of the sea. Here, Marco grew from a child into a young man, educated in the ways of commerce and language, his curiosity nourished by tales of distant lands and peoples that flowed into this crossroads of Mediterranean trade. In 1269, when Marco was 15 years old, Niccolo and Maffeo Polo finally returned to Venice. Their travel-worn faces told of incredible journeys. They had ventured through Constantinople and across the vast expanse of Central Asia to the court of the great Kublai Khan, ruler of the Mongol Empire and founder of China's Yuan dynasty. The Khan, impressed by these visitors from the distant west, had sent them back to Europe with a request. They were to return with scholars who could explain Christian theology to him, and with oil from the Holy Sepulchre in Jerusalem. Imagine the wonder in young Marco's eyes as he listened to his father and uncle describe the splendors of the East, golden palaces, bustling cities larger than any in Europe, strange beasts like elephants and giraffes, and customs that seemed from another world entirely. For a young man raised on the edge of medieval Europe, these tales must have seemed like something from a dream, both fantastic and tantalizingly real. The Polo brothers prepared to return to the East, this time with papal representatives as requested by the Khan. Marco, now 17 and eager for adventure, convinced his father and uncle to take him along. On a warm day in 1271, the three Polos set out from Venice, their boats slipping quietly through the lagoon and into the Mediterranean, the familiar towers and domes of their home city gradually receding into the distance. The first stages of their journey took them to Acre in the Holy Land, where they collected the sacred oil as requested. The papal legates, however, grew fearful of the difficult journey ahead and turned back. Undeterred, the Polos continued eastward, determined to fulfill their promise to the Khan. Their path took them through Armenia, Persia, and Afghanistan, across the towering peaks of the Pamir Mountains, and into the vast Taklamakan Desert. Picture the caravan moving slowly across these varied landscapes, the creak of saddle leather, the gentle rhythm of camel bells, the vast sky stretching endlessly above. The journey was not merely a physical crossing of distance, but a gradual immersion into entirely different worlds. With each passing day, the familiar gave way to the new and extraordinary. The Polos traveled along sections of what we now call the Silk Road, ancient trade routes that connected east and west. These were not single, well-defined paths, but networks of routes that had carried goods, ideas, and people between China and the Mediterranean for more than 1,000 years. Merchant caravans moved between trading posts and caravanserais, those travelers' inns that offered shelter, food, and the chance to exchange news and stories. The hazards of such travel were manifold. Bandits preyed on caravans carrying valuable goods. Mountain passes became impassable in winter. Desert crossings required careful planning to avoid death by thirst or exposure. Disease was an ever-present danger, as were political instabilities in the regions they traversed. The journey demanded not only courage but patience, adaptability, and diplomacy. As they moved eastward, Marco proved himself an astute observer. Unlike many travelers who might focus solely on reaching their destination, Marco paid close attention to the peoples, places, and customs they encountered. He noted the agricultural practices in fertile valleys, the methods of warfare among steppe nomads, the religious observances in ancient cities, and the natural resources that formed the basis of regional trade. This keen eye for detail would later make his account of their travels so valuable. The Polos crossed the whole of Central Asia, passing through regions that today comprise Uzbekistan, Tajikistan, and Kyrgyzstan. They traversed the formidable Pamir Mountains, which Marco described as the highest place in the world, where the air was so thin that no birds fly. Beyond the mountains lay the vast expanse of the Taklamakan Desert, its name meaning place of no return in the local Turkic language, a testament to its deadly nature. Imagine the contrast between the snow-capped peaks and the searing desert. Extreme cold giving way to extreme heat, the thin air of high altitude replaced by the suffocating dust of the desert. Through these extremes, the Polos persevered, their determination carrying them forward toward the court of the Khan. After crossing the desert, they entered the western regions of China, passing through oasis towns that had for centuries served as crucial way stations along the Silk Road. In these towns, merchants from east and west exchanged not only goods but languages, beliefs, and technologies. Marco observed Buddhist temples alongside Muslim mosques, heard dozens of languages spoken in the marketplaces, and saw goods from as far away as Europe and Southeast Asia changing hands. As the journey continued eastward, Marco began to see evidence of the vast empire ruled by Kublai Khan. The roads improved, becoming wide and well-maintained. Messenger stations appeared at regular intervals, part of the efficient postal system established by the Mongols to administer their vast territories. Guards at strategic points checked travelers' documents, ensuring security along these vital trade routes. After more than 3 years of travel, covering approximately 5,600 miles, the Polos finally reached the summer palace of Kublai Khan at Chengdu, which would later enter Western imagination as Xanadu through Samuel Taylor Coleridge's famous poem. It was 1,275, and Marco was now a young man of 21. The palace at Chengdu was unlike anything Marco had seen before. Set in a vast park with artificial lakes and gardens, surrounded by a wall 15 miles in circumference, the palace complex featured marble halls, gilded chambers, and magnificent works of art. Here, amidst such splendor, the weary travelers were welcomed by the Khan himself. Kublai Khan, grandson of the great conqueror Genghis Khan, had by this time unified China under Mongol rule and established the Yuan dynasty. He was in his 60s, a man of great intellect and curiosity who maintained a court that welcomed visitors from across the known world. Scholars, artists, and religious figures from many traditions found patronage under his rule as he sought to understand and incorporate the wisdom of many cultures. As you rest now, breathing deeply and evenly, imagine Marco Polo at this pivotal moment, standing before the most powerful ruler in the world, having completed an arduous journey across continents, about to begin a new chapter of his life in a land entirely different from his Venetian home. The sounds of the Khan's court surround him. Unfamiliar languages, strange music, the rustle of silk garments, the distant calls of exotic birds in the palace menagerie. The journey had changed Marco. The youth who left Venice had become a man, tested by hardship and broadened by exposure to countless new experiences. Little did he know that this was merely the beginning of his time in the East, that he would spend the next 17 years in the service of the Khan, traveling throughout China and witnessing wonders that few Europeans before him had ever seen. As the soft rhythm of your breathing continues, let your mind follow Marco's path, across seas and mountains, through deserts and flourishing cities, along rivers and ancient roads. Each step of his remarkable journey carried him further from the familiar and deeper into discovery, just as each breath now carries you gently toward the peaceful shores of sleep. Kublai Khan received the Polo family with great honor, particularly pleased by the return of Niccolo and Maffeo, whom he had met years before. Though the papal legates had turned back, the Khan appreciated that the Venetians had fulfilled their promise to return. He was especially intrigued by young Marco, whose intelligence and eagerness to learn about Mongol and Chinese customs impressed him greatly. Marco had already demonstrated remarkable linguistic ability during their journey, quickly acquiring new languages and dialects. Now at the Khan's court, he applied himself to learning Mongolian and multiple Chinese languages. Within a relatively short time, Marco could converse fluently with the Khan and his officials, a skill that would prove invaluable in the years to come. The Khan soon recognized Marco's potential and appointed him to his service. Unlike many foreign visitors who remained within the confines of the imperial court, Marco was sent on numerous missions throughout the vast Yuan Empire. These journeys would take him to regions that no European had previously visited or documented, from the bamboo forests of southwestern China to the windswept steppes of Mongolia, from the populous eastern seaboard to the borders of Tibet. Imagine Marco riding along imperial highways, the official tablet of the Khan, a golden paisa, hanging around his neck, granting him authority and safe passage. The Mongols had established an extensive network of roads with post houses positioned every 25 to 30 miles, where official travelers could rest, exchange horses, and find provisions. This remarkable system allowed messages and officials to move rapidly across the empire, with riders sometimes covering 250 miles in a single day. One of Marco's first assignments was as a tax inspector in the Yangtze River region, a task that required him to travel extensively through central China. The Yangtze, which Marco called the greatest river in the world, flowed through landscapes of breathtaking beauty and supported an enormous population. Cities along its banks thrived on trade, their markets filled with silks, porcelain, rice, and countless other goods. Picture Marco moving through these bustling river ports, noting the construction of the boats, the methods of fishing, the system of locks and canals that facilitated water transport. He observed crops unknown in Europe, rice paddies terraced up hillsides, tea plantations, fields of mulberry trees sustaining silkworms. He documented it all with remarkable precision, storing away observations that would one day astonish European readers. In his official capacity, Marco had access to all levels of Chinese society. He visited humble farmhouses where families worked together, spinning silk or weaving cotton. He was welcomed into the homes of merchants who had amassed fortunes in trade. He conversed with scholars steeped in Confucian learning and Buddhist monks in remote monasteries. Each encounter deepened his understanding of this complex civilization. The city of Hangzhou, which Marco called Quinzai, particularly impressed him. Located near the coast of eastern China, Hangzhou was possibly the largest city in the world at that time, with a population of over 1 million. Marco described its lake, bridges, gardens, and the thousands of stone arches that spanned its canals. So many pleasures may be found, he wrote, that one fancies himself to be in paradise. Marco noted the city's sophisticated urban planning, wide streets paved with stone, an efficient system for garbage collection, public baths, and firefighting brigades. He marveled at the vibrant nightlife, with restaurants, tea houses, and entertainment venues remaining open late into the evening, illuminated by paper lanterns. Coming from medieval Europe, where cities fell dark after sunset and sewage often flowed in open gutters, the contrast must have been striking. Throughout his travels in China, Marco encountered technologies far advanced beyond those of Europe. He observed the use of paper money, a concept unknown in the West. He saw coal being burned for heating and cooking, described the manufacturing of porcelain, and noted the widespread literacy among not only officials but merchants and even some common people. He witnessed the making of asbestos cloth, which could be cleaned by throwing it into fire rather than washing it with water, a phenomenon so unusual that many later European readers considered it a fabrication. Marco's accounts of Chinese medicine were equally detailed. He described physicians who took pulses, prescribed herbal remedies, and practiced preventive care. He noted the use of hot springs for healing and the cultivation of medicinal plants. While not always understanding the principles behind these practices, he recognized their effectiveness and the sophisticated knowledge they represented. As you rest comfortably now, imagine Marco Polo crossing the vast landscapes of medieval China, traversing mighty rivers on bamboo rafts, climbing mountain passes with views that extended for miles in every direction, passing through forests where strange birds and animals moved among the trees. The gentle rhythm of your breathing mirrors the steady pace of his travels, each breath carrying you deeper into relaxation, just as each journey carried Marco deeper into understanding. During his years in the Khan's service, Marco traveled to the far southern regions of China, to provinces we now know as Yunnan and Sichuan. Here, the landscape changed dramatically. Subtropical forests replaced the temperate woodlands of central China, and the people belonged to different ethnic groups with their own customs and languages. Marco noted the production of salt, the mining of precious stones, and the cultivation of exotic spices. He observed elephants used for transport and battle, something rarely seen by Europeans of his time. In what is now Tibet, he described Buddhist practices, the use of coral as currency, and local customs of marriage and mourning. Though some of his observations were colored by the cultural lens through which he viewed them, his accounts demonstrate a genuine attempt to understand rather than merely judge these unfamiliar ways of life. Marco's duties also took him to the northern frontiers of the empire, to the grasslands of Mongolia, where the Mongols had originated. Here, he witnessed their traditional nomadic lifestyle, living in portable felt tents called jurs, following seasonal patterns of migration with their herds of horses, sheep, and goats. He described kumis, the fermented mare's milk that was a staple of the Mongol diet, and observed the extraordinary horsemanship for which they were renowned. Throughout his 17 years in Kublai Khan's service, Marco maintained the Khan's trust and favor. He served as an ambassador to kingdoms in Southeast Asia, helped administer cities, and provided the Khan with detailed reports on the regions he visited. The Khan valued not only his practical services, but his stories of distant lands and different ways of life. Kublai Khan himself fascinated Marco. Already in his 60s when Marco arrived, the Khan ruled the largest contiguous empire in history with a combination of military might and administrative genius. Though a conqueror, he showed remarkable openness to different cultures and ideas. He maintained elements of traditional Mongol practice while adopting aspects of Chinese governance. He employed people based on merit rather than ethnic origin, and fostered trade and cultural exchange throughout his domains. The Khan's summer palace at Chengdu and his winter palace at what is now Beijing were centers of unimaginable luxury and sophistication. Marco described pavilions roofed with gold, gardens with artificial hills and lakes, and a menagerie containing elephants, lions, and other exotic animals. The Khan's hunting expeditions were spectacular events involving thousands of participants and trained cheetahs, falcons, and eagles. Despite his exalted position, Marco observed that the Khan maintained simple personal habits in some respects, preferring the traditional Mongol diet to Chinese delicacies and sometimes retreating to a simple gur erected within his palace complex. These glimpses of the man behind the imperial facade add depth to Marco's account. As the years passed, Marco witnessed both the strengths and weaknesses of the Yuan dynasty. The Mongols had unified China and established peace across vast territories, allowing trade to flourish. Yet tensions persisted between the ruling Mongols and the Chinese majority. Natural disasters, combined with the enormous expense of maintaining the imperial court and undertaking ambitious building projects, strained the empire's resources. Marco also saw the aging of Kublai Khan, who in his later years suffered from gout and declining health. The Khan outlived several of his sons who had been designated as heirs, creating uncertainty about the succession. These political concerns, combined with a growing homesickness after so many years abroad, led the Polos to consider returning to Venice. By 1292, Kublai Khan was in his late 70s. When an opportunity arose to join a naval mission escorting a Mongol princess to Persia for her wedding to a local ruler, the Polos requested permission to accompany the fleet. Though reluctant to part with his valued servants, the Khan eventually consented, providing them with golden tablets of authority to ensure safe passage and asking them to deliver messages to European leaders. As you continue to relax, breathing deeply and evenly, picture the Polos preparing for their return journey, packing the gifts bestowed by the Khan, gathering their accumulated treasures, saying farewell to friends and colleagues made over nearly 2 decades. The anticipation of seeing Venice again after so long must have been tempered by the knowledge of how much they had changed, how different their perspectives had become from those they had left behind. The maritime route they would take offered both promise and peril. Rather than retracing their overland journey, they would travel by sea, first along the coast of China and Southeast Asia, then across the Indian Ocean, and finally through the Persian Gulf before continuing overland to the Mediterranean. This route, while dangerous in its own way, would avoid the political instabilities that had developed in Central Asia since their eastward journey. As night settles around you and your body grows heavier with approaching sleep, imagine Marco Polo standing at the rail of a Chinese junk as it prepared to depart from a southern Chinese port. Behind him lay 17 extraordinary years of discovery and service. Ahead lay more adventures and, eventually, a return to the canals and towers of Venice, now more memory than reality. The gentle rocking of the ship as it moved into open water echoes the peaceful rhythm of your breathing, carrying both Marco and you toward new horizons of experience and rest. The return journey began in 1292, with the Polos joining a fleet of 14 ships carrying the Mongol princess Kokachin, who was to marry a prince in Persia. From the southern Chinese port of Quanzhou, the fleet set sail into the South China Sea, beginning a maritime adventure that would prove as remarkable as their earlier overland travels. Picture these impressive vessels, Chinese junks with their distinctive batten sails and compartmentalized hulls, technological marvels of their age. Each ship carried a crew of up to 300 men and was equipped with multiple masts, watertight bulkheads, and sternpost rudders, innovations still rare in European shipbuilding. Marco noted every detail, from the construction methods to the sailors' superstitions and navigational techniques. The fleet followed the coastline of what is now Vietnam, and then sailed across the South China Sea to Sumatra, where they paused for several months, waiting for favorable monsoon winds. Here, Marco encountered spice groves that produced pepper, nutmeg, and cloves, substances worth their weight in gold back in Europe. He observed rhinoceroses, which he described as ugly creatures with a single horn, and detailed the local customs of various kingdoms on the island. Continuing westward, the ships navigated the Strait of Malacca, that narrow passage between the Malay Peninsula and Sumatra that has been a strategic trading channel for millennia. The ports along this strait were cosmopolitan centers where Chinese, Indian, Arab, and Southeast Asian merchants exchanged goods and ideas. Marco noted the bustling markets, the variety of languages spoken, and the religious diversity that included Hindus, Buddhists, and Muslims living and trading peacefully alongside one another. The journey then took them across the Bay of Bengal to Ceylon, modern Sri Lanka, an island Marco described as the finest island of its size in the world. He wrote of its abundant gemstones, especially rubies and sapphires, its cinnamon groves, and its elephants. He also recounted legends of Adam's Peak, a mountain sacred to multiple religions, where some believed Adam first set foot after being expelled from paradise. From Ceylon, the fleet sailed up the western coast of India, making stops at various ports. Marco described the Kingdom of Malabar with its pepper plantations and the practice of what Europeans would later call the caste system. He noted the reverence for cows, the cremation of the dead, and early forms of what we now know as yoga. His accounts of India, while sometimes containing misunderstandings, show his continuing curiosity and effort to comprehend unfamiliar cultural practices. The hazards of such a long sea voyage were considerable. Storms threatened to sink or scatter the fleet. Pirates prowled the waters, especially in the Indian Ocean. Disease spread easily in the confined spaces of ships, and fresh water and provisions could run short between landfalls. Of the original 14 ships that departed China, only 2 completed the journey to their destination in Persia, with 600 of the original 1,800 passengers and crew having perished along the way. As you rest comfortably now, imagine the rhythmic creaking of the wooden ships, the salt spray carried on the wind, the vast expanse of ocean stretching to the horizon in every direction. Let the gentle rise and fall of your breath mirror the movement of the waves that carried Marco Polo homeward, each exhalation releasing tension, each inhalation bringing peaceful renewal. After crossing the Indian Ocean, the fleet entered the Persian Gulf and at last reached the port of Hormuz, where the sea portion of their return journey ended. Here, the Mongol princess Kokachin was delivered safely to representatives of her future husband. The Polos had successfully completed their diplomatic mission, though Marco noted that the princess had grown fond of them during the 2-year voyage and wept upon their parting. From Hormuz, the Polos continued by land through Persia, following ancient trade routes through territories that correspond to modern Iran, Iraq, and Turkey. They passed through regions still bearing the scars of earlier Mongol conquests, where once great cities lay in ruins. Yet, they also witnessed the revival of trade and cultural exchange that Mongol rule had facilitated across Asia. Their overland journey was not without peril. Bandits threatened travelers even on major routes, and the political situation in some regions they crossed was unstable. The golden tablets given to them by Kublai Khan still commanded respect, but the Khan's death in 1294, news of which reached them during their travels, somewhat diminished the protection these tokens provided. After approximately 3 years of travel from the time they left China, the Polos finally arrived at a Mediterranean port, where they took ship for the final leg of their journey to Venice. It was 1,295, and they had been away for 24 years. Marco was now 41 years old, having spent most of his adult life in the service of Kublai Khan, traveling through lands unknown to his fellow Europeans. When the Polos finally returned to Venice, legend has it that they were barely recognized by their relatives. Their clothes were worn from travel and cut in foreign styles, and their appearance had been changed by years under Asian suns. According to one account, they had to tear open the linings of their garments to reveal the rubies, sapphires, and other precious stones they had brought back from the East before their family would accept their identity. Venice itself had changed during their absence, though not as dramatically as the Polos had. The city continued its rise as a maritime power, its merchants and navy active throughout the Mediterranean and beyond. The Gothic architectural style that would define much of the city was now flourishing, with new churches and palaces rising alongside the canals. Yet the Polos returned with knowledge and experiences that set them apart from even the most well-traveled Venetians. They had seen the vastness of Asia, experienced the sophistication of Chinese civilization, observed religions and customs entirely foreign to European understanding. They had served the most powerful ruler on earth and returned with wealth and stories that must have seemed almost beyond belief to those who had never ventured beyond Europe's borders. Not long after their return, Venice found itself at war with its rival maritime republic, Genoa. Marco Polo was captured during a naval battle in 1296 and imprisoned in Genoa. This misfortune would lead to one of history's most fortunate collaborations. During his imprisonment, Marco met a fellow prisoner named Rustichello of Pisa, a writer of romances. To pass the time, Marco dictated the stories of his travels to Rustichello, who shaped them into a book initially called The Description of the World, but later known as The Travels of Marco Polo. As night deepens around you and sleep draws nearer, picture Marco Polo in his Genoese prison, his mind traveling back across the years and miles as he recounts his extraordinary journeys to his fellow prisoner. The stone walls of the cell fade away as his words conjure images of the Khan's golden palace, the vast expanses of the Gobi Desert, the crowded markets of Hangzhou, the spice-scented air of Sumatra. In sharing these memories, Marco preserves them not only for himself, but for all who would later read his account. Upon his release from prison in 1299, Marco returned to Venice, where he married and had 3 daughters. He became a wealthy merchant, though never again did he venture as far as he had in his youth. His book, meanwhile, was copied and translated into multiple languages, spreading throughout Europe. Though some readers dismissed his accounts as exaggerated or even entirely fictional, leading to his nickname Marco Milione, or Marco Millions, his detailed observations about Asian geography, customs, and natural resources provided valuable information for mapmakers, merchants, and later explorers. As you drift toward sleep, let your thoughts follow the gentle current of Marco's later years, his quiet evenings in Venice, perhaps sitting with his daughters, sharing stories of distant lands as the light faded over the lagoon. After such extraordinary adventures, he found contentment in the familiar canals and squares of his birthplace, in the company of family, in the comfort of home. The rhythm of canal waters lapping against stone foundations echoed the distant memories of ocean waves and mighty rivers. The calls of Venetian gondoliers replaced the camel drivers' shouts and the Chinese boatmen's songs. The spices that had once seemed so exotic, pepper, cinnamon, nutmeg, now found their way into Venetian kitchens, small tastes of the vast world Marco had experienced. When visitors came to his home, eager to hear firsthand of his travels, Marco would sometimes show them objects brought back from his journeys, perhaps a piece of Chinese porcelain, a scroll painted with delicate landscapes, a small jade carving, or a silk robe embroidered with golden thread. Each item carried stories, memories of places and people left behind. As your body grows heavier and your thoughts more diffuse, imagine the soft evening light of Venice filtering through windows, illuminating Marco as he speaks with friends or family. His voice grows quiet as he describes the vastness of the Mongolian steppes under an endless sky, the delicate beauty of Chinese gardens with their carefully arranged stones and flowing water, the majesty of the Himalayas rising like a wall between worlds. In these peaceful moments of recollection, Marco Polo bridged east and west, bringing knowledge of distant civilizations to a Europe that had little understanding of the world beyond its borders. Though he could not know it, his accounts would inspire generations of explorers, including Christopher Columbus, who carried a copy of Marco's book on his voyages, seeking a western route to the lands Marco had reached by traveling east. As sleep approaches, let the legacy of Marco Polo's journey, curiosity, openness to difference, the courage to venture beyond the familiar, settle gently in your mind. Like Marco returning to Venice, you now return to the comfort of rest, carrying with you impressions of distant times and places, enriched by new perspectives, ready to surrender to the peaceful voyage of dreams. Like those ancient Silk Road travelers, you too are on a journey now, not across physical distance but into the peaceful landscapes of rest and dreams. Your breathing has found its natural rhythm, like the steady pace of a caravan crossing vast spaces, unhurried yet purposeful, each breath carrying you further into tranquility. Marco Polo's legacy continued to unfold long after his death, influencing not only exploration but art, literature, and even cuisine. Renaissance painters incorporated elements from his descriptions of Asian architecture and dress into their works. Writers found inspiration in his adventures, creating tales of travel to distant lands. The movement of spices, textiles, and other goods along the routes he had traveled gradually transformed European tastes and habits. Perhaps most significantly, Marco's detailed accounts helped to humanize the distant other for European readers. While he sometimes misunderstood what he saw or interpreted unfamiliar customs through the lens of his own cultural background, he generally approached difference with curiosity rather than judgment. His descriptions of the peoples he encountered, whether Chinese, Tibetan, Mongol, Indian, or Persian, emphasized their skills, their intelligence, and the sophisticated nature of their civilizations. The world Marco described was not a simple place of wonders and monsters, as in earlier medieval travel literature, but a complex tapestry of human societies, each with their own histories, beliefs, and ways of life. In this more nuanced vision, he helped lay groundwork for greater cross-cultural understanding, even as European colonial expansion would later create new barriers and hierarchies. As your mind gently drifts towards sleep, imagine the physical traces of Marco's journey that still exist today. Ancient caravanserais where travelers sheltered, standing in silent testimony along forgotten sections of the Silk Road, stone bridges spanning rivers that have flowed continuously since Marco crossed them. The remains of Kublai Khan's palace at Xanadu, now archaeological ruins in Inner Mongolia. These physical remnants connect our present moment to Marco's distant past, threads of continuity across the centuries. Modern scholars continue to study Marco's account, comparing his descriptions with archaeological findings and historical records from Chinese, Persian, and other sources. While some of his observations have been confirmed with remarkable accuracy, others appear exaggerated or misunderstood. This ongoing scholarly conversation itself forms part of Marco's legacy, the continuing effort to understand connections between cultures and the transmission of knowledge across boundaries. In the centuries since Marco's journey, the routes he traveled have seen empires rise and fall, borders shift and change, new technologies transform the nature of travel and communication. Yet the fundamental human impulses that drove his journey remain: curiosity about what lies beyond the horizon, desire for exchange of goods and ideas, the search for connection with those different from ourselves. Now, as sleep approaches ever closer, let your awareness settle gently on your body, comfortable and still, growing heavier with each breath. The distant echoes of Marco's adventures fade into a soft background murmur, like waves on a far shore or wind through remote mountain passes. The landscapes of history and geography that we've traveled together begin to transform into the landscapes of dreams. Picture once more the young Marco Polo standing on the deck of a Venetian ship, watching his familiar city recede into the distance as he embarked on his great journey. Feel the mixture of excitement and apprehension that must have filled him, the pull of the unknown balanced against the comfort of the familiar. In your own way, as you release the concerns of your day and surrender to sleep, you experience something similar, letting go of waking consciousness to journey into the unknown territories of dreams. The silk fabrics that Marco encountered in China had a particular quality, simultaneously strong and soft, substantial yet yielding to touch. Let your thoughts now take on that silken quality, losing their definition, becoming softer around the edges, flowing one into another without clear boundaries. The precise details of history we've explored together begin to dissolve into more impressionistic patterns, colors, sensations, emotions, rather than facts. Marco's journey required him to surrender many times to circumstances beyond his control, to the rhythm of caravan travel, to mountain weather that could close passes for months, to the will of the Great Khan, to ocean currents and monsoon winds. In doing so, he discovered new worlds, both external and internal. As you surrender now to sleep, you too open yourself to discovery, to the renewal that comes with complete rest. The Chinese philosopher Lao Tzu, who lived long before Marco but whose wisdom permeated the culture Marco encountered, wrote, "A good traveler has no fixed plans and is not intent on arriving. Let this wisdom guide your transition into sleep. There is no need to strive or struggle. Like a leaf carried on a gentle current, allow yourself to be conveyed naturally into deeper states of relaxation." Marco returned from his travels with treasures both material and immaterial. Jewels and silks, yes, but also memories, insights, and expanded awareness. As you drift towards sleep, you carry with you the treasures of this day now ending, Experiences, connections, moments of joy or learning, all safely stored within you, enriching your inner landscape. Just as Marco's most valuable legacy was the book that shared his experiences with generations to come, the rest you now enter will consolidate your own experiences, transforming them from the immediate present into memory and knowledge that will serve you in days to come. Sleep is the great alchemist, turning the raw material of daily life into the gold of renewal and integration. The desert nights Marco experienced on his journey would have revealed skies of extraordinary clarity, with stars seeming close enough to touch. As your consciousness now expands into the boundless space of approaching sleep, imagine looking up into such a night sky, vast, peaceful, illuminated by countless points of light. Your awareness becomes as open and receptive as that desert sky, embracing everything while attaching to nothing. The gentle rhythm of your breathing continues, like the steady pace of a camel caravan crossing sands that stretch to the horizon. Each exhalation releases any remaining tension in your body. Each inhalation brings fresh waves of relaxation. The rise and fall of your chest becomes increasingly subtle, increasingly peaceful. Marco Polo crossed boundaries between worlds, geographical, cultural, linguistic. Now you cross the boundary between wakefulness and sleep, that mysterious threshold where consciousness transforms itself. Like Marco entering unfamiliar territory with openness and trust, you move toward the deepening quiet of complete rest, carrying with you the echoes of distant journeys and the promise of renewal. As your journey into sleep becomes complete, know that the world awaits your return, just as Venice awaited Marco's Re. But for now, there is only this moment of perfect tranquility, this oasis of deep peace. Rest well, gentle traveler. Rest well. Part 2. As you settle comfortably beneath your covers tonight, allow your mind to drift back through the corridors of time to an ancient world filled with architectural marvels that once captivated the imagination of travelers and scholars alike. The 7 wonders of the ancient world stand as testaments to human ingenuity, ambition, and artistic vision structures so magnificent that they inspired awe across civilizations and continue to fascinate us even today, thousands of years after most have vanished from the earth. Our journey begins in the 3rd century BCE, when Philo of Byzantium compiled what is believed to be the original list of these 7 architectural marvels. Each wonder embodied the height of human achievement in its time monuments that pushed the boundaries of what seemed possible, created through the collective effort of thousands of hands working in harmony toward a shared vision of beauty and grandeur. Imagine yourself as an ancient traveler, perhaps a merchant or scholar, sailing the azure waters of the Mediterranean, your vessel guided by the gentle winds that carried adventurers across these historic seas. The rhythmic lapping of waves against the wooden hull provides a soothing backdrop as you approach the bustling harbor of Alexandria, Egypt. Rising above the city, reaching toward the heavens with its gleaming white limestone exterior, stands the first of our wonders, the Lighthouse of Alexandria. Also known as the Pharos of Alexandria, this magnificent structure guided ships safely to harbor for nearly 17 centuries. Constructed around 280 BCE during the reign of Ptolemy II, the lighthouse stood approximately 330 feet tall, roughly equivalent to a 30-story modern building. Picture the warm Egyptian sun reflecting off its pale surface, the structure visible from miles at sea, a reassuring beacon for weary sailors. The lighthouse consisted of 3 distinct sections: a lower square section built of massive stone blocks, a middle octagonal section, and a circular upper section that housed the light chamber. At its crown, an eternal flame was maintained, with a massive curved mirror behind it, likely made of polished bronze, that projected the light far out to sea. On clear nights, it is said that ships could detect its guiding light from almost 30 miles away. Feel the warm Mediterranean breeze against your skin as you imagine standing at the base of this colossal structure, looking up at its soaring height. The sound of seabirds fills the air, mingling with the distant calls of merchants in the harbor and the gentle, rhythmic crashing of waves against the shoreline. The lighthouse represented more than just a navigational aid. It symbolized the wealth, power, and scientific achievement of the Ptolemaic kingdom, a beacon of knowledge as well as light. For centuries, the Lighthouse of Alexandria stood watch over the harbor, surviving the fall of dynasties and the rise of new powers. It witnessed the Great Library of Alexandria in its prime, when scholars from across the known world gathered to study in the greatest repository of knowledge ever assembled. The lighthouse itself housed administrative offices and a garrison of soldiers. Some accounts even suggest it contained an ingenious hydraulic lift system that transported fuel to the fire chamber at its summit. Now, as your breathing slows and deepens with each passing moment, let us sail westward across the Mediterranean to the island of Rhodes, where another marvel awaited ancient travelers, the Colossus of Rhodes. This magnificent bronze statue of the Greek sun god Helios once stood approximately 108 feet tall near the harbor entrance, a testament to the gratitude and pride of the Rhodians after successfully resisting a siege in 305 BCE. Completed around 280 BCE, the Colossus took 12 years to build under the direction of the sculptor Chairs of Lindos. Imagine the painstaking process of its creation workers assembling a massive iron framework, carefully attaching shaped bronze plates to form the outer skin, gradually building upward as the god took shape before their eyes. Contrary to popular depictions, historical evidence suggests the Colossus did not straddle the harbor entrance with ships passing between its legs. Rather, it likely stood to one side, its imposing figure greeting vessels as they entered the protected waters of Rhodes. Picture the statue's serene face gazing out toward the horizon, one hand perhaps shading its eyes as it looked eastward toward the rising sun, the deity it represented. The warm bronze surface would have gleamed in the Mediterranean sunlight, visible for miles around, a shining testament to Rhodian craftsmanship and prosperity. At night, some accounts suggest that a fire might have been lit in a brazier held by the statue, creating a beacon effect similar to the lighthouse at Alexandria, though on a smaller scale. Sadly, the Colossus stood for only 56 years. In 226 BCE, a powerful earthquake shook Rhodes, causing the statue to break at the knees and topple. Even in its fallen state, the Colossus remained an impressive sight. Pliny the Elder wrote that few people could wrap their arms around the thumb of the fallen statue, and its fingers were larger than most statues of his time. Though the Rhodians received offers from various rulers to rebuild the fallen wonder, an oracle advised against it, and the broken pieces remained on the ground for over 800 years, continuing to draw visitors who marveled at its scale. Eventually, after the Arab conquest of Rhodes in 654 CE, the bronze was sold to a merchant who reportedly required 900 camels to transport the remains away from the island. As your eyelids grow heavier with each passing moment, let us continue our journey, sailing eastward past the shores of ancient Anatolia to the city of Babylon in what is now modern-day Iraq. Here, along the banks of the Euphrates River, King Nebuchadnezzar II created one of the most enchanting wonders of the ancient world, the Hanging Gardens of Babylon. Built around 600 BCE, these gardens were reportedly created to please Nebuchadnezzar's wife, Amytis of Media, who missed the lush green mountains of her homeland. Imagine the marvel of these ascending terraces of plants and trees, rising like a verdant mountain from the flat, sun-baked plains of Mesopotamia, paradise of green in the midst of an arid landscape. The gardens were an engineering marvel that demonstrated the advanced understanding of hydraulics possessed by Babylonian engineers. To maintain the lush vegetation in such a dry climate, an elaborate irrigation system was developed to bring water up from the Euphrates River to the highest levels of the gardens. Picture a series of screw pumps and chain pumps working tirelessly, operated perhaps by teams of laborers or driven by animal power, lifting life-giving water against the pull of gravity. The gardens themselves were built atop massive stone arches or vaults, arranged in tiers that rose to a height of approximately 75 feet. Each level was covered with a layer of reeds mixed with tar for waterproofing, topped with thick layers of soil deep enough to accommodate the roots of large trees. Pathways wound through the different levels, allowing visitors to stroll among exotic plants and trees collected from across the vast Persian Empire. Close your eyes and imagine the sensory experience of walking through these gardens, the cool shade provided by tall palms and flowering trees, a welcome respite from the Mesopotamian heat. The gentle sound of water trickling through channels and cascading in small waterfalls created a soothing backdrop. The air would have been sweetened by the fragrance of countless flowers and herbs, a perfumed oasis in the heart of the ancient city. Birds attracted by the verdant environment would have added their melodious songs to this peaceful sanctuary. Unlike other wonders on our list, substantial archaeological evidence of the Hanging Gardens has never been definitively found, leading some scholars to suggest they might have been more legend than reality. Others propose that the gardens may have actually been located in the Assyrian city of Nineveh rather than Babylon. Nevertheless, the detailed descriptions left by ancient writers like Strabo and Diodorus Siculus paint such a vivid picture that the Hanging Gardens remain firmly entrenched in our collective imagination as one of the great wonders of the ancient world. As the gentle weight of sleep begins to settle upon you, we pause our journey here, having visited 3 of the 7 magnificent wonders. Let the visions of the towering Lighthouse of Alexandria, the imposing Colossus of Rhodes, and the lush, hanging gardens of Babylon drift through your mind. Each represents the pinnacle of human achievement in its time, monuments to our innate desire to create beauty and to leave marks upon the world that outlast our brief lives. Tomorrow, we will continue our exploration of these ancient marvels, traveling to Greece to behold the magnificent statue of Zeus at Olympia, then onward to other wonders that once graced our world. For now, allow these images to gently fade as you drift towards sleep, cradled by the knowledge that throughout human history, we have reached for the extraordinary, creating moments of wonder that echo through the centuries. As you settle back into comfort, let us resume our journey through the ancient world, visiting the remaining wonders that once stood as testaments to human creativity and ambition. The gentle rhythm of your breathing mirrors the timeless pulse of history as we travel now to the sacred grounds of Olympia in Greece, site of the ancient Olympic Games and home to our next wonder. In a majestic temple surrounded by olive groves and the soft murmur of the Alpheus River sat the awe-inspiring statue of Zeus at Olympia. Completed around 435 BCE by the master sculptor Phidias, this seated figure of the king of the gods reached approximately 40 feet in height, nearly touching the roof of the temple built to house it. Close your eyes and imagine entering this sacred space. The cool interior, a stark contrast to the bright Mediterranean sunshine outside. As your vision adjusted to the dimmer light, the colossal figure of Zeus would gradually emerge from the shadows, his presence filling the chamber with divine majesty. Unlike the other wonders we've explored, this marvel was created not primarily as a demonstration of engineering prowess, but as an expression of religious devotion and artistic excellence. The statue depicted Zeus seated on an ornate throne, his skin crafted from carved ivory and his robes and ornaments made of pure gold. In his right hand, he held a small statue of Nike, the goddess of victory, while his left hand grasped a scepter topped with an eagle, his sacred bird. The sculptor Phidias established a workshop directly behind the temple, carefully designing each element of this massive chryselephantine gold and ivory statue. Imagine the painstaking process of creating such a work, artisans carefully shaping thin ivory plates that would be attached to a wooden framework to form the god's skin, craftsmen hammering sheets of gold to create the flowing robes that draped the divine figure. The throne itself was a wonder of artistic detail, adorned with scenes from Greek mythology inlaid with precious stones, ebony, and ivory. The effect on visitors was profound. The Greek traveler Pausanias wrote that those who beheld the statue felt that if Zeus were to stand up, he would have lifted off the roof of the temple. The Roman general Aemilius Paulus reportedly was moved to tears upon seeing it, feeling as though he had gazed upon the god himself rather than a mere representation. For over 8 centuries, the statue remained in its temple, drawing pilgrims and travelers from across the Mediterranean world. Eventually, in the 5th century CE, it was transported to Constantinople, where it was destroyed in a fire in 475 CE. Though the statue itself is lost to time, small reproductions on coins and detailed descriptions in ancient texts allow us to envision this remarkable achievement of classical art. As your muscles relax more deeply into restful comfort, let us continue our journey eastward again, returning to Anatolia in what is now modern Turkey. Here, in the Greek city of Ephesus, stood one of the most renowned and revered structures of the ancient world, the Temple of Artemis. Imagine approaching the city from the sea, as many ancient travelers would have done. As you round the harbor and look inland, your eyes are drawn to a magnificent structure rising majestically above the surrounding landscape. The Temple of Artemis was truly immense, approximately 425 feet long and 225 feet wide, with 127 columns each standing 60 feet high supporting its massive roof. Each column was made from a single piece of marble, transported with tremendous effort from quarries miles away. The temple we recognize as one of the 7 wonders was actually the 3rd temple built on this site. The first was destroyed by flood, and the second was famously burned by a man named Herostratus in 356 BCE, who sought fame through destruction. Coincidentally, this act of arson occurred on the same night that Alexander the Great was born, leading to the saying that Artemis was too busy attending Alexander's birth to save her temple. The third and most magnificent version was built with contributions from throughout the Greek world. Picture the bustling construction site, hundreds of workers carefully positioning enormous marble drums to form the columns, skilled artisans carving intricate reliefs into the frieze, architects consulting their plans as the massive structure gradually took shape over several decades. The temple was dedicated to Artemis, the Greek goddess of the hunt, wilderness, childbirth, and the moon. The cult statue within depicted her in a form unique to Ephesusa figure, adorned with multiple breast-like protrusions that scholars now believe may have represented eggs, gourds, or bull testicles, symbols of fertility and abundance rather than human anatomy. The Temple of Artemis served not only as a religious sanctuary but also as one of the first banks in the ancient world. Its sanctity made it an ideal place for people to store valuables, and many wealthy individuals and even kings deposited funds there for safekeeping. The temple's treasury became so significant that it influenced the economy of the entire region. For centuries, the temple stood as a center of worship and pilgrimage. Gradually, as Christianity spread through the Roman Empire, the prominence of the pagan temple diminished. It suffered damage from Gothic raids in 268 CE and was finally closed by the Christian Emperor Theodosius I in 391 CE. Over subsequent centuries, its marble was repurposed for other buildings, including the magnificent Hagia Sophia in Constantinople. Today, Only a single reconstructed column and scattered foundation stones mark the site of this once magnificent structure. Yet, in your mind's eye, you can see it still gleaming white in the Anatolian sunshine, its massive columns casting long shadows across the sacred precinct, pilgrims bringing offerings to the goddess whose house was counted among the wonders of the world. As your breathing becomes slower and more rhythmic, we travel now to the ancient city of Halicarnassus, modern-day Bodrum in Turkey. Here stood the majestic tomb of Mausolus, a structure so magnificent that it gave us the word mausoleum to describe grand burial monuments. Mausolus was the satrap, governor of Korea, ruling from 377 to 353 BCE. During his reign, he moved the capital from inland Mylasa to coastal Halicarnassus, transforming it into a city of splendor. Upon his death, his wife and sister Artemisia, as was the custom among Carian nobility, commissioned a tomb of unprecedented magnificence to honor his memory. The mausoleum at Halicarnassus rose approximately 140 feet into the clear blue Aegean sky. Picture its elegant, harmonious design, a rectangular base supporting a set of 36 Ionic columns, above which sat a pyramid of 24 steps crowned with a quadriga, a 4-horse chariot sculpture carrying figures of Mausolus and Artemisia. What made this wonder particularly remarkable was the quality and quantity of sculptural decoration that adorned it. Artemisia commissioned 4 of the most renowned sculptors of the Greek world: Scopas, Bryaxis, Leocares, and Timothousiac, responsible for decorating one side of the monument. Imagine the creativity and skill embodied in the friezes that encircled the base, depicting scenes of battles between Greeks and Amazons, and the many freestanding sculptures that adorned the various levels of the structure. Artemisia did not live to see the mausoleum completed, dying just 2 years after her husband. According to Pliny the Elder, however, the artists chose to complete the monument even after her death, considering it important both to honor their contracts and to create a lasting testament to their own artistic abilities. For nearly 1,900 years, the mausoleum stood as a testament to love and artistic achievement. It survived the conquest of Halicarnassus by Alexander the Great, though the city around it was largely destroyed. Eventually, a series of earthquakes between the 12th and 15th centuries CE damaged the structure. In the early 16th century, Knights of St. John used the fallen stones to strengthen the nearby castle of St. Peter, and many of the surviving sculptures were later acquired by the British Museum, where they remain today. As heaviness begins to settle more deeply into your limbs, our journey through the ancient wonders continues to the shores of the mighty Nile River in Egypt. Here, standing for millennia before any of the other wonders were even conceived, rise the Great Pyramids of Giza, with the Pyramid of Khufu, also known as the Great Pyramid, distinguished as the wonder on our list. Built around 2560 BCE, the Great Pyramid stands as the oldest and only surviving structure among the 7 wonders. Imagine the Egypt of 4,500 years ago, fertile Nile Valley teeming with life against the backdrop of golden desert sands. From this landscape rose a monument of such perfect geometry and massive scale that it remained the tallest human-made structure on Earth for nearly 4,000 years. The numbers associated with the Great Pyramid remain astonishing, even by modern standards. It originally stood 481 feet tall, though erosion has reduced this slightly over the millennia, and consists of an estimated 2.3 million stone blocks, each weighing between 2.5 and 15 tons. The base covers an area of approximately 13 acres, and the structure is aligned with remarkable precision to the cardinal directions, with the average error being less than 0.05 degrees. Picture the massive construction project. that created this wonder. Thousands of workers quarrying enormous stone blocks, transporting them to the construction site using wooden sleds, ramps, and the seasonal flooding of the Nile, then carefully positioning each block with such precision that in many places you cannot insert even a knife blade between them. Recent discoveries suggest that many of the workers were not slaves, as once thought, but paid laborers and craftsmen who worked in rotating shifts, living in a purpose-built village near the construction site. The interior of the pyramid contains several chambers connected by narrow passages. The king's chamber, located deep within the structure, was built entirely of granite, with several relieving chambers above it to distribute the immense weight. The queen's chamber, likely misnamed, as it probably did not contain a queen, and the subterranean chamber remain as testimonies to the architectural complexity of this ancient structure. For over 4 millennia, the Great Pyramid has stood as a silent sentinel on the Giza Plateau, witnessing the rise and fall of countless civilizations. It has endured invasions, attempts at disassembly, and the relentless erosion of wind and occasional rain. Though its polished limestone casing stones were largely removed centuries ago to build structures in nearby Cairo, the core of the pyramid remains, a testament to the vision of Pharaoh Khufu and the skill of the ancient Egyptian builders. As your eyes grow heavier and your thoughts begin to drift more gently, we have now visited 6 of the 7 ancient wonders. Each represents a pinnacle of human achievement in its time, expressions of religious devotion, political power, artistic excellence, and engineering skill. These monuments remind us that throughout human history, we have sought to create works that inspire awe and transcend the ordinary boundaries of what seems possible. In our next segment, we will explore the final wonder, the magnificent gardens that adorned ancient Babylon, and reflect on the legacy these 7 wonders have left upon human civilization. For now, allow the images of these majestic structures to gently fade, replaced by the peaceful emptiness that precedes deep and restful sleep. The ancient wonders have stood sentinel over human dreams for thousands of years. Now they stand watch over yours as you drift towards slumber. As you settle even more deeply into comfort, we approach the final chapters of our journey through the ancient wonders. Our exploration has taken us across the Mediterranean world, from the shores of Egypt to the plains of Mesopotamia, from the sacred grounds of Greece to the coastal cities of Anatolia. With each wonder, we have witnessed the remarkable achievements of ancient civilizations, their aspirations cast in stone, bronze, and gold. We have one final wonder to explore, perhaps the most breathtaking of them all. In the heart of Egypt's ancient capital, Memphis, not far from where the Great Pyramid stands, once rose the magnificent mausoleum of Halicarnassus. No, forgive me, we have already visited that wonder. Our journey has been so captivating that I momentarily lost track of our path. We have indeed already explored all 7 traditional wonders: the Great Pyramid of Giza, the Hanging Gardens of Babylon, the Temple of Artemis at Ephesus, the statue of Zeus at Olympia, the Mausoleum at Halicarnassus, the Colossus of Rhodes, and the Lighthouse of Alexandria. As you breathe deeply and regularly now, let us take this final opportunity to reflect on these magnificent achievements and what they tell us about our shared human journey. These 7 wonders, spanning nearly 2,000 years of ancient history, represent more than just architectural and artistic triumphs. They embody humanity's eternal desire to create meaning, to honor our beliefs, to demonstrate our capabilities, and perhaps to achieve a kind of immortality through works that outlast their creators. Imagine yourself now as a traveler in the ancient world who has been fortunate enough to have seen all 7 wonders. What impressions would remain with you? Perhaps you would marvel at the diversity of human ingenuity, how different cultures, solving different challenges, created works of such varied character, yet similar ambition. The precise, mathematical perfection of the Great Pyramid contrasts with the artistic expressiveness of the statue of Zeus. The functional brilliance of the Lighthouse of Alexandria stands apart from the devotional splendor of the Temple of Artemis. Yet all share a common thread, the desire to reach beyond the ordinary, to create something extraordinary. As your breathing becomes ever more peaceful, consider how these ancient wonders connected to the celestial realm that now watches over your rest. Many incorporated astronomical alignments, the Great Pyramid's passages pointing to specific stars, the Lighthouse of Alexandria guiding sailors navigating by those same stars, the Temple of Artemis honoring a goddess associated with the moon. Our ancestors looked to the same night sky that blankets you now, finding in its vastness inspiration for their greatest works. The gentle weight of sleep begins to press more heavily upon you as we consider the transience of even our most magnificent creations. Of the 7 wonders, only the Great Pyramid remains substantially intact. The others have succumbed to earthquakes, fires, wars, or simply the patient erosion of time. Yet in their passing, they remind us of an essential truth, that beauty, though often fleeting, leaves an indelible impression on the human spirit. The Colossus stood for barely half a century, yet its image endures in our collective imagination more than 2 millennia later. The 7 wonders also tell us something about the nature of human memory and how we choose what to remember. The ancient writers who compiled these lists were subjective in their selections, inevitably influenced by their cultural perspectives. Other magnificent structures like the Great Wall of China, the complexes of Angkor Wat, or the cities of the Maya were unknown to them. Our awareness of what constitutes wonder continues to evolve as our knowledge of world cultures expands. As your thoughts become gentler and more diffuse, like evening clouds softly dissolving into the darkening sky, consider how the creators of these wonders might never have imagined that people would still speak of their works thousands of years later. The architects, artists, and laborers who spent their lives raising these monuments could not have known that their efforts would inspire countless generations to follow. There is something profoundly moving about this unconscious legacy, the way human creativity continues to resonate across the centuries, touching lives far beyond the horizon of its creator's imagination. The rhythmic sound of your breathing now mirrors the timeless rhythm of human striving and creation. Throughout history, we have built, destroyed, and built again, each generation leaving its mark upon the world, each civilization reaching for its own version of wonder. The pyramids were already ancient when the Lighthouse of Alexandria was new. The Temple of Artemis was legendary when the Colossus was being planned. Each wonder emerged from the accumulated knowledge and aspirations of its time, building upon what came before. Feel the gentle heaviness of your body against the bed, fully supported and at rest, as we consider how these monuments connected to the earth beneath them. Each required a profound understanding of the land engineers assessing soil conditions for massive foundations, quarry masters identifying suitable stone, architects orienting structures to withstand local weather conditions. These wonders grew from an intimate knowledge of place, a dialogue between human intention and natural circumstance. The stars continue their slow procession across the night sky above you, just as they have done since time immemorial. Imagine the night skies that illuminated the 7 wonders throughout their existence, countless moons rising over the hanging gardens, innumerable constellations reflected in the harbor waters beneath the Colossus, the gentle light of dawn touching the marble columns of the Temple of Artemis day after day, century after century. Your breathing has found its perfect rhythm now, steady and deep, as we reflect on how these ancient wonders connected people to one another. Each required the coordinated effort of thousands, from rulers who commissioned them to architects who designed them, from skilled artisans who created their finest details to laborers who moved their massive stones. These monuments represent not just technical achievement, but social achievement, the ability of humans to work together toward shared goals, to combine their talents and energies in service of a vision larger than any individual. As sleep draws ever nearer, wrapping around you like a soft blanket on a winter's evening, consider how these wonders served as anchors for human identity. The lighthouse proclaimed Alexandria as a center of commerce and learning. The mausoleum declared the cultural aspirations of Caria. The Temple of Artemis established Ephesus as a religious center. Places became known by their monuments. Cities identified with their wonders. These structures helped people answer the eternal question, who are we? Their presence said, this is what we value. This is what we can achieve. This is who we are. The gentle weight of your eyelids grows heavier with each passing moment as we consider the sensory experiences these wonders once offered. Imagine the scent of incense wafting through the Temple of Artemis, the cool shade provided by the trees of the hanging gardens, the sound of the sea crashing against the base of the lighthouse, the play of sunlight across the gold-draped figure of Zeus. These monuments engaged all the senses, creating not just visual but full-bodied experiences for those fortunate enough to behold them. As your awareness of the outer world begins to fade, replaced by the peaceful inner landscape that precedes dreams, consider how the seven wonders served as bridges between the material and spiritual realms. Many were explicitly religious temples to deities or tombs ensuring proper passage to the afterlife. Even the more secular structures like the lighthouse or the colossus contained religious elements and symbolism. These wonders expressed humanity's perennial search for meaning, our desire to connect with something beyond our immediate physical existence. Your breathing has become so gentle now, so peaceful, mirroring the tranquil waters that once surrounded the island of Rhodes where the mighty colossus stood. Like waves softly lapping against ancient shores, each breath carries you further from wakefulness, deeper toward the realm of dreams where, perhaps, you might catch glimpses of these lost wonders restored to their original glory. The Great Pyramid, standing in silent dignity for over 4 millennia, reminds us of the enduring nature of human achievement. As your consciousness begins to drift, like desert sands shifting in a gentle breeze, know that you too are part of this long human story of creation and wonder. The same capacity for imagination that conceived these 7 marvels lives within you, expressed in ways both humble and profound throughout your own life journey. The hanging gardens, with their cascading greenery and flowing waters, remind us of the beauty that emerges when human ingenuity harmonizes with natural elements. As your muscles release their final tension, melting into complete relaxation, imagine yourself resting in such a garden, the soft murmur of water, the fragrance of flowers, the dappled shade of trees creating a perfect sanctuary for peaceful repose. Sleep approaches now like an old friend, familiar and welcome. The boundaries between thoughts become indistinct, like the horizon line blurring at twilight. The 7 wonders fade gently from focus, having served their purpose as companions on your journey towards slumber. They return to their places in history and imagination, standing watch over human dreams as they have done for centuries. As you drift now into the welcoming embrace of sleep, know that the wonder of the ancient world continues in you and your capacity for awe, your appreciation of beauty, your connection to the long human story that stretches behind and before you. The same stars that guided ancient navigators to the Lighthouse of Alexandria now shine above you, constant and reassuring in their ancient light. Rest now in the knowledge that you are part of this unbroken chain of human experience, linked to those who created and marveled at the 7 wonders, just as surely as you are connected to those who will dream new wonders in centuries yet to come. Sleep peacefully, cradled in this timeless continuity, as the world turns and the stars maintain their silent vigil over human dreams both ancient and new. As you settle in and prepare for rest, allow your mind to travel back to ancient Athens, to a time when philosophy was blossoming under the warm Mediterranean sun. Here, in the 4th century BCE, lived a philosopher named Plato, whose teachings would shape Western thought for millennia to come. Among his most profound and enduring ideas was the allegory of the cave, a story that invites us to question the nature of reality, knowledge, and our own perceptions. Imagine the city of Athens in Plato's time. The white marble of the Parthenon gleams in the sunlight, standing proudly atop the Acropolis. In the agora below, citizens gather in the shade of olive trees to discuss politics, art, and the great questions of existence. Along these bustling streets walks Plato, a student of Socrates and teacher of Aristotle, carrying within him ideas that would echo through centuries. Plato founded his academy in a quiet grove just outside the city walls. Picture this tranquil space, a garden of olive and plane trees where students gathered to engage in philosophical dialogue. The air is fragrant with herbs, and birdsong accompanies the gentle voices of teacher and pupils. It was here, in this peaceful setting, that Plato developed and shared the allegory we'll explore tonight. The allegory of the cave appears in Plato's work, The Republic, written as a dialogue between Socrates and several other characters. The dialogue explores the ideal state and the nature of justice, but within it lies this remarkable parable about human perception and the journey toward enlightenment. As you rest comfortably, allow this ancient wisdom to wash over you like gentle waves upon a shore. Plato begins his allegory by asking us to imagine a cave where people have been imprisoned since childhood. These prisoners are chained so that they cannot move, facing a blank wall with a fire burning behind them. Between the fire and the prisoners is a raised walkway, along which people pass, carrying various objects that cast shadows on the wall the prisoners face. As you visualize this cave, feel the cool, damp stone surrounding you. The prisoners sit in rows, their limbs bound by heavy chains that prevent them from turning their heads. They have never known any other reality beyond the shadowy wall before them. The flickering firelight creates a dance of shadows, their entire universe contained in these shifting dark forms. The prisoners, having never seen anything else, believe these shadows to be reality itself. They give names to the shadows, discuss them, and even predict which shapes might appear next. Their knowledge, their truth, their entire conception of the world is limited to these flat, distorted projections. Within their understanding, they have developed a language and system of knowledge that seems complete to them. Occasionally, sounds echo through the cave, voices from the people walking along the raised path, which the prisoners mistake as coming from the shadows themselves. This further reinforces their belief in the reality of these shadow figures. The acoustics of the cave, the way sound bounces off stone walls and returns distorted, becomes part of their perception of what is real. Now, Plato asks us to imagine what would happen if one prisoner were freed from his chains. At first, turning toward the fire would be painful. After a lifetime of dimness, the light would burn his eyes, causing him physical discomfort and confusion. The objects creating the shadows, now visible in their true form, would seem less real to him than the shadows he had always known. He might even prefer to return to his familiar world of shadows, where understanding seemed simpler and more certain. If this freed prisoner were forced to look directly at the fire, the pain would intensify. Imagine the disorientation he would feel, everything he had believed about the world suddenly called into question. The real objects would appear strange and incomprehensible compared to their shadows. His first impulse might be to reject this new vision, to retreat back to the comfort of his chains and the familiarity of shadow watching. But what if, Plato continues, the freed prisoner were dragged out of the cave entirely? Emerging into the sunlight would be even more painful and disorienting. The bright world outside would overwhelm his senses. Gradually, however, his eyes would adjust. First, he might look at reflections in water, then at objects themselves, then up at the night sky to see the moon and stars, and finally, he could look at the sun itself, the source of all light, and, in Plato's metaphor, all truth. As you breathe deeply and continue to relax, consider the prisoner's journey from darkness to light. With each breath, feel yourself expanding into new understanding, just as the prisoner's world expanded beyond the confines of the cave. The discomfort of new ideas gives way to the wonder of a broader perspective, a more complete vision of reality. Upon coming to understand the world outside the cave, the freed prisoner would pity his former companions still chained below. He would remember the life they shared, the shadow-guessing games, the limited horizon of their knowledge, and feel both compassion for their condition and gratitude for his liberation. His entire perspective has shifted. What once seemed like wisdom now appears as ignorance. Imagine this freed individual returning to the cave, descending back into the darkness after experiencing the brilliance of the sun. His eyes, now accustomed to daylight, would struggle to adjust to the dimness. The shadows that once constituted his entire reality would now seem obviously incomplete, mere projections of a much richer world beyond. If he were to rejoin his fellow prisoners and try to explain what he had seen, they would likely mock him. His eyes, unaccustomed to the dark, would no longer discern the shadows as clearly as they could. The others might conclude that his journey had ruined his vision and damaged his mind. They might even become hostile to his descriptions of a world beyond their comprehension. Plato suggests that if the prisoners could lay hands on whoever was trying to free them and lead them upward, they would kill him. This stark image illustrates how deeply people can become attached to their established worldviews, how threatening new knowledge can appear when it challenges fundamental beliefs. As your body grows heavier and your mind more receptive, consider the courage required to question one's most basic assumptions about reality. The freed prisoner's journey represents the philosopher's path, moving from the realm of opinion and appearance toward knowledge of what truly is. It is not an easy journey, but one that transforms the traveler completely. The allegory resonates with us because we can recognize ourselves in these cave dwellers. We too live within the constraints of our perceptions, our cultural conditioning, and the limitations of our senses. What shadows might we be watching, mistaking for reality? What chains might be binding us to narrow perspectives? The fire in the cave represents our everyday sources of information, perhaps comparable to education, media, or conventional wisdom in our modern world. It allows us to see, but only in a limited way. The true sunlight outside represents a higher form of understanding that illuminates reality more completely. As you continue to relax more deeply, let your breathing become slow and natural. Like the prisoner gradually adjusting to new levels of light, allow your awareness to gently expand. There is no need to strain or struggle. Understanding unfolds in its own time, like a flower opening to the morning sun. As your body continues to settle and your mind drifts deeper into this ancient tale, let us further explore the rich layers of meaning in Plato's allegory. The journey from the shadowy cave into the sunlit world represents more than just a physical movement. It symbolizes the philosophical path from ignorance to wisdom, from illusion to truth. In Plato's philosophy, reality exists on different levels. The shadows on the cave wall represent the lowest level of knowledge, what Plato called eikasia, or imagination. This is the realm of images, reflections, and shadows, appearances that are several steps removed from true reality. As you sink deeper into comfort, consider how often we might mistake such reflections for the things themselves. The objects being carried along the walkway represent the next level of understanding, what Plato termed pistis, or belief. These are physical objects in the material world, more real than shadows but still not the highest form of reality. In our daily lives, we interact with this physical world, believing in its solidity and permanence, yet Plato suggests that even this is not the deepest truth. Outside the cave, the world illuminated by sunlight represents a higher level of cognition, dianoia or thinking. Here, the freed prisoner begins to understand mathematical and scientific concepts, seeing patterns and relationships beyond mere physical objects. The stars, moon, and natural world offer a more coherent and comprehensive vision of reality than the isolated objects in the cave. Finally, the sun itself symbolizes the highest form of knowledge, noesis or understanding. This is direct apprehension of what Plato called the forms or ideas, the perfect, eternal templates that give rise to everything in the physical world. The sun, giver of light and life, represents the form of the good, the ultimate source of all truth, beauty, and justice. As you breathe deeply and regularly, imagine your own mind ascending through these levels of understanding, each breath bringing clarity and expansion. There is no hurry, no destination to reach. Like the prisoner whose eyes must adjust gradually to increasing light, wisdom unfolds in its own perfect timing. For Plato, education is not simply about acquiring information. It is about turning the soul toward the light, reorienting one's entire being toward truth. The Greek word for this process is periagog, a turning around of the whole person. True learning is transformative. It changes not just what we know, but who we are. The chains that bind the prisoners represent our attachment to sensory experience and conventional thinking. These chains are both physical and psychological. The habits of perception and thought that keep us focused on shadows rather than reality. As you feel the weight of your body against the bed, notice how physical sensations can anchor us to immediate experience, sometimes preventing us from seeing beyond appearances. The freed prisoner's painful adjustment to the light parallels the discomfort we feel when our cherished beliefs are challenged. New understanding often begins with confusion, even resistance. The philosopher's path is not always comfortable, but the temporary disorientation gives way to a more comprehensive vision. When the freed prisoner returns to the cave, his difficulty seeing in the darkness represents how radical new perspectives can make it challenging to communicate with those who haven't shared the journey. The prisoner has been fundamentally changed by his experience of the world beyond the cave. He can no longer perceive or think as he once did. The hostility of the remaining prisoners toward their freed companion reflects the social resistance often faced by those who challenge conventional wisdom. Throughout history, from Socrates himself, who was condemned to death, to Galileo and beyond, those who question established beliefs have often met with opposition, even persecution. As you sink deeper into relaxation, consider how Plato's allegory relates to your own experience. Have there been moments in your life when a new understanding dawned, transforming how you see the world? Perhaps it was gradual, like the prisoner's eyes slowly adjusting to sunlight, or perhaps it came as a sudden revelation, a moment of clarity that changed everything. The journey out of the cave is not a one-time event, but a continuous process of awakening. Each new level of understanding reveals previously unseen dimensions of reality. The philosopher does not reach a final destination, but continues to seek deeper truth, approaching but never fully grasping the ultimate form of the good. Plato believed that the soul has an innate affinity for truth. Just as the eye is naturally drawn to light, the soul yearns for understanding. Learning is remembering what the soul already knows at some level, a recollection of eternal truths temporarily forgotten in our embodied state. This process of remembering, of recognizing truth when we encounter it, feels like coming home to something we've always known. The divided line is another metaphor Plato uses alongside the cave allegory. He describes a line divided into 4 segments, representing the 4 levels of knowledge, from images and shadows at the lowest level, to physical objects, to mathematical reasoning, and finally to philosophical understanding. Each level transcends and includes the previous one, forming a continuous spectrum of knowing. As your breath becomes slower and more regular, imagine your awareness expanding along this spectrum, embracing each level while reaching toward greater clarity. There is spaciousness in this vision, room for both the practical wisdom of everyday life and the deeper insights of philosophical reflection. For Plato, the ultimate aim of philosophy is not just personal enlightenment, but the betterment of society. The freed prisoner returns to the cave despite the difficulties because there is an ethical obligation to share truth with others. The philosopher king in Plato's ideal republic is one who has seen the good and returns to guide the community toward justice. This ethical dimension gives the allegory its continued relevance. It challenges us to consider our responsibility toward knowledge, not just to seek truth for ourselves, but to help illuminate the path for others. Yet it also reminds us of the patience and compassion needed when sharing new perspectives that may initially seem threatening or incomprehensible. As night deepens around you, consider the interplay of darkness and light in your own life journey, times of confusion or uncertainty. The dark nights of the soul often precede moments of insight and clarity. The shadows in the cave are not merely obstacles to overcome, but necessary contrasts that help us recognize and appreciate the light when it appears. The prisoners in the cave are not at fault for their limited perspective. They have been confined since childhood, never knowing another reality. This detail invites us toward compassion rather than judgment for ourselves and others. We all begin in some form of cave, perceiving reality through the filters of our particular time, place, and culture. As your body grows heavier and your thoughts more diffuse, notice how the boundaries between ideas begin to soften. This loosening of conceptual frameworks parallels the freed prisoner's experience as rigid categories give way to more fluid understanding. Sleep approaches like a gentle tide, carrying you toward dreams where new connections and insights may emerge. The fire in the cave creates both illumination and shadow, allowing the prisoners to see something while simultaneously distorting their vision. This paradox reminds us that our sources of knowledge can both reveal and conceal, clarify and confuse. Even language itself, our primary tool for understanding, can limit as well as liberate our thinking. Breathe deeply and feel yourself merging with this ancient story. Across the centuries, Plato's voice still speaks, inviting us to look beyond appearances, to question our assumptions, to turn toward the light of deeper understanding. There is timelessness in this journey. Each generation makes it anew, yet the path itself remains ever present. As we enter the final part of our journey through Plato's timeless allegory, let your mind and body surrender completely to rest. The cave, the prisoners, the ascent into sunlight. These images now float gently in your consciousness like stars reflected in still water. Your breathing has found its natural rhythm, deep and regular, carrying you gradually toward the peaceful shores of sleep. The allegory of the cave continues to resonate across millennia because it speaks to the universal human experience of awakening. We all begin with limited understanding and gradually expand our vision throughout life. Sometimes this expansion happens through formal education, sometimes through personal experience, sometimes through moments of insight that arrive unexpectedly, like sunlight breaking through clouds. Plato lived in a time of political turmoil in Athens. The democracy he knew had condemned his teacher Socrates to death, a profound injustice that shaped his thinking about governance and truth. The allegory can be read as his response to this tragedy, a reminder that societies governed by shadowy opinions rather than wisdom may make terrible mistakes, condemning the very people who might lead them toward greater enlightenment. The journey from the cave into daylight is not merely intellectual but involves the whole person. Notice how your entire being participates in the transition toward sleep, your muscles relaxing, your breath deepening, your thoughts becoming less linear and more dreamlike. This integration of body, emotion, and mind reflects Plato's holistic approach to knowledge, which engages our complete humanity. As you continue to relax more deeply, imagine the quality of light that bathes the world outside Plato's cave. It is not harsh or glaring, but clear and revealing, allowing each thing to appear as it truly is. This gentle illumination is like the awareness that pervades your body now, soft, expansive, revealing without judgment the sensations and thoughts that arise and pass away. In the allegory of the cave, Plato presents the sun as the source of all visibility and growth. Without sunlight, nothing could be seen or flourish. Similarly, in his philosophy, the form of the good makes all knowledge possible. It is the ultimate source of truth, beauty, and justice. Not just one good thing among many, but the principle of goodness itself, from which all particular goods derive. As your breathing continues its peaceful rhythm, imagine this goodness as a presence that surrounds and supports you, like the air you breathe or the bed that holds your resting body. It is not something to grasp or achieve, but a reality in which you already participate, even as you move toward deeper rest and renewal. The entire cosmos, in Plato's vision, exhibits harmony and proportion. The movements of the heavenly bodies reflect mathematical relationships that mirror the order within the human soul. As above, so below. This correspondence between macrocosm and microcosm suggests that by understanding ourselves more deeply, we come to comprehend the universe, and by studying the patterns of nature, we learn about our own inner landscape. Feel how your breathing has established its own natural harmony, neither forced nor restricted. This rhythm connects you to the greater patterns of nature, the ebb and flow of tides, the cycles of the moon, the turning of seasons. You are part of this cosmic dance, this beautiful ordering of being that Plato glimpsed and articulated through his philosophy. For the prisoners who remain in the cave, the shadows constitute their entire reality. They have developed a language to describe these shadows, perhaps even theories about how they behave and what causes them to appear in certain sequences. There is a kind of knowledge within the cave, a system of understanding that is internally consistent, yet fundamentally limited. This aspect of the allegory reminds us to hold our own knowledge systems with humility. No matter how sophisticated our understanding, there may always be dimensions of reality that lie beyond our current perception. The freed prisoner's journey is a reminder to remain open to greater truth, to the possibility that what we now know with certainty may someday appear as partial or shadowy. As sleep draws nearer, let go of any need to grasp or control your understanding. Allow meanings to unfold naturally, like flowers opening in their own time. The deepest insights often come not through striving, but through receptivity, creating space for truth to reveal itself when mind and heart are ready. The return of the freed prisoner to the cave carries a profound message about compassion and service. Despite the difficulties of communicating with those still in darkness, despite the risk of ridicule, or worse, the one who has seen the light feels compelled to share this vision with others. This gesture reflects Plato's belief that wisdom brings responsibility to live not only for oneself, but for the common good. As your body rests more heavily against the bed, imagine this quality of compassionate wisdom suffusing your being. With each breath, feel any tension or striving gently dissolving. There is nothing to prove, nothing to defend. Like the philosopher who has glimpsed reality beyond appearances, you can rest in a deeper knowing that transcends the need for certainty or control. The journey described in the allegory is both personal and collective. Individuals awaken to broader understanding, but societies too can move from shadow to substance, from opinion to wisdom. Plato's vision of the philosopher king, the leader who has seen the good and returns to guide others, reflects his hope for social transformation through enlightened governance. As your awareness continues to expand and soften, encompass both your individual journey and your connection to the greater human story. Your rest tonight is part of the great rhythm of human life, the alternation of activity and repose, learning and integration, seeking and finding that has characterized our species throughout history. The path from cave to sunlight is rarely straight or simple. The freed prisoner stumbles, feels pain, doubts the new vision. This acknowledgement of difficulty is an essential part of Plato's wisdom. True growth often involves disorientation and discomfort before new clarity emerges. In your own journey towards sleep, you may notice thoughts or sensations that briefly pull you back to wakefulness. Allow these to arise and pass without resistance, knowing that the overall movement is toward deeper rest. Stars are now appearing in the night sky above our philosophical landscape. Imagine looking up at these same stars that Plato himself observed in the clear Athenian night. For him, the orderly movements of celestial bodies represented divine intelligence, the rational pattern underlying all existence. As you gaze at this vast canopy of stars, feel your own breathing aligning with this cosmic order, this beautiful dance of light in darkness. The quality of your breathing has likely changed as you've listened to this ancient story. Perhaps it has become deeper, slower, more regular, like gentle waves washing upon a shore. Each breath now carries you further into relaxation, further from the concerns of waking life, closer to the mysterious realm of sleep where dreams unfold their own wisdom. In the space between wakefulness and sleep, we sometimes experience insights or images that seem to arise from a deeper place than ordinary thinking. Hypnagogic consciousness, this twilight state of mind, has its own wisdom. Neither the sharp clarity of daylight awareness, nor the complete surrender of deep sleep. It offers a kind of knowing that bridges worlds, much like the freed prisoner who can move between cave and sunlight. As you hover in this in-between space, notice how thoughts begin to transform into images, how logic gives way to association, how the boundaries between concepts become more fluid. This natural transition mirrors the philosophical journey from rigid categorization toward more holistic understanding, from shadow watching to comprehending the interconnected nature of reality. Night deepens around you now, wrapping you in its velvet darkness. Unlike the prisoners chained in the cave, you rest freely in this darkness, knowing it as part of the natural cycle that balances light. Your breathing continues its peaceful rhythm. In and out, rise and fall, like the eternal alternation of day and night, like the pulsing of stars in the vast cosmos. The allegory of the cave concludes with Plato's suggestion that the freed prisoner would prefer to serve as a humble laborer in the world of light rather than return to his former status in the world of shadows. This preference speaks to the profound satisfaction that comes with genuine understanding, a contentment that transcends social position or external recognition. As sleep approaches like a gentle friend, feel this same contentment spreading through your being. There is nothing to achieve, nothing to solve or understand in this moment. Like the philosopher who has glimpsed eternal truth, you can rest in the simple rightness of being, in the natural wisdom of your body as it prepares for renewal through sleep. Plato's allegory, like all great philosophical works, doesn't end with answers, but opens into questions that each person must explore. What are the shadows in your life that you might have mistaken for reality? What chains might still bind your perception? What would it mean for you to turn toward greater light? These questions needn't be answered now. They can rest with you, germinating in the fertile soil of sleep. Your breathing has become the gentle thread that connects you to the present moment, to this bed, to the quiet darkness that surrounds you. Each breath is complete in itself, arising, filling, emptying, pausing, a perfect cycle that requires no effort or direction from you. Like the natural unfolding of understanding in Plato's allegory, your breath knows its own wisdom. As consciousness begins to dissolve its boundaries, imagine yourself releasing any last holds on waking awareness. The philosopher's journey from cave to sunlight, from shadow to substance, from opinion to wisdom, all this now merges with your own journey into sleep. The ancient story and your present experience intertwine like streams flowing toward the same ocean of rest. Sleep now approaches like the gentle rising of the tide, gradually covering the shore of wakefulness. The prisoners, the cave, the difficult ascent, the brilliant world beyond, all these images now drift like stars, reflected in the dark water of approaching dreams. Your body has become heavy and still, your thoughts increasingly distant and diffuse. Rest now in the knowledge that dawn will come in its own time, bringing new light, new understanding. The cycle continues, darkness and light, sleeping and waking, knowing and not knowing, an eternal dance that echoes Plato's vision of an ordered cosmos. For now, surrender completely to the wisdom of sleep, to the renewal it brings, to the dreams that may carry their own hidden truth. The story of the cave will be here whenever you wish to return to it, this ancient wisdom that still speaks across the centuries. But for now, let go completely, following your breath into the depths of restful sleep, where your mind and body find their perfect renewal in the gentle darkness of night. 3. In the soft twilight of ancient Mesoamerica, as stars began to appear one by one in the deepening blue canvas above, Maya astronomers would gather at their observatories, their eyes drawn to the heavens. These were not just casual stargazers, but skilled scientists whose understanding of celestial movements would astonish even modern astronomers. As you settle in and prepare for rest, let us journey together to a time when the Maya civilization flourished across what is now southern Mexico, Guatemala, Belize, Honduras, and El Salvador. The Maya civilization emerged around 2000 BCE and reached its magnificent peak during what scholars call the Classic Period, from about 250 to 900 CE. During these centuries, Maya cities like Tikal, Palenque, Copan, and Chichen Itza rose from the rainforests, their limestone pyramids and temples reaching skyward as if to touch the stars that so captivated their builders. The Maya people developed a sophisticated understanding of astronomy not in modern observatories with telescopes, but through patient, systematic observation with the naked eye. Generation after generation of Maya astronomers tracked the movements of the sun, moon, planets, and stars, recording their observations and passing this knowledge to their successors. This continuity of observation allowed them to detect patterns that unfold over decades or centuries, patterns that might escape notice in a single human lifetime. At the heart of Maya, astronomy was a profound understanding of time. Unlike our linear concept of time, the Maya viewed time as cyclical, with patterns that repeated in predictable ways. They developed several calendars to track these cycles, including the Tzolk'in, a 260-day sacred calendar, the Hab, a 365-day solar calendar, and the Long Count, which could track time over vast periods spanning thousands of years. Imagine standing in the central plaza of a Maya city as the sun rises. The morning light gradually illuminates elaborately carved, steely, tall stone monuments where important astronomical events and calendar calculations were recorded. These weren't mere decorations, but sophisticated scientific records, integrating mathematics, writing, art, and astronomy into a cohesive system of knowledge. The Maya method of tracking celestial bodies began with careful observation. Special buildings were constructed specifically for astronomical purposes. At Chichen Itza, the Caracol or observatory tower features windows precisely aligned to track the movements of Venus. At Uaxactún in Guatemala, a complex of buildings forms an astronomical observatory where the positions of the rising sun at the solstices and equinoxes could be tracked with remarkable precision. To understand the Maya achievement, we must appreciate that they accomplished all this without telescopes, sextants, or any of our modern instruments. They relied instead on careful visual alignment using architectural features. By noting exactly where celestial bodies rose or set relative to fixed points on the horizon, they could track subtle changes in the positions of stars and planets over time. The Maya were particularly fascinated by Venus, which they called Chak-ek, or Great Star. As the brightest object in the sky after the sun and moon, Venus captured their attention and became central to their mythology and royal rituals. The Dresden Codex, one of the few Maya books to survive Spanish conquest, contains detailed tables tracking the movements of Venus through its 584-day cycle with astonishing accuracy. This Venus cycle presented a particular challenge because the planet appears as both a morning and evening star during different parts of its orbit around the sun. The Maya not only recognized that the morning and evening star were the same celestial body, but predicted its appearances and disappearances with remarkable precision. Their calculations of the Venus cycle were accurate to within 2 hours over a 481-year period, a level of precision that would not be matched in Europe until the Renaissance. The movements of the sun were equally important to Maya astronomers. Their buildings were often aligned to track the solar year, with features that marked the solstices and equinoxes. At Chichen Itza, during the spring and autumn equinoxes, the late afternoon sun creates a pattern of light and shadow on the northern stairway of El Castillo Pyramid that resembles a serpent slithering down the steps, a deliberately engineered effect that demonstrates their precise understanding of the sun's annual journey. As twilight deepens in our imagination of the ancient Maya world, we might see astronomers at work, their eyes fixed on the horizon as Venus makes its appearance as the evening star. Perhaps they are marking the position on carved stone records or calculating how this appearance fits into their complex calendar system. A scribe nearby might be recording these observations in a codex made of fig bark paper coated with lime, using natural pigments to mark the position of the planets. The Maya understanding of celestial movements was not merely academic. It was deeply integrated into their religious beliefs, agricultural practices, and political systems. Kings timed important ceremonies to coincide with significant astronomical events, reinforcing their claimed connection to cosmic powers. Farmers used the astronomical calendars to determine the best times for planting and harvesting. The whole society moved to the rhythm of the celestial cycles identified by their astronomers. Consider the mathematical sophistication required for these calculations. The Maya developed a vigesimal, base -20, number system, complete with the concept of zero, a mathematical innovation they reached independently from Old World civilizations. Their number system used only 3 symbols, a dot representing 1, a bar representing 5, and a shell-like symbol representing 0. With these simple elements, they could express extraordinarily complex numbers and perform the calculations needed for their astronomical predictions. As the evening grows later and your breathing becomes more relaxed, picture yourself standing atop a Maya pyramid, the stone still warm from the day's sun beneath your feet. The sky above is clear and filled with stars, free from modern light pollution. In the distance, jungle sounds create a gentle background rhythm as you observe the same stars that the Maya astronomers studied with such dedication. The Maya recognized that celestial cycles do not align perfectly with one another. The solar year of approximately 365.25 days does not neatly match the 260-day Tzolk'in cycle or the 584-day Venus cycle. Rather than seeing this as a problem, they embraced these different cycles and calculated when they would synchronize, creating what scholars call calendar rounds and longer cycles that connected past, present, and future in an intricate cosmic dance. One of the most remarkable achievements was their tracking of lunar cycles. The moon's movements are particularly challenging to predict because they involve complex patterns of variability. Yet, the Dresden Codex contains tables that could predict lunar eclipses with impressive accuracy. The Maya understood that eclipses occur in patterns, and they calculated these patterns to predict when the sun or moon would be temporarily darkened, events of great religious significance in their culture. As we continue to explore the mathematical and observational precision of Maya astronomy, you might feel your own connection to these ancient stargazers. Though separated by centuries, we share the same human curiosity about the heavens above. The same stars that guided Maya astronomers in their calculations still shine down upon our world today, following the same patterns they so carefully documented. The legacy of Maya astronomy reminds us that scientific achievement can take many forms and arise in many contexts. Without modern technology, without telescopes or computers, the Maya created a system of astronomical knowledge that rivaled anything developed in the ancient world. Their achievements stand as a testament to human ingenuity, patience, and our enduring fascination with the cosmic dance that unfolds above us night after night. As we prepare to continue our journey through the remarkable astronomical achievements of the Maya in our next segment, allow yourself to rest comfortably, your mind floating among the stars that have watched over human civilizations since time immemorial. The patterns they observed continue their eternal cycles, just as our story will continue when next we meet. As we continue our journey through the remarkable astronomical knowledge of the Maya, let your mind drift back to those ancient cities emerging from the Mesoamerican rainforest. The night has deepened now, and the stars shine with particular brilliance over the stepped pyramids and plazas. The sound of the jungle creates a gentle backdrop as Maya astronomers continue their patient observations of the night sky. One of the most fascinating aspects of Maya astronomy was their method of making their observations permanent. Without telescopes or cameras, they needed ways to record celestial positions that would endure. Their solution was to encode astronomical knowledge directly into their architecture. Buildings, doorways, and windows were precisely aligned to mark important celestial events. When you visit Maya sites today, you can still witness these astronomical alignments functioning just as their builders intended over 1,000 years ago. Consider the site of Uxmal in the Yucatan Peninsula. The House of the Governor, a long, low building atop a platform, is oriented so that its central doorway aligns exactly with the southernmost setting point of Venus on the horizon, an event that occurs only once every 8 years. This alignment couldn't have been accidental. It required careful planning and precise astronomical knowledge to achieve. The building itself serves as both observatory and permanent record of this important Venus position. At Copan in Honduras, archaeoastronomers have discovered that certain structures create alignment points for observing the rising and setting positions of the sun throughout the year. These alignments allowed Maya astronomers to determine the exact dates of solstices and equinoxes, crucial information for both their calendrical system and agricultural planning. The precision achieved in these alignments is within a fraction of a degree, remarkable given they were working without modern surveying equipment. The Maya understood that to track celestial movements accurately, they needed stable reference points. They created sightlines using natural features on the horizon and architectural elements like doorways and corners of buildings. By observing where celestial bodies rose or set relative to these fixed points, they could detect subtle changes in position over time. Some temples contained small windows or slits positioned to allow light to enter the interior only when a particular star or planet reached a specific position in the sky. As your body relaxes more deeply into comfort, imagine the patience required for this work. Night after night, year after year, generation after generation, Maya astronomers kept watch on the heavens. They noted the gradual shifts in stellar positions, the changing rise and set points of the sun through the seasons, the complex movements of the planets against the background of fixed stars. This continuous tradition of observation, spanning centuries, allowed them to detect patterns that unfold too slowly to be perceived within a single human lifetime. The Dresden Codex, one of the 4 surviving Maya books, reveals the depth of their astronomical calculations. Created sometime between the 11th and 12th centuries CE, this accordion-folded book contains detailed tables tracking the movements of Venus through its complete 584-day cycle. Modern analysis has confirmed that these predictions would have been accurate to within 2 hours over a period of 481 years, a level of precision that would not be matched in Europe until many centuries later. The Maya understanding of lunar cycles was equally impressive. The moon's movements are particularly challenging to predict because they involve complex patterns of variability. Yet the Dresden Codex contains eclipse tables that could forecast both solar and lunar eclipses. The Maya recognized that eclipses occur in patterns, and they calculated these patterns with remarkable accuracy. Their eclipse tables span 405 lunar months, or about 33 years, demonstrating their understanding of long-term lunar cycles. The mathematical tools that supported these astronomical calculations were sophisticated and elegant. The Maya developed a base -20 numerical system and were among the earliest peoples to use the concept of zero as a placeholder, a crucial mathematical innovation. Their calculations used 3 basic symbols: a dot representing 1, a bar representing 5, and a shell-like symbol representing 0. With these simple elements, they performed complex arithmetic operations and recorded extraordinarily large numbers. This mathematical system was perfectly suited for their astronomical work. The Maya understood that celestial cycles rarely divide evenly into one another. The solar year does not contain an exact number of lunar months, for example. Using their mathematical skills, they calculated the relationships between different cycles and determined when they would synchronize. These calculations required multiplication, division, and even working with fractions, all accomplished without the written algebraic methods we use today. As the night deepens around us and your breathing becomes more regular, picture yourself walking through a Maya city at night, guided only by starlight and perhaps the soft glow of torches. The stones beneath your feet have absorbed the day's warmth and now release it gently. In the central plaza, astronomers use simple tools, perhaps a crossed stick to create alignment sites, or a dark bowl of water to reflect star positions. Their methods were uncomplicated but effective, relying on human perception refined through generations of careful observation. The Maya were particularly interested in the Milky Way, which they viewed as a celestial road or cosmic tree connecting different realms of existence. They noted its changing position in the night sky throughout the year and incorporated this understanding into their religious worldview. The Milky Way's dark rift, a region where dust clouds obscure the stars, held special significance, seen as a celestial portal or the mouth of a cosmic monster in Maya cosmology. The connections between Maya astronomy and mythology were profound, The planets were seen as deities moving through the celestial realm, their journeys telling stories and influencing earthly affairs. Venus was associated with Kukulkan, known as Quetzalcoatl in central Mexico, the feathered serpent deity. Mars was linked to hunting and warfare. These associations weren't merely poetic. They reflected the Maya understanding of cosmic patterns and how those patterns affected the world around them. At Chichen Itza, the magnificent El Castillo Pyramid demonstrates how thoroughly astronomical knowledge was integrated into Maya architecture. This structure has 91 steps on each of its 4 sides, plus a platform at the top totaling 365, matching the days in the solar year. During the spring and autumn equinoxes, the afternoon sun creates a pattern of light and shadow that resembles a serpent descending the northern staircase, a phenomenon still witnessed by thousands of visitors today. The precision of Maya astronomy extended beyond the movements of the sun, moon, and planets to include the tracking of stars. They paid particular attention to the Pleiades star cluster, which they used to calibrate their calendars. The heliacal rising of the Pleiades, when the cluster first becomes visible above the eastern horizon just before dawn after a period of invisibility, marked important seasonal transitions in the Maya calendar. Maya astronomical knowledge also served practical purposes in daily life. By tracking seasonal changes through celestial observations, they could predict the optimal times for planting and harvesting crops. In a region where rainfall can be unpredictable, this knowledge provided a crucial advantage for agricultural planning. The rainy season, so vital for maize cultivation, could be anticipated through careful observation of celestial patterns. As you sink deeper into relaxation, consider how the Maya viewed time itself. Unlike our linear concept of time moving from past to future like an arrow, the Maya understood time as cyclical, with patterns that repeat at different scales. Their calendrical systems reflected this understanding, tracking cycles within cycles from the 260-day Tzolk'in to the approximately 5,125-year period of the Long Count. Within this cosmology, astronomical events weren't random occurrences but predictable manifestations of cosmic order. The Maya believed that time was monitored and controlled by deities, and that certain periods carried specific energies or influences. By tracking astronomical cycles, they could determine which deity presided over a particular time period and what that meant for human activities. Some days were considered favorable for planting, others for ceremonies or warfare. These determinations came directly from their astronomical observations and calendrical calculations. The knowledge required to make these precise astronomical predictions wasn't confined to a small elite. Evidence suggests that astronomical knowledge was widely shared throughout Maya society, though certainly the most complex calculations were the domain of specialized astronomers and scribes. Many ordinary Maya people would have understood the basic principles of the calendar and the movements of major celestial bodies, knowledge that helped structure their agricultural and religious activities. As the stars continue their slow dance across the night sky above us, your eyelids may feel heavier, your breathing deeper. The ancient Maya, too, would have watched these same stars, noting their positions, calculating their cycles, integrating this knowledge into the fabric of their civilization. The patience and precision they brought to this work connects us across the centuries to their enduring legacy of astronomical achievement. In the next part of our journey, we will explore how Maya astronomical knowledge informed their religious ceremonies and political power, and how their understanding of celestial cycles shaped their view of history itself. Until then, rest comfortably beneath the same stars that guided the Maya through centuries of careful observation and profound discovery, the gentle rhythms of the cosmos continuing their eternal patterns above you. As the night deepens around us, and the stars continue their silent journey across the velvet sky, let us complete our exploration of Maya astronomical knowledge. The air is growing still now, and a gentle peace settles over the ancient Maya world in our imagination. The astronomers have made their observations, recorded their findings, and now the night belongs to the stars themselves, moving in the same patterns they have followed for countless millennia. The astronomical achievements of the Maya weren't isolated scientific pursuits, but deeply integrated into their religious ceremonies and political structures. Maya rulers claimed divine authority through their connection to celestial powers, often timing important events to coincide with significant astronomical alignments. Royal accessions, warfare, and major construction projects were frequently scheduled to correspond with particular positions of the sun, moon, or planets, especially Venus. At Tikal, one of the greatest Maya cities, archaeologists have discovered that many of the stelae commemorating royal events were dedicated on dates associated with specific astronomical events. The ruler, known as Jasa Chan Kawil, I planned one of his most significant monuments to align with a Venus cycle, reinforcing his cosmic authority. The message was clear. Maya kings ruled in harmony with celestial powers, their authority as fixed and dependable as the movements of the stars themselves. As your body relaxes more deeply into restfulness, picture the grand ceremonial centers of the Maya world illuminated by moonlight. The white limestone buildings glow softly, their carefully planned alignments invisible to the casual observer, yet precisely calculated to mark cosmic time. The astronomical knowledge embedded in these structures was both a practical tool and a profound statement about the Maya understanding of their place in the universe, a place where human activities were meant to mirror celestial patterns. The Maya believed that time moved in great cycles, with the present echoing the past and foreshadowing the future. Their concept of time was not linear but cyclical, with patterns repeating at different scales. This cyclical view was directly informed by their astronomical observations. The predictable return of the sun to its solstice positions, the reappearance of Venus after its periodic disappearances, the recurrence of lunar phases and eclipses. In the Maya worldview, these celestial cycles were the very machinery of time itself. Their famous long count calendar, which tracks days from a mythological starting date corresponding to the 11th of August, 3114 BCE in our calendar, was designed to place current events within this grand cosmic cycle. Far from predicting an apocalypse in 2012 as popular misconception held, the Maya simply viewed this date as the completion of one great cycle and the beginning of another, like the odometer of a cosmic vehicle rolling over to begin again. Your breathing has found its natural rhythm now, steady and deep like the passage of time itself. The Maya understood rhythm and pattern in profound ways, seeing the connections between cosmic cycles and the rhythms of human existence. The agricultural cycle of planting, growth, harvest, and fallow time mirrored celestial patterns. The human life cycle of birth, growth, decline, and death echoed the waxing and waning of the moon. All existence was interconnected through these shared patterns. As sleep begins to draw closer, imagine the night sky above the Maya world gradually rotating, stars rising in the east and setting in the west, their positions marking the hours like a celestial clock. The Maya understood these movements so well that they could use the stars to tell time at night, just as they used the sun's position during the day. This knowledge wasn't confined to specialists. Many ordinary Maya people would have had a practical understanding of the night sky, using celestial markers to navigate their world in darkness. The stars move overhead now in their slow, eternal dance, the same stars that the Maya watched with such careful attention. Orion rises above the eastern horizon, just as it did when Maya astronomers tracked its appearance to mark seasonal changes. The Pleiades cluster shimmers like a handful of scattered jewels, its heliacal rising once signaling to Maya farmers that the time for planting was approaching. These celestial bodies continue their rhythmic movements, unaffected by the rise and fall of human civilizations. Your limbs feel heavier now, surrendering to gravity's gentle pull, much as celestial bodies follow the curves of space created by their mass. The Maya understood gravity not through physics as we do, but through careful observation of how objects always fall toward the Earth. Their astronomical observations revealed the predictable paths of celestial objects, moving as if guided by invisible forces, which indeed they are. In the quiet darkness of approaching sleep, consider how the Maya tracked the complex movements of the stars without telescopes or modern instruments. They likely used simple tools, crossed sticks to create sighting devices, dark bowls of water to reflect star positions, carefully positioned stones to mark rising and setting points on the horizon. Their most powerful tool, however, was the accumulated knowledge passed down through generations of observers, each adding to the precision of predictions through careful notation and improved mathematics. Let your thoughts drift gently now, like clouds across the night sky. The Maya saw patterns in the heavens that connected past, present, and future. They understood that Venus would return to the same position in the sky after 584 days, that eclipses would recur in predictable patterns, that solstices would mark the sun's northernmost and southernmost rising points year after year. This certainty must have provided comfort in an otherwise unpredictable world, a cosmic reassurance that order existed at the grandest scale. As your consciousness begins to soften at the edges, imagine the gentle breeze moving through the tropical forests surrounding Maya cities. The stones of the great pyramids and observatories slowly release the heat of the day, cooling in the night air. The astronomers have completed their observations, marking another day in their ongoing record of celestial movements. The knowledge they have gathered will guide planting seasons, religious ceremonies, and royal declarations, connecting heavenly patterns to earthly concerns. The breathing of the world around you seems to match your own now, steady, rhythmic, peaceful. The Maya understood these natural rhythms, from the daily cycle of light and darkness to the annual journey of the sun from south to north and back again. Their careful observations revealed that nature itself breathes in cycles, expanding and contracting like the human chest, rising and falling in sleep. The stars continue their journey across the night sky, each following its predetermined path. Some stars the Maya knew remained fixed in their positions relative to others, creating the constellations they recognized, though they saw different patterns than we do today. Other celestial bodies, the sun, moon, and planets, move against this fixed background, tracing complex patterns that the Maya tracked with remarkable precision. Your eyelids are growing heavier now, the deepening night drawing you toward rest. The Maya, too, understood the importance of darkness and rest, seeing the night sky not as an absence of day, but as a presence in itself, filled with meaningful movements and patterns. Night was not merely a time of darkness, but a realm with its own deities, omens, and significance. The astronomical knowledge of the Maya reminds us that the human desire to understand the cosmos is ancient and universal. Across cultures and throughout time, people have looked upward in wonder, seeking patterns and meaning in the movements of celestial bodies. The Maya achievement stands as a testament to human ingenuity, patience, and our enduring connection to the cosmic dance that unfolds above us night after night. As sleep approaches now, gentle and welcoming, imagine the stars watching over you just as they watched over the Maya astronomers centuries ago. The same patterns they observed continue their eternal cycles, unbroken since the dawn of human consciousness. There is profound peace in this continuity, in knowing that the celestial rhythms that guided ancient civilizations still mark the passage of time today. Your breathing has become slower and deeper now, matching the gentle rhythm of the cosmos itself. The Maya understood that all things are connected in great cycles: breath, seasons, celestial movements, human lives. As you drift toward sleep, feel yourself becoming part of this grand cosmic pattern, your consciousness merging with the starlit sky above. The stars that guided the Maya through their remarkable astronomical achievements now guide you toward peaceful slumber. Your body has become heavy and still, like the stone of ancient Maya observatories at night. Your mind has begun to float freely, untethered from waking concerns, drifting among the same stars that captivated Maya astronomers in their patient observations. Sleep now approaches like the gentle darkness that falls over ancient Maya cities at sunset. The celestial bodies continue their eternal journey across the night sky. Venus traces its predictable path, the moon waxes and wanes in its timeless cycle, the stars wheel overhead in perfect harmony. As your consciousness fades into dreams, know that these same patterns will continue through the night, reliable and eternal. A cosmic lullaby that has soothed humanity since we first looked upward in wonder. Rest now beneath the same stars that the Maya studied with such dedication. The knowledge they gathered through centuries of careful observation continues to inspire us today, a testament to human curiosity and our enduring connection to the cosmos. Like them, we are stargazers seeking meaning in the patterns above. As sleep embraces you fully now, may your dreams be filled with the peaceful movements of celestial bodies, tracing their age-old paths across the canvas of the night. In the warm, golden light of ancient Alexandria, where the Mediterranean's azure waters gently lapped against the harbor walls, a young princess named Cleopatra studied the world around her with keen, intelligent eyes. Born in 69 BCE into the Ptolemaic dynasty, Greek rulers who had governed Egypt since the time of Alexander the Great, Cleopatra VII, Philopator would grow to become the most legendary queen of the ancient world and the last true pharaoh of Egypt. The Alexandria of Cleopatra's youth was a city of wonder and learning. Its famous lighthouse, the Pharos, stood tall against the coastal sky, guiding ships from distant lands into the bustling harbor. The Great Library housed scrolls containing the wisdom of countless civilizations, and in its halls, philosophers and scientists exchanged ideas that would shape human understanding for centuries to come. It was in this atmosphere of intellectual richness that young Cleopatra's remarkable mind was nurtured. Unlike many of her predecessors in the Ptolemaic line, Cleopatra embraced Egyptian culture wholeheartedly. While her ancestors had largely remained separate from the people they ruled, governing as Greeks in a foreign land, Cleopatra learned the Egyptian language, the first of her dynasty to do so in nearly 300 years of rule. She studied Egyptian religious traditions, history, and customs, understanding that to truly lead this ancient civilization, she must connect with its soul. As the warm Egyptian sun set across the Nile Delta, painting the sky in hues of amber and rose, Cleopatra would often visit the temples of Isis and other Egyptian deities. The stone columns rose majestically toward the heavens, their surfaces covered in intricate hieroglyphs that told stories of gods and pharaohs from millennia past. Incense smoke curled through the air, its sweet, resinous scent mingling with the earthy aroma of the river and the distant salt of the sea. Cleopatra's childhood was not merely one of cultural and intellectual exploration, however. The politics of the Ptolemaic court were dangerous and complex. Power struggles were common, and family members frequently plotted against one another. Her father, Ptolemy XII Aulet, had struggled to maintain his throne against both internal rivals and the growing shadow of Rome, whose influence stretched ever further across the Mediterranean world. When Cleopatra was about 14 years old, her father took her on a journey to Rome. There, she first glimpsed the power and grandeur of the Republic that would play such a pivotal role in her destiny. The forum bustled with senators in white togas, while temples and public buildings of imposing marble reflected Rome's growing wealth and ambition. For the observant young princess, this visit provided valuable insights into the political giant that increasingly influenced Egyptian affairs. Upon the death of her father in 51 BCE, 18-year-old Cleopatra ascended to the throne, initially ruling alongside her younger brother Ptolemy XIII, as was the custom. The young queen quickly demonstrated her political acumen, asserting herself in state matters and appearing on official documents and currency before her brother. She presented herself to her subjects as the goddess Isis incarnate, a powerful religious symbol that resonated deeply with the Egyptian people. However, the power-sharing arrangement was fraught with tension. Ptolemy XIII's advisors, particularly the eunuch Pothinus, resented Cleopatra's dominant role and plotted against her. Court intrigue swirled like the desert winds around the royal palace, and within 3 years, Cleopatra found herself ousted from power, forced to flee Alexandria. But the young queen was not one to surrender her birthright without a fight. With strategic brilliance that would become her hallmark, she gathered supporters and planned her return. Meanwhile, events on the world stage were creating an opportunity that Cleopatra would seize with both intelligence and charm. The Roman Republic was embroiled in civil war, with Julius Caesar facing off against Pompey the Great. After his defeat at the Battle of Pharsalus in 48 BCE, Pompey fled to Egypt hoping to find sanctuary. Instead, Ptolemy XIII's advisors, thinking to curry favor with Caesar, had Pompey murdered as he stepped ashore. When Julius Caesar arrived in Alexandria in pursuit of Pompey, he was presented with his rival's severed head, a gift that reportedly disgusted rather than pleased him. Caesar established himself in the royal palace and summoned both Ptolemy XIII and Cleopatra to resolve their dispute. It was here that Cleopatra made one of history's most dramatic entrances. Knowing she might be killed if she attempted to enter Alexandria openly, Cleopatra had herself smuggled into Caesar's quarters, concealed within a large rolled carpet or sack of bedding. When the bundle was opened before Caesar, the young queen emerged, a moment of theatrical genius that captured the Roman general's attention. That night, as oil lamps cast a warm glow throughout the palace chambers and the distant sounds of the city drifted through open windows, Cleopatra began to weave the charm and intelligence that would secure Caesar's support. What transpired between Caesar and Cleopatra transcended mere political alliance. Their relationship would change the course of history for both Egypt and Rome. The 52-year-old Caesar, already the most powerful man in the known world, found himself captivated by the 21-year-old queen. It was not merely her legendary beauty that attracted him, but her brilliant mind, her political astuteness, and her vision for Egypt's future. With Caesar's backing, Cleopatra regained her throne. The conflict with her brother escalated into what became known as the Alexandrian War, culminating in Ptolemy XIII's defeat and subsequent death by drowning in the Nile in 47 BCE. Cleopatra was then married to her even younger brother, Ptolemy XIV, but it was clear that she was the true ruler of Egypt. Caesar remained in Egypt for several months, and during this time, Cleopatra conceived his child. Their son, Ptolemy Caesar, nicknamed Caesarion, or Little Caesar, was born in the 4th of June 7 BCE, providing Cleopatra with an heir who carried the bloodline of both the Ptolemaic dynasty and Rome's most powerful leader. After establishing her rule more firmly, Cleopatra and Caesar, along with their entourage, sailed up the Nile on a lavish royal barge. The journey allowed Caesar to experience the wonders of Egypt beyond Alexandria, the ancient temples of Karnak and Luxor, the mysteries of the Valley of the Kings, and the timeless rhythm of life along the river that had nurtured civilization for thousands of years. The royal barge moved gently through the waters, its ornate golden decorations gleaming in the sunlight. Large linen sails billowed in the soft breeze, propelling them upstream. At night, as the vessel anchored along the riverbank, the African sky revealed a canopy of stars more brilliant than any Caesar had seen in Rome. The calls of night birds and the gentle lapping of water against the hull provided a soothing backdrop to discussions of politics, philosophy, and dreams of a world united under enlightened rule. Imagine now the peaceful flow of that ancient river, still moving as it has for millennia. Like the Nile, your breathing finds its natural rhythm, steady and life-giving. The soft current of air moves in and out, just as the waters of the great river have flowed through the heart of Egypt since time immemorial. The same stars that looked down upon Cleopatra and Caesar now shimmer above you, timeless witnesses to the unfolding story of humanity. In 46 BCE, Caesar returned to Rome, and Cleopatra eventually followed with their young son. Her arrival in the city created a sensation. She established herself in a villa across the Tiber, and her presence, that of a foreign queen living openly as Caesar's consort, generated both fascination and controversy among Romans. Caesar erected a golden statue of Cleopatra in the temple of Venus Genetrix, boldly associating her with the goddess from whom his family claimed descent. For Cleopatra, these years in Rome were not merely personal but deeply political. She sought to secure Egypt's independence and her son's future through her relationship with Caesar. As Caesar's power in Rome grew, culminating in his declaration as Dictator Perpetuo, dictator for life, Cleopatra may have envisioned a future where Caesarion might inherit not just Egypt, but perhaps influence in Rome as well. However, this vision was shattered on the Ides of March in 44 BCE, when Caesar was assassinated in the Senate. The news reached Cleopatra as spring was bringing new life to the gardens of her Roman villa. The fragrance of blossoming flowers could not mask the bitter reality that her protector and partner was gone, and with him, the security of her position. Rome was no longer safe for the Egyptian queen and the son of Caesar. Cleopatra returned to Egypt, where new challenges awaited. The political landscape had shifted dramatically, and she would need all her strategic genius to navigate the turbulent waters ahead. Yet as our story pauses here, imagine the queen standing at the bow of her ship as it approaches the Great Lighthouse of Alexandria. The familiar coast of her homeland emerges from the horizon. The warm breeze carries the sense of home, and despite the uncertainty of the future, there is a sense of return, of coming back to one's center. Like Cleopatra returning to her beloved Egypt, your mind begins to find its center, a place of calm amid life's complexities. The gentle rocking of the ship on Mediterranean waves mirrors the subtle rhythm of your relaxing body. Each breath brings you closer to a state of tranquility, just as each wave brought the queen closer to the shores of Alexandria, where the next chapter of her remarkable story would unfold. Returning to Egypt after Caesar's assassination, Cleopatra faced a realm in turmoil. The Nile's annual flood had fallen short that year, threatening famine for a population dependent on the river's life-giving waters. As her ship sailed into Alexandria's harbor, the familiar silhouette of the Pharos lighthouse standing tall against the evening sky, she knew that securing her kingdom would require all the wisdom and strength she possessed. Cleopatra moved swiftly to re-establish her authority. Shortly after her return, her co-ruler and brother husband Ptolemy XIV died under mysterious circumstances. Though history has cast suspicion on Cleopatra, no evidence confirms she orchestrated his death. She now named her son Caesarion, just 3 years old, as her co-regent. The young boy, with his mother's intelligence and his father's name, became Ptolemy XV, Caesar, king and pharaoh of Egypt, alongside his mother. In Alexandria, Cleopatra commemorated Caesar and legitimized her son's position through architecture and imagery. She commissioned new temples and monuments that depicted Caesarion as the rightful heir to both Egyptian and Roman legacies. In these stone carvings, the young pharaoh appears in the traditional poses of Egyptian royalty, wearing the double crown of Upper and Lower Egypt, while subtle features recall his Roman father. Meanwhile, far from Egypt, the aftermath of Caesar's death plunged Rome into another civil war. 3 men, Octavian, Caesar's adopted son and heir, Mark Antony, and Lepidus, formed the Second Triumvirate to hunt down Caesar's assassins and divide control of the vast Roman territories. Cleopatra watched these developments carefully, understanding that Egypt's future would inevitably be shaped by Rome's internal conflicts. By 42 BCE, Octavian and Mark Antony had defeated the forces of Brutus and Cassius at Philippi, avenging Caesar's death. The Roman world was now primarily divided between Octavian, who took the west, and Mark Antony, who controlled the east. Egypt's strategic position and vast wealth made Cleopatra a potential ally too valuable to ignore in the power struggles that both men knew were still to come. In 41 BCE, Mark Antony summoned Cleopatra to meet him in Tarsus, in modern-day Turkey, to answer charges that she had supported Cassius in the recent civil war. This meeting would prove fateful for both ruler and queen, for Egypt and for Rome. Understanding the importance of this encounter, Cleopatra prepared carefully to make an impression that would not be forgotten. The queen's arrival at Tarsus became one of history's most legendary entrances. She sailed up the Cydnus River on a magnificent barge with purple sails and oars of silver that kept time to the music of flutes and lyres. The vessel had been designed to create a vision of unearthly beauty and wealth. Cleopatra herself reclined beneath a canopy of gold cloth, dressed as Aphrodite, the goddess of love, while beautiful attendants dressed as Cupids fanned her. The air around the barge was filled with the most exquisite perfumes, which wafted toward the riverbanks, where astonished crowds gathered to witness this divine apparition. The strategy was masterful. Rather than approaching as a ruler answering charges, she arrived as a living goddess granting an audience. Mark Antony, who had styled himself as the new Dionysus, found himself outshone. The Roman general had prepared his own formal welcome, but when word reached him of Cleopatra's approach, the streets of Tarsus emptied as everyone rushed to the riverside, leaving Antony sitting alone in the marketplace. That evening, Cleopatra invited Antony to dine aboard her barge. The feast she presented was extraordinary in its luxury and refinement. Golden platters held delicacies from across the known world. Wine flowed in goblets studded with jewels. When Antony admired the solid gold dinnerware, Cleopatra reportedly declared it mere trifles and gave it all away. The evening concluded with entertainment by the finest musicians and dancers from her court. This night began a relationship that, like her earlier connection with Caesar, would blend the personal and political in ways that would alter history. Mark Antony, a brilliant military commander who had fought alongside Caesar in Gaul, was known for his appreciation of pleasure and luxury as much as for his courage in battle. In Cleopatra, he found a woman whose intellect matched his own, whose resources could fund his military ambitions, and whose company offered pleasures beyond those of ordinary Roman society. Antony accepted Cleopatra's invitation to return with her to Alexandria, where they spent the winter of 41 to 40 BCE in what ancient sources described as spectacular luxury. The royal palace came alive with feasts, philosophical discussions, and elaborate entertainments. They formed a society they called the Inimitable Livers, dedicated to the pursuit of pleasure and cultural refinement. Yet beneath the celebrations, serious political alliances were being built. For Cleopatra, the relationship with Antony offered protection from Rome's power and the possibility of expanding Egypt's diminished territories. For Antony, Cleopatra's wealth could finance his military campaigns, particularly his planned invasion of Parthia, Rome's eastern rival. Their personal attraction enhanced a partnership that served both their interests. However, duties of state temporarily separated them. In the spring of 40 BCE, Antony returned to Rome to deal with political matters. There, to strengthen his alliance with Octavian, he married Octavian's sister, Octavia, a development that might have ended his relationship with Cleopatra under different circumstances. Yet the queen remained confident in her strategy and waited. During this separation, Cleopatra gave birth to twins fathered by Antony, Alexander Helios and Cleopatra Selene. The names chosen for these children revealed her vision. Helios was the sun god, while Selene was the moon goddess, suggesting that her children would illuminate and rule the world. For nearly 3 years, Antony remained away from Egypt, dividing his time between Roman affairs and military campaigns. But the pull of Alexandria and its queen remained strong. In 37 BCE, while preparing for his long-planned Parthian campaign, Antony summoned Cleopatra to meet him in Antioch. Their reunion rekindled their relationship, and Antony formally recognized the twins as his children. More significantly, in what became known as the Donations of Alexandria, Antony granted substantial territories to Cleopatra and her children. Egypt received Cyprus, parts of Cilicia, Phoenicia, and portions of Judea, including the valuable balsam groves of Jericho. These lands had once belonged to the Ptolemaic kingdom in its height of power, and their return represented a significant expansion of Cleopatra's realm. Caesarion was formally acknowledged as Caesar's son and rightful heir, while the 3 children she had with Antony were each promised kingdoms of their own. These acts, politically practical from Antony's perspective as he sought to organize the Eastern Mediterranean under allies loyal to him, were portrayed by Octavian's propaganda in Rome as treason. Antony was accused of going native, abandoning Roman values for Eastern decadence, and handing Roman territories to a foreign queen. Antony's Parthian campaign in 36 BCE ended in failure, a significant blow to his prestige. Rather than returning to Rome to face criticism, he went back to Alexandria and Cleopatra's supportive presence. Their relationship deepened further, and they were married according to Egyptian custom, though Antony remained legally married to Octavia under Roman law, a situation that further damaged his reputation in Rome. In 34 BCE, after a more successful campaign in Armenia, Antony celebrated his triumph, not in Rome, as tradition dictated, but in Alexandria. In a lavish ceremony in the city's gymnasium, seated on golden thrones upon a silver platform, Antony and Cleopatra appeared with their children in what became known as the Donations of Alexandria. Cleopatra wore the sacred robes of Isis, while Caesarion was declared the King of Kings. Alexander Helios, dressed in Median clothes with an Armenian tiara, was named ruler of Armenia, Media, and Parthia. Alexander's twin sister, Cleopatra Selene, was appointed ruler of Cyrenaica and Libya. Their youngest son, Ptolemy Philadelphus, just 2 years old and dressed in Macedonian royal attire, was named ruler of Syria and Cilicia. Imagine the scene as the warm Egyptian sun streamed through high windows into the gymnasium, illuminating the gold and silver of the royal dais. Incense perfumed the air while musicians played softly on flutes and lyres. The assembled courtiers and representatives from across the Eastern Mediterranean watched in awe as these young children were presented as future monarchs of an empire that would unite East and West under the dual leadership of Antony and Cleopatra. This ceremony, intended to organize the East under leaders loyal to both Antony and Rome, provided perfect material for Octavian's propaganda. In Rome, he portrayed Antony as a man bewitched, having surrendered Roman dignity and territories to a foreign queen and her children. The stage was set for the final confrontation between these 2 powerful men, and Cleopatra was now irrevocably part of the conflict. As tensions rose between Octavian and Antony, both sides prepared for war. Cleopatra contributed ships, troops, and financing to Antony's cause, while also ensuring that Egypt was prepared for whatever outcome might follow. In Alexandria, new defensive works were constructed, treasure was secured, and plans made for various contingencies. In 32 BCE, Octavian obtained and publicized Antony's will, which confirmed that Antony wished to be buried in Alexandria rather than Rome, and which acknowledged his children with Cleopatra. Using this as evidence of Antony's abandonment of Roman values, Octavian had the Senate declare war, officially against Cleopatra, but in reality against Antony as well. The decisive confrontation came on the 2nd of September, 31 BCE, at the naval battle of Actium off the coast of Greece. Antony and Cleopatra's combined fleet faced Octavian's forces, commanded by his skilled general Agrippa. The battle turned against Antony, and as the situation deteriorated, Cleopatra's ship raised its sails and broke through the naval blockade, with Antony following in another vessel. Much of their fleet was destroyed or surrendered. This moment has been portrayed in Roman sources and later Western literature as Cleopatra's cowardly flight and Antony's lovesick pursuit. However, modern historians suggest a more strategic interpretation. The battle was already lost, and Cleopatra was preserving her flagship and treasury to fight another day. Antony, recognizing the wisdom of this, followed her lead. They returned to Egypt to prepare their final defense. Cleopatra began construction of a tomb where her treasures could be secured and, according to reports that reached Octavian, where she and Antony might commit suicide if defeated, threatening to burn all the wealth that Rome hoped to seize. She also reportedly sent Caesarion away to safety in India, though he would be lured back by false promises. As we pause in this moment of preparation for the final act of Cleopatra's remarkable story, imagine the queen standing on her palace balcony in the gathering dusk. The sky deepens to indigo over Alexandria, and the first stars appear, the same stars that had guided Egyptian ships for thousands of years. The Pharos lighthouse begins its nightly illumination, its reflected light dancing on the harbor waters. Like those calm waters reflecting starlight, your mind now gently holds these images of a distant time. Your breathing finds its natural rhythm, like the Mediterranean waves that have lapped at Egypt's shores across millennia. Feel the weight of your body surrendering to comfort, just as night surrenders to the spreading canopy of stars. The tensions of the day begin to release, flowing away like the Nile current moving steadily toward the sea. In this moment of peaceful transition, let thoughts of Cleopatra's courage and strategic mind drift through your consciousness like clouds across an evening sky. The challenges she faced required both strength and wisdom, qualities that live on long after kingdoms fall. As sleep begins to approach like a gentle tide, know that the next chapter of this ancient story awaits. But for now, rest in this moment of quiet reflection, breathing deeply and evenly under the same eternal stars that watched over the last pharaoh of Egypt. In the final months of 31 BCE, as autumn painted Alexandria's gardens in warmer hues, Cleopatra prepared for what she knew might be her final challenge. After the defeat at Actium, she returned to her beloved capital with determination still burning in her heart. The queen who had ruled for 2 decades would not surrender easily, even as Octavian's forces marched ever closer to Egypt's borders. With characteristic foresight, Cleopatra had already sent envoys to distant lands seeking new alliances. She considered moving her court to India, or perhaps establishing a new kingdom along the Red Sea coast. Engineers began an ambitious project to drag ships overland from the Mediterranean to the Red Sea, creating an escape route should Alexandria fall. These plans revealed a mind still strategizing, still seeking paths forward even as options narrowed. In Alexandria, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Palace guards were doubled, food store secured, and the royal treasury protected behind multiple layers of security. Cleopatra spent long hours in the Temple of Isis, seeking guidance from the goddess she had embodied throughout her reign. The temple's stone chambers, cool even in the Egyptian heat, echoed with whispered prayers and the soft footfalls of priestesses. Incense smoke formed translucent veils in the air, illuminated by shafts of sunlight that pierced the high windows. Meanwhile, Antony attempted to rally his remaining forces, though many of his allies and troops had already defected to Octavian's side. The Roman general who had once commanded Caesar's right wing at Pharsalus now found his military genius dimmed by desperation and, according to some accounts, increasing reliance on wine to numb his awareness of their deteriorating position. As winter gave way to spring in 30 BCE, Octavian's general Cornelius Gallus captured the Egyptian city of Parætonium to the west, while Octavian himself approached from the east, taking Pelusium with minimal resistance. Some ancient sources suggest that Cleopatra ordered Pelusium's surrender, already planning her final moves in a game she now knew could not be won traditionally. Antony experienced one last moment of military success, leading a cavalry charge that temporarily drove back Octavian's forces approaching Alexandria. He returned to the palace in triumph, embracing Cleopatra in full armor. For one brief afternoon, they revived the celebrations of better days, dining with their closest associates and speaking of resistance rather than defeat. This momentary victory proved short-lived. On the 1st of August, 30 BCE, Antony led Alexandria's remaining forces against Octavian's army, expecting his legions to stand with him as they had throughout his illustrious military career. Instead, he watched in despair as many defected to Octavian's side. His cavalry, too, abandoned him. Defeated, he returned to Alexandria to discover rumors that Cleopatra had taken her own life. These reports were premature, but they broke something in the great general's spirit. Believing his beloved queen dead, Antony fell upon his own sword. His servants carried his dying body to Cleopatra's mausoleum, where she had indeed secluded herself, not in death, but in strategic retreat. Using ropes and pulleys, her attendants raised the gravely wounded Antony into the upper chambers of the tomb. There, in a scene that has inspired poets and artists for millennia, he died in Cleopatra's arms. Imagine the stone chamber of that mausoleum, designed to house eternity. Outside, the Mediterranean sun blazed, but within those thick walls, cool shadows offered a different kind of peace. Perhaps oil lamps cast gentle, flickering light across the carved reliefs of Egyptian gods and sacred symbols that would guide souls to the afterlife. The air would have been scented with myrrh and natron, traditional preparations for the final journey. In this solemn space, Rome's greatest general breathed his last breath, while history's most legendary queen prepared for her final act. Octavian, learning that Cleopatra lived, was determined to capture her alive. Her death would deprive him of both treasure and triumph. He intended to display her in chains during his victory celebration in Rome. Through careful negotiation, he lured her from the mausoleum with promises of honorable treatment for her children. Cleopatra, perhaps already designing her own end, allowed herself to be moved to the palace, where she was kept under guard but treated with the respect due to royalty. She requested permission to visit Antony's tomb to perform funeral rites. There, kneeling beside the man who had shared her vision of empire, she renewed her own resolve. Cleopatra, daughter of the Ptolemies, descendant of generals who had followed Alexander the Great, and queen of the most ancient civilization in the Mediterranean world, would not walk in chains through the streets of Rome. On the 12th of August, 30 BCE, after bathing and enjoying a final elaborate meal, Cleopatra dressed in her formal robes of state, the garments of Isis, goddess of resurrection and eternal life. She composed formal letters, one likely intended for Octavian. and sent all attendants away except for her two most trusted handmaidens, Iris and Charmian. When Octavian's messengers, alerted by suspicion or betrayal, broke into the sealed chamber, they found Cleopatra dead upon a golden couch, her handmaidens dying beside her. Iris collapsed as they entered, while Charmian, with her final strength, adjusted the diadem on her queen's brow before she too fell. "Was this well done of your lady?" demanded one of Octavian's men. "Extremely well," Charmian replied, as befitted the descendant of so many kings. These were her last words. The exact means of Cleopatra's death remains one of history's enduring mysteries. Roman sources claim an asp, a venomous Egyptian cobra, delivered the fatal bite, either hidden in a basket of figs or kept in a special container. Other theories suggest a poisoned hairpin or a toxic ointment. What remains undisputed is that Cleopatra chose her own end, maintaining control over her final destiny just as she had controlled so much of her remarkable life. Octavian, denied his living trophy, ordered Cleopatra buried beside Antony with full honors. Perhaps even he, pragmatic and unsentimental as history portrays him, recognized the epic quality of the life that had ended. With Cleopatra's death, the Ptolemaic dynasty that had ruled Egypt for nearly 3 centuries came to an end. More significantly, it marked the end of ancient Egypt as an independent nation. The land of the pharaohs, with its 3,000-year civilization, became merely another province in the expanding Roman Empire. Caesarion, Cleopatra's son with Julius Caesar and the last male descendant of the Ptolemaic line, was captured and executed despite having fled to Upper Egypt. Cleopatra's 3 children with Antony, the twins Alexander Helios and Cleopatra Selene, and their younger brother Ptolemy Philadelphus, were taken to Rome to walk in Octavian's triumph. Afterward, they were raised in the household of Octavian's sister, the same Octavia whom Antony had married and set aside for their mother. Of these children, only Cleopatra Selene is known to have survived to adulthood. She married King Juba II of Mauritania and became a respected queen in her own right, maintaining aspects of Egyptian culture in her North African court. Through her, something of Cleopatra's legacy continued, a small flame of the Ptolemaic line flickering in the growing shadow of imperial Rome. In Egypt, the victorious Octavian, soon to be known as Augustus, first emperor of Rome, walked through the alabaster halls where Cleopatra had once ruled. He stood before the sarcophagus of Alexander the Great, whose conquest had brought Greek rule to Egypt 3 centuries earlier. When offered the chance to view the tombs of the pharaohs, he reportedly declined, saying, "I came to see a king, not corpses." The treasures of Egypt flowed into Rome's coffers. So much gold entered the Roman economy that interest rates dropped and property values soared. The wealth that Cleopatra had guarded to maintain her nation's independence now funded the transformation of Rome from a republic to an empire. In a final irony, her defeat contributed significantly to her conqueror's success. Octavian commissioned official accounts of the war that portrayed Cleopatra as a seductive foreign queen who had enchanted Antony and threatened Roman virtue. This characterization, further developed by Roman poets seeking the new emperor's favor, created the foundation of Cleopatra's image that would dominate Western imagination for centuries, a simplistic caricature that obscured the brilliant strategic leader she truly was. The real Cleopatra was not merely beautiful, though she may well have been. More importantly, she was educated in mathematics, philosophy, astronomy, and languages. She spoke at least 9 tongues and was the only Ptolemaic ruler to learn Egyptian. She navigated the dangerous waters of international politics during one of history's most volatile periods, maintaining Egypt's independence decades longer than might otherwise have been possible. She bore children with two of the most powerful Romans of her age and nearly succeeded in creating a Mediterranean empire that might have changed the course of Western civilization. As the evening draws around us now, imagine the sun setting over Alexandria one final time during Cleopatra's reign. The great lighthouse begins its nightly illumination, sending beams across the darkening harbor. In the royal quarters, oil lamps are lit one by one, their gentle glow reflecting off polished alabaster and gold. The day's heat gradually subsides as the stars emerge above the ancient city. These same stars had watched over the building of the pyramids 2,000 years earlier, had witnessed the reign of Hatshepsut and Ramesses, had guided Alexander to Egypt's shores, and now bore silent witness to the end of an era. Feel your breathing deepen as you envision this peaceful evening scene from long ago. The gentle rhythm of your breath mirrors the subtle movement of Mediterranean waves against Alexandria's harbor walls. Each inhalation brings calming energy. Each exhalation releases the tensions of today's world, connecting you to this ancient story across the vast expanse of time. Allow your body to grow heavier as you sink deeper into comfort. Like the Nile flowing steadily northward through the heart of Egypt, let relaxation flow through each part of your being. From the crown of your head to the tips of your toes, feel a pleasant weightiness, a gentle surrender to rest. The warm sands of Egyptian shores have absorbed the heat of day, and now release it slowly into the cool evening air, just as your muscles now release their holding patterns, melting into the supporting surface beneath you. The story of Cleopatra reminds us that all worldly power, no matter how brilliant or hard-won, eventually passes. Empires rise and fall like the annual flooding of the Nile, bringing new growth even as they wash away what came before. This knowledge need not disturb your deepening peace, but rather can enhance it, a reminder to value this present moment of tranquility, to breathe fully into the quiet gift of now. Across the millennia, Cleopatra's strategic mind and indomitable spirit continue to fascinate us. She lived by her own vision, made difficult choices with courage, and faced her end with dignity and control. Even in defeat, she maintained the essential sovereignty of her own decisions. There is wisdom in her story that transcends the specific circumstances of her time and speaks to something timeless in the human experience. As sleep approaches like a gentle desert wind, let your thoughts of Cleopatra and ancient Egypt become less distinct, like hieroglyphs half glimpsed in fading light. The details matter less now than the feeling of connection to our shared human history, the long river of lives and dreams that flows through time, carrying all of us for our brief moment in its current. Imagine now the night sky above Egypt, unchanged from Cleopatra's time to ours. The bright star, Sirius, which the Egyptians called Sopdet and associated with the goddess Isis, still shines brilliantly in the dark velvet expanse. The constellation we know as Orion, which the Egyptians connected to their god Osiris, still strides across the heavens. These eternal lights have witnessed countless human stories unfold beneath their unchanging patterns. Your breathing has become the gentle rhythm of deep relaxation now. Each breath is like a wave upon the shores of consciousness, gradually erasing the sharp lines of thinking and allowing the smooth sands of sleep to emerge. The weight of your body against the surface that supports you feels increasingly distant as awareness turns inward, floating on the current of approaching dreams. In ancient Egyptian belief, the journey to the afterlife was envisioned as a peaceful voyage on a solar bark, sailing through the night to emerge renewed with the morning sun. As you drift towards sleep, imagine yourself on such a vessel, gently rocking on cosmic waters. The challenges and concerns of waking life recede like a shoreline behind you. Ahead lies only restful darkness, scattered with stars like distant lanterns guiding your way to rejuvenation. Cleopatra herself recognized the eternal cycle of rest and renewal, aligning herself with Isis, goddess of rebirth and resurrection. In the temple dedicated to this deity, night was not feared but welcomed as a necessary counterpart today, just as sleep is the essential companion to wakefulness. Both are sacred parts of the whole, each with its proper time and purpose. Let sleep approach now, a welcome guest bearing gifts of healing and restoration. Your consciousness grows lighter, less tethered to specific thoughts, drifting like papyrus boats on the calm surface of a sacred lake. The ancient Egyptians believed that dreams could carry messages from the divine realm, insights and wisdom beyond ordinary understanding. As you release your hold on waking awareness, remain open to whatever dreams may come, whatever renewal this night's journey may bring. The last pharaoh's story has been told. The golden age of Egypt has passed into history. Yet in the quiet chambers of sleep that await you, perhaps some essence of that distant time may touch your dreaming mind, not with the weight of empirical facts, but with the timeless wisdom of a civilization that understood both the brevity of human life and the eternity of the soul's journey. Rest now, as countless generations have rested before you under the same canopy of stars. Sleep as pharaohs and farmers, queens and craftspeople, all have slept, surrendering to night's embrace before rising again with the morning sun. The cycle continues, unbroken from Cleopatra's time to our own. A rhythm as natural and necessary as the breath that even now grows slower and deeper as you drift toward slumber's waiting shores. As the evening settles around you and your thoughts begin to slow, let us journey back through the mists of time to a story that has captivated imaginations for centuries. The tale of the lost colony of Roanoke unfolds like a dream across the canvas of early American history, mysterious, compelling, and never fully revealed. In the late 16th century, when the world seemed both smaller and vastly more unknown than it does today, England cast its gaze westward across the Atlantic. Queen Elizabeth I, with her fiery hair and indomitable spirit, ruled over a nation eager to establish its presence in the New World. The Spanish had already claimed vast territories, their ships returning heavy with silver and gold. England, not to be outdone, sought its own foothold on those distant shores. Sir Walter Raleigh, a favorite of the Queen, obtained a charter in 1584 to establish a colony in North America. Raleigh was the embodiment of Elizabethan ambition, courtier, explorer, poet, and soldier. With his handsome features and quick wit, he had risen rapidly in the Queen's favor, reportedly once laying his cloak across a muddy puddle so that Elizabeth might walk without soiling her shoes. Whether this romantic gesture truly occurred, it captures the chivalrous spirit of the man who would send England's first colonists to what would later become America. Raleigh himself never visited North America, but in April 1584, he dispatched an expedition led by Philip Amadas and Arthur Barlow to explore the eastern coast of North America. Imagine those wooden ships, their sails billowing in the Atlantic wind, carrying men whose hearts must have alternated between excitement and trepidation as they ventured into the unknown. After weeks at sea, they arrived at the outer banks of what is now North Carolina, eventually making their way to Roanoke Island. There, they encountered the Secatan and Croatoan peoples, who were initially welcoming to these strange visitors. The explorers described a land of remarkable abundance, forests teeming with game, waters rich with fish, and fertile soil promising bountiful harvests. When Amadas and Barlow returned to England, they brought with them two Croatoan men, Manteo and Wanchese, who created a sensation at court and provided valuable information about their homeland. Enthused by these promising reports, Raleigh organized a more substantial expedition in 1585. Sir Richard Grenville led 5 ships carrying over 100 colonists, primarily soldiers, to establish a military colony on Roanoke Island. These men were not farmers or craftsmen, but fighters, ill-suited perhaps for the patient work of building a sustainable settlement. As summer's warmth enveloped the island, the colonists constructed a small fort and dwellings. Among them was Thomas Harriot, a scientist and mathematician who meticulously recorded the natural wonders of this new land and studied the language and customs of the indigenous peoples. Accompanying him was John White, an artist whose watercolors provide our only visual record of the native inhabitants of the region and their way of life. White's paintings, rendered with delicate brush strokes and careful attention to detail, show people fishing with weirs, cooking over open fires, tending to crops, and gathering for ceremonies, a vibrant civilization with traditions developed over countless generations. Despite the initial welcome, relations between the English and the native peoples deteriorated rapidly. The colonists, dependent on their hosts for food but unfamiliar with local agricultural practices, soon began to make demands that strained the natives' own resources. Misunderstandings escalated to hostility, culminating in the killing of the Secatan chief Wingina by the colonists after they accused him of organizing attacks against them. By June 1586, the colonists' situation had become precarious. When Sir Francis Drake arrived unexpectedly after raiding Spanish settlements in the Caribbean, most of the colonists chose to return to England with him, their dreams of prosperity in the New World abandoned. Only a small garrison of 15 men remained behind to maintain England's claim to the area. When Grenville returned later that summer with supplies and additional colonists, he found the settlement deserted. Leaving 15 men to hold the fort, he returned to England, unaware that these men would never be seen again by European eyes. Their fate, whether they were killed by hostile natives or absorbed into friendly tribes, remains a mystery, a prelude to the greater enigma that was to follow. In London, undeterred by these setbacks, Raleigh and White planned a new colony, this time focused on families rather than soldiers, on agriculture rather than military presence. This would be England's first attempt to establish not merely an outpost, but a permanent settlementa, city of Raleigh in the New World. In April 1587, John White, now appointed governor, led an expedition of 117 colonists, including his daughter Eleanor and her husband Ananias Dare. Imagine these families, men, women, and children gathering their possessions, saying farewell to familiar faces and places, boarding ships for a journey across a vast ocean to create new homes in a land most had only heard described in stories. What courage or desperation might drive ordinary people to such an extraordinary undertaking? The plan was to check on the garrison at Roanoke Island and then proceed to Chesapeake Bay, where the new colony was to be established. However, when they arrived at Roanoke in July, they found only bones, the remains of a single man. Of the 15 men left by Grenville, there was no other trace. What tragedy had befallen them in that wild place? The pilot of the ships, Simon Fernandez, refused to take the colonists further north to Chesapeake, insisting they remain at Roanoke despite its troubled history. Perhaps he was eager to resume more profitable privateering activities, or perhaps the lateness of the season made him wary of further exploration. Whatever his reasons, the colonists found themselves obliged to reoccupy the abandoned settlement as summer waned. They repaired the houses left by the previous group and established themselves as best they could. Despite the ominous beginning, there were moments of joy. On the 18th of August, Eleanor Dare gave birth to a daughter, Virginiath, first English child born in the Americas. A few days later, another woman, possibly Marjorie Harvey, also gave birth. These new lives represented hope for the colony's future. But as fall approached, concerns grew about their supplies and security. The colonists persuaded Governor White to return to England for provisions and additional settlers. White was reluctant to leave his family, particularly his newborn granddaughter, but the welfare of the entire colony depended on successful reinforcement. In late August, he departed, expecting to return the following spring. Before he left, the colonists agreed that if they needed to move in his absence, they would carve their destination on trees or doorposts. If they were in distress, they would carve a Maltese cross as well. These simple arrangements would soon take on profound significance in one of history's most enduring mysteries. As White's ship sailed eastward, growing smaller on the horizon until it disappeared entirely, the colonists continued their daily activity extending crops, fishing, hunting, maintaining their simple dwellings. Men and women who had left behind the familiar streets of London and the green fields of England now watched the sun set over a wilderness that must have seemed both beautiful and threatening. The Atlantic crossing proved more dangerous than anticipated. White's ship was attacked by French privateers, and he barely escaped with his life. By the time he reached England, the country was mobilizing all available ships to face the threat of the Spanish Armada. In this national emergency, White's pleas for ships to rescue his colonists fell on sympathetic but distracted ears. Not until August, 1,593 long years after his departure, was White finally able to return to Roanoke. As his ship approached the island where he had left his daughter, son-in-law, and granddaughter, his heart must have been filled with both anticipation and dread. What would he find after so much time had passed? The answer, which has puzzled historians for centuries, awaits us as our story continues. But for now, as your mind gently drifts with these historical currents, picture the island of Roanoke as evening falls in the year 1587. The wooden houses stand silent against the darkening sky. Smoke rises from cooking fires. Children's laughter mingles with the calling of strange birds. The colonists gaze eastward, across the waters that separate them from all they have known, wondering when their governor will return, unaware that they are about to vanish from the pages of recorded history, leaving behind only questions that echo through the centuries like whispers in a forgotten dream. When John White finally returned to Roanoke Island in August of 1590, after 3 long years of delay, the golden light of late summer filtered through the trees. As his small boat approached the shore, his heart must have been racing with anticipation and anxiety. The island appeared before him, wrapped in an unusual silence. Where were the sounds of settlement life, the voices, the tools, the footsteps of his family and friends? Upon landing, White and his men found the settlement deserted. The houses and fortifications had been dismantled, not destroyed in violence, but carefully taken down, as if the colonists had planned their departure. There was no sign of struggle, no indication of a sudden catastrophe. Nature had begun its gentle reclamation of the human spaces, with vines creeping over abandoned foundations and grasses growing where feet had once trodden daily paths. As White searched with increasing desperation for any trace of the 117 souls he had left behind, including his daughter Eleanor, his son-in-law Ananias, and his granddaughter Virginia Darahee's men made a curious discovery. Carved into a post was the word Croton, without the Maltese cross that would have signaled distress. On a nearby tree, they found the letters Crow etched into the bark. These cryptic messages aligned with the agreement White had made with the colonists before his departure. If they needed to relocate, they would carve their destination on trees or doorposts. Croatoan was the name of a nearby island, now known as Hatteras Island, and the home of a native tribe led by Chief Monteo, who had been friendly to the English and had even traveled to London years earlier. White was eager to sail immediately to Croatoan in search of the colonists, believing they had sought refuge there. However, a great storm began to form on the horizon. The darkness of approaching clouds matched his growing concern as his ship's captain, fearing for the safety of the vessel, insisted they abandon the search and return to open waters. Circumstances conspired against White's return. His ship was damaged in the storm, supplies were running low, and the crew was increasingly mutinous. With profound reluctance and what must have been unbearable anguish, White was forced to sail back to England without discovering the fate of his family and the other colonists. He would never return to American shores, spending his remaining years in quiet obscurity in Ireland, carrying the weight of this unresolved mystery until his death. The colonists of Roanoke, men, women, and children who had crossed an ocean with hopes of a new beginning, simply vanished from recorded history. They became known as the Lost Colony, their disappearance evolving into America's oldest unsolved mystery, a whispered question mark at the beginning of English settlement in North America. As you lie comfortably now, breathing gently, imagine the centuries passing over Roanoke Island, seasons turning one into another, the patient rhythm of nature continuing undisturbed, tides rising and falling like slow, deep breaths, stars wheeling overhead in their ancient patterns, the mystery remaining, suspended in time, like a leaf caught in amber. In the centuries that followed, theories about the colonists' fate multiplied like ripples on still water. Perhaps they integrated with the Croatoan tribe on Hatteras Island, gradually blending their European heritage with native ways. Archaeological evidence on Hatteras has revealed tantalizing artifacts of European origin dating to this period. Some historians believe the colonists may have split into smaller groups, seeking shelter with different native communities throughout the region. Others suggest they might have attempted to sail back to England in self-made vessels, perishing in the attempt. Some theories propose they moved inland to the region around the Chowan River, an area that later colonists reported finding people living in European-style houses and native children with light hair and eyes. As your thoughts drift gently with these historical currents, feel the weight of your body sinking deeper into restful comfort. The mystery of Roanoke invites us to release our need for certainty, to accept that some questions may never find complete answers. There is a peaceful surrender in acknowledging the limits of what we can know about the past. Breathe deeply now, feeling your chest rise and fall, like the tides that have washed Roanoke's shores for countless centuries, in and out, the steady rhythm connecting you to the eternal flow of time. In and out, your muscles growing heavier, more relaxed with each breath. In the 1930s, a series of stones were discovered that purported to be messages from Eleanor Dare chronicling the colonists' movements after White's departure. Though later revealed as forgeries, these Dare stones captured the public imagination and speak to our enduring fascination with the lost colonists' story. We long to hear their voices across the centuries, to know what became of their hopes and dreams. Modern archaeological efforts continue on Roanoke and surrounding areas. In recent years, researchers have used ground-penetrating radar and other advanced technologies to search for evidence. Fragments of pottery, a signet ring possibly belonging to one of the colonists, writing implement seach, small discovery, adds a piece to the puzzle without completing the picture. As sleep draws nearer now, imagine walking along the shores of Roanoke Island as twilight settles over the landscape. The water laps gently at the sand, a soothing rhythmic sound that invites deeper relaxation. Stars begin to appear in the darkening sky, the same stars that looked down upon the colonists over 4 centuries ago. The air carries the scent of salt and pine, a blend of ocean and forest that would have been familiar to those early settlers. With each breath you take, you inhale the essence of this place that has held its secrets for so long. Exhale and release any tension you might be holding. Inhale the peace of the present moment. Exhale, letting go. Perhaps the true legacy of the lost colony lies not in solving their disappearance, but in recognizing how their story connects us to the broader human experience of facing the unknown. Those 117 souls ventured into an uncertain future, adapting to circumstances we can only imagine. Their resilience speaks across the centuries, reminding us of the human capacity for courage in the face of challenge. The sky deepens to indigo now, stars multiplying against the velvet darkness. The gentle sounds of night creatures create a natural lullaby. Your breathing has become slower, deeper, your thoughts more diffuse as you hover at the edge of sleep. In 2020, archaeologists announced promising new findings at a site called Site X on Hatteras Island, including European pottery fragments intermingled with native artifacts from the appropriate time period. Though not conclusive, such discoveries keep alive the possibility that at least some of the colonists found refuge among the Croatoan people, learning to blend their European ways with indigenous knowledge of the land. DNA research offers another avenue of exploration, with some families in North Carolina possessing oral histories of descent from the lost colonists. The story continues to unfold, like a dream that changes shape just as we think we understand it. Your eyelids are growing heavier now, your thoughts drifting like leaves on a gentle current. The boundary between history and dreams becomes more permeable as you transition towards sleep. Perhaps in dreams, the mysteries that elude our waking minds find different kinds of resolution. Imagine the starlight on Roanoke Island, filtering through the trees just as it did on summer nights in 1587, the soft chorus of crickets and frogs, the distant sound of waves. The night enfolding the island in its protective darkness, these sensations have remained constant across centuries, a continuity that transcends the passage of time. Your breathing has found its own natural rhythm now, steady and deep. Your body feels pleasantly heavy, sinking into the surface beneath you. Each exhale carries you closer to the threshold of sleep, where consciousness dissolves into restorative rest. The story of the lost colony reminds us that history, like sleep, holds mysteries we cannot fully penetrate. Just as we must eventually surrender to sleep, trusting in the natural process of renewal, we sometimes must accept historical uncertainties, finding peace in the questions themselves rather than demanding definitive answers. As you drift now toward the horizon of sleep, carry with you the image of Roanoke Island bathed in moonlight. The settlement, silent and empty when John White returned, yet somehow still alive in our collective memory. The word Croton, carved into ancient wood, a message across time whose full meaning remains elusive. The colonists themselves have found whatever peace awaits us all beyond the confines of recorded history. Their individual stories, their fears and hopes, their struggles and triumph shave merged with the greater narrative of human experience. In that merging, there is a kind of resolution, even without definitive answers. Let your consciousness now begin to dissolve into the welcoming darkness of sleep, like the lost colony dissolving into the broader tapestry of history. Your thoughts becoming more distant, less defined. Your breathing deep and regular, the weight of your body surrendering completely to rest. Sleep now approaches like a gentle tide, washing over the shores of wakefulness. The mystery of Roanoke will remain, waiting for you should you wish to return to it someday. But for now, let it fade like footprints on a beach as the water rises to smooth away all marks and patterns. Sleep now, and dream perhaps of far horizons and new beginnings, of courage in the face of the unknown, of messages carved in wood that speak across centuries. Sleep now, and find in that sleep the same peace that eventually came to the lost colonists of Roanoke, whatever their ultimate fate may have been. Sleep now and rest well. As you settle in and prepare for rest, allow your mind to drift back through the mists of time to a period when humanity stood on the precipice of an innovation so profound that it would forever alter the course of civilization. Tonight, we journey to ancient Mesopotamia, to the land between the Tigris and Euphrates rivers, where the first marks of written language began to appear upon clay tablets nearly 5,500 years ago. Imagine the warm glow of evening settling over the ancient city of Uruk in what is now southern Iraq. The sun casts long shadows across mud brick buildings as merchants and temple administrators finish their daily tasks. The air carries the scent of dust, river water, and the aromatic oils used in temple rituals. In this cradle of civilization, something remarkable is taking shape through human ingenuity and necessity. Before writing, human knowledge traveled solely through spoken words, passed from person to person, generation to generation. Important information planting seasons, religious practices, community agreements existed only in memory, vulnerable to the frailties of human recollection. But as societies grew more complex, as trade expanded and temple economies required more precise record-keeping, memory alone proved insufficient. The first writing emerged not from a desire to record stories or philosophical ideas, but from the practical needs of accounting. Temple administrators needed to track goods entering and leaving their storehouses, quantities of grain, numbers of livestock, jars of oil. Picture a Sumerian scribe, sitting cross-legged on a reed mat, the clay of the region moistened and shaped into a small, palm-sized tablet before him. With a reed stylus cut to create a wedge-shaped end, he begins to press marks into the soft surface. These earliest marks were simple pictographs drawings that resembled the objects they represented. A drawing of a sheep's head represented a sheep. A sketch of a star represented the heavens or a deity. Over time, these pictographs became increasingly stylized and abstract. The reed stylus made straight lines and wedge-shaped impressions more practical than curves, transforming the pictures into the angular script we now call cuneiform, from the Latin word for wedge. The development of cuneiform wasn't sudden, but evolved over centuries. Imagine generations of scribes, fathers teaching sons, masters instructing apprentices, each making subtle innovations in the system. The pictographs gradually became more abstract, sometimes rotated 90 degrees for easier impression into clay. What began as a direct picture of an object evolved into a conventional symbol that represented that object. A truly revolutionary moment came when these symbols began to represent not just objects but sounds. This phonetic principle, using symbols to represent the sounds of language rather than just concrete objects, opened new possibilities. Now, abstract concepts could be written. Names could be recorded. The fullness of human thought could begin to take form in clay. In the temple complexes and palaces of Sumer, specialized schools called tablet houses, dub-ba in Sumerian, emerged to train new generations of scribes. Picture young apprentices sitting in rows, their fingers covered in clay as they practiced the hundreds of signs they would need to master. The training was rigorous, sometimes lasting a decade or more. Scribes held positions of great respect in society. They were the keepers of knowledge, the record keepers who made complex civilization possible. The clay tablets they produced covered every aspect of Sumerian life. Economic records tracked the movement of goods. 10 sheep delivered to the temple of Inanna, or 5 measures of barley issued to the worker Urnungal. Administrative documents recorded land sales, court decisions, and inheritance matters. Religious texts preserved hymns to the gods and ritual instructions. Gradually, literature emerged, myths, epics, and wisdom texts that explored the human condition. One of the most famous works preserved in cuneiform is the Epic of Gilgamesh, a story following the adventures of a semi-divine king as he searches for immortality. Parts of this epic were written as early as 2100 BCE, making it one of the oldest works of literature in human history. The tale reflects on friendship, the fear of death, and the search for meaning themes that continue to resonate with us today as we lie awake contemplating our own existence. As trade networks expanded across the ancient Near East, cuneiform spread beyond Sumer. The Akkadians, who eventually conquered the Sumerian city-states, adopted cuneiform for their own Semitic language. The Babylonians and Assyrians continued using the script, as did the Hittites in Anatolia, modern Turkey, and the Elamites in what is now Iran. The flexibility of cuneiform allowed it to be adapted to multiple languages, much as our alphabet today serves many different tongues. Imagine caravans of traders moving slowly across dusty landscapes, carrying not just goods but knowledge in the form of clay tablets. Diplomatic correspondence written in cuneiform connected distant kingdoms. The famous Amarna letters, discovered in Egypt, revealed diplomatic communications between Egyptian pharaohs and rulers throughout the Near East, all recorded in cuneiform on clay tablets. While cuneiform thrived in Mesopotamia, another ancient writing system developed independently along the Nile. Egyptian hieroglyphs, with their elegant pictorial forms, first appeared around 3200 BCE, roughly the same period as early cuneiform. The word hieroglyph comes from Greek, meaning sacred carving, and these intricate symbols adorned the walls of temples and tombs throughout ancient Egypt. Unlike the wedge-shaped marks pressed into clay tablets, hieroglyphs were often carefully painted or carved into stone, allowing for more detailed and curved designs. Picture an Egyptian scribe mixing pigments, ground minerals, and plant materials bound with gum arabic, preparing to paint hieroglyphs onto a sheet of papyrus, a paper-like material made from the pith of the papyrus plant that grew abundantly along the Nile. Egyptian hieroglyphs, like cuneiform, began as pictographs but evolved to include phonetic elements. They could be written horizontally or vertically, and unlike many writing systems, could be read either from left to right or right to left. The direction was indicated by which way the human and animal figures faced. They always faced toward the beginning of the line. The ancient Egyptians believed that writing was divine in origin, a gift from the ibis-headed god Thoth, whom they considered the inventor of writing and the scribe of the gods. Writing played a crucial role in Egyptian religious life. The Book of the Dead, a collection of spells and instructions to help the deceased navigate the afterlife, was often buried with the dead, the hieroglyphs carefully inscribed to ensure immortality. As you rest more deeply now, envision the scribes of these ancient civilizations, their patient hands moving across clay or papyrus. Their work required focus, precision, and deep knowledge qualities that created a stillness of mind not unlike what you seek as you prepare for sleep. Their concentrated efforts, day after day, year after year, century after century, preserved and transmitted human knowledge, building the foundations for all that would follow. The development of writing marks one of humanity's greatest intellectual achievements. Before writing, human knowledge was limited by the capacity of memory and restricted by the lifespans of those who held that memory. With writing, knowledge could accumulate across generations. Ideas could travel across vast distances. The wisdom of the past could speak directly to future generations. As we pause in our journey through the history of writing, let your mind rest with these ancient scribes and their patient work. Feel the weight of the clay tablet in your hands, smooth and cool to the touch. Notice the careful impression of the stylus as it creates meaning through symbol. Allow your breathing to slow, matching the deliberate pace of a scribe, creating marks that would last for millennia. In our next part, we will continue this journey, exploring how writing evolved from these early systems toward more streamlined alphabets, spreading across new regions and cultures. But for now, rest in the knowledge that the very symbols that allowed humanity to preserve its wisdom are the same that now help us share this story with you as you drift towards sleep. As we continue our journey through the story of writing, feel yourself settling more deeply into comfort, your body growing heavier with each breath. By now, alphabetic systems had begun to spread throughout the Mediterranean world and beyond, carried by merchants, scholars, and conquerors across vast distances. The Greek alphabet, refined around the 8th century BCE, built upon the Phoenician foundation by adding something revolutionary: dedicated vowel symbols. Where previous alphabets had relied on context to supply the appropriate vowel sounds, Greek scribes designated specific letters for A, E, I, O, and U. Picture the azure waters of the Aegean Sea, sunlight dancing across its surface as merchants and philosophers traveled between islands and coastal cities, the knowledge of this more precise writing system traveling with them. The Greek innovation of vowel notation created a writing system of unprecedented clarity and precision. This clarity helped preserve the works of philosophers like Plato and Aristotle, the epic poetry of Homer, the medical observations of Hippocrates, and the mathematical principles of Pythagoras and Euclid. Imagine scrolls of papyrus stored in wooden cases, carefully preserved in libraries and schools, their contents shaping human thought for millennia to come. From Greek writing emerged the Latin alphabet, which you recognize in these very words before you. As the Roman Empire expanded across Europe, North Africa, and the Near East, its alphabet traveled with its legions and administrators. Picture Roman scribes in distant provinces, their pens scratching across parchment as they recorded tax collections, judicial decisions, and correspondence that would bind together one of history's largest empires. Meanwhile, in the eastern realms of the Mediterranean, other alphabetic traditions flourished. The Aramaic script, a descendant of Phoenician, became the administrative language of the Persian Empire and influenced writing systems across Asia. From Aramaic evolved Hebrew and Arabic scripts, each with their distinctive forms and sacred associations. These writing systems preserved not just everyday transactions, but spiritual wisdom, the Hebrew Torah, the Christian Bible, the Islamic Quran texts considered holy by billions of people throughout history. Along the Silk Road, that ancient network of trade routes connecting east and west, writing systems traveled alongside silks and spices. The concept of alphabetic writing influenced the development of scripts in India, where the Brahmi script emerged around the 3rd century BCE. From Brahmi descended numerous writing systems used throughout South and Southeast Asia: Devanagari, Bengali, Tamil, Thai, and many others, each adapted to the phonetic needs of different languages. In East Asia, a different approach to writing took shape. Chinese characters, developing from oracle bone inscriptions dating back to the Shang dynasty around 1600 BCE, evolved into a sophisticated system where each character represented a morphemia unit of meaning rather than just a sound. This logographic system, though requiring the memorization of thousands of characters, offered unique advantages, allowing communication across the diverse spoken languages of China and eventually influencing the writing systems of Korea, Japan, and Vietnam. As your breathing deepens now, imagine these diverse writing systems as rivers flowing across the landscape of human history. Some converged, others diverged, but all carried the accumulated wisdom, beliefs, and observations of countless generations. With each breath, feel yourself floating gently on these rivers of knowledge, carried forward by the current of human innovation that flows across millennia. The invention of the printing press by Johannes Gutenberg around 1440 CE marked another revolution in how writing spread through society. Before this innovation, books were laboriously copied by hand, making them rare and precious objects. The printing press, with its movable type, allowed for the mass production of identical texts. Picture the workshop in Mainz, Germany, the smell of ink and paper filling the air, the rhythmic sound of the press as it printed page after page of what would become Gutenberg's famous Bible. The impact of this technology cannot be overstated. Knowledge that had been confined to monasteries and universities now spread more widely. Literacy increased. Scientific discoveries could be shared more readily. The Renaissance, the scientific revolution, the Enlightenment all were fueled by the increased circulation of written works. The very concept of a public sphere of ideas emerged as printing made books, pamphlets, and eventually newspapers more accessible. As night deepens around you now, as the quiet hours invite deeper rest, consider how writing has transformed more recently in your own lifetime. The digital revolution has once again changed how we create, share, and preserve written information. From the physical impression of a stylus in clay to illuminated pixels on a screen, writing has continuously evolved while maintaining its essential purpose to extend human memory and communication beyond the limitations of time and space. The story of writing is ultimately a story of connection. Connection across time, as ancient voices speak to us through preserved texts. Connection across space, as ideas travel between distant communities. Connection between minds, as the thoughts of one person find residence in the consciousness of another. As your body relaxes more deeply into rest, feel these connections like gentle threads linking you to the vast tapestry of human knowledge and experience. The ancient scribes who first pressed wedge-shaped marks into clay tablets could never have imagined how their innovation would transform human society. They could not have foreseen libraries containing millions of volumes or digital archives storing the equivalent of entire civilizations' worth of information. Yet their patient work, refined over generations, laid the foundation for all that followed. Your breathing has likely slowed now, becoming deeper and more regular. Like the steady hand of a scribe forming letters with practiced ease, your body knows the rhythm of approaching sleep. Each breath draws you closer to that tranquil state where consciousness gently dissolves into rest. The weight of your body against the bed becomes like the satisfying weight of a well-made book in one's hands, substantial, comforting, complete. The stars that shine tonight are the same stars that illuminated the night sky above ancient Uruk as the first scribes developed cuneiform, the same stars that gleamed over the Mediterranean as traders carried Phoenician letters from port to port, the same stars that witnessed the quiet work of medieval monks copying manuscripts by candlelight. There is continuity in this shared sky, just as there is continuity in our human desire to preserve our thoughts and communicate across the boundaries of time. As sleep begins to embrace you more fully, imagine once more the hands of scribes across the ages, Sumerian, Egyptian, Phoenician, Greek, Chinese, Arabic, and countless others all engaged in the sacred act of making marks that carry meaning. Their patient work allowed wisdom to accumulate beyond the span of individual lives. Their innovation made possible the sciences, philosophies, and literatures that enrich our world. The gentle rhythm of your breathing now matches the rhythm of those ancient writing tools, the steady impression of stylus into clay, the brush flowing across silk, the quill scratching across parchment. Each breath draws you deeper into tranquility. Each moment of awareness softens into the approaching horizon of sleep. The history of writing reminds us that human creativity finds a way to overcome limitations. When memory alone proved insufficient, we invented writing. When writing systems were too complex, we simplified them into alphabets. When hand copying limited the spread of knowledge, we invented printing. This persistent innovation speaks to something essential in the human spiritur, desire to connect, to preserve, to share our experiences with others. As consciousness begins to drift now, like ink spreading through water, Allow yourself to release the need to remember or understand everything about this history. The beauty of writing is that it removes this burden from us. What is written down can be revisited later. For now, there is only the gentle flow of breath, the comfortable weight of your body at rest, the quiet darkness surrounding you like the peaceful silence of an ancient library after all the scholars have departed for the night. The marks on clay tablets from ancient Mesopotamia still exist today, preserved in museums around the world. The thoughts of philosophers who lived millennia ago still reach us through the written word. Stories that comforted and entertained countless generations continue to be read by new eyes. In this continuity, there is something profoundly reassuring, reminder that what matters most about human experience transcends the boundaries of individual lives. Your limbs grow heavier now, your thoughts more distant and diffuse. Like ancient writing systems that gradually faded from use as new forms emerged, let your waking consciousness gently surrender to the approaching depths of sleep. There is no need to hold on, no need to maintain awareness. Just as writing freed humanity from the limitations of memory, sleep frees you from the demands of conscious thought, offering restoration and renewal. Rest now in the knowledge that the story of writing, like all human stories, continues to unfold. The river of innovation that began with those first marks in clay still flows, and like a river that eventually meets the vastness of the ocean, your consciousness now merges with the boundless realm of sleep, carried on currents deeper and more ancient than words can express. Sleep now, and be at peace. In the gentle quiet of this moment, let us journey back through the mists of time to ancient Mesopotamia, the cradle of civilization nestled between the Tigris and Euphrates rivers. Here, amidst the golden sands and azure skies of what is now modern-day Iraq, once stood the magnificent city of Babylon. As you settle comfortably and allow your breathing to find its natural rhythm, picture a city of sun-baked clay bricks, gleaming beneath the warm eastern sun, its walls rising high above the desert plains. Babylon reached its zenith during the reign of King Nebuchadnezzar II, who ruled from approximately 605 to 562 BCE. This remarkable king transformed his capital into one of the most splendid cities the ancient world had ever seen. The streets were lined with blue glazed tiles depicting lions and dragons, symbols of divine protection. The massive Ishtar Gate welcomed visitors with its imposing presence, while ziggurat-stepped temple towers reached toward the heavens, connecting earth to the divine realm. But among all the wonders that graced this ancient metropolis, one stands out in particular, a structure so breathtaking, so innovative, that it would eventually be counted among the 7 wonders of the ancient world: the legendary Hanging Gardens of Babylon. Imagine, if you will, an architectural marvel rising from the flat Mesopotamian plana series of ascending terraces abundant with lush vegetation, colorful flowers, and shade-giving trees. The gardens appeared to float above the city, a verdant paradise seemingly suspended in mid-air, defying the harsh desert environment surrounding it. Water, that precious resource in an arid land, somehow flowed upward against gravity, nourishing plants that had no business thriving in such a climate. The most commonly related story of the garden's creation is a tale of love and longing. According to this account, King Nebuchadnezzar II built the extraordinary gardens for his wife, Queen Amytis of Media. The queen, who hailed from the mountainous regions of what is now Iran, was said to be homesick for the green, rolling hills of her homeland. The flat, sun-scorched plains of Babylon left her despondent and yearning for the verdant landscapes of her youth. To ease her melancholy and show the depth of his devotion, Nebuchadnezzar commanded that an artificial mountain be constructed in the heart of the Cydia series of rising terraces planted with trees, shrubs, and flowering plants from across the empire and beyond. It would be a gift, unprecedented in its magnificence, a recreation of her beloved mountains in the midst of the flat Babylonian plains. Close your eyes for a moment and envision what these gardens might have looked like as you approached them for the first time. Rising before you, tier upon tier of greenery climbed skyward. Stone archways and columns supported each level, creating a sturdy framework for the soil and plantings above. The terraces were arranged in a stepwise fashion, each one set back from the one below, creating the impression of a lush, green mountain. A Greek historian named Diodorus Siculus, writing in the 1st century BCE, described the gardens as being about 400 feet square and over 70 feet high. He wrote of wide walkways on each level, spacious enough for the royal court to stroll among the plantings. Between the walkways, he described deep soil beds sufficient to accommodate the roots of the largest trees. From a distance, the dense foliage covering these ascending platforms created the illusion that the gardens were suspended in mid-air, hence the name hanging gardens. Another Greek writer, Strabo, spoke of vaulted terraces raised one above another, resting upon cube-shaped pillars. These pillars, he wrote, were hollow and filled with soil to allow trees of the largest size to grow. The platforms themselves were constructed of palm beams, stone, fired brick, and layers of reeds set in bitumina, naturally occurring tar that provided waterproofing. But perhaps the most impressive feature of the gardens, if they existed as described, would have been their irrigation system. Babylon sat on a flat plain, and the Euphrates River flowed at ground level. How then did water reach the uppermost terraces, some 70 feet above the ground? This would have required a sophisticated hydraulic system unlike any other in the ancient world. Some accounts suggest that water was drawn from the river and brought up to the gardens through a chain pumpa series of buckets attached to a chain that rotated around 2 large wheels. As the wheel turned, the buckets would dip into the water at the bottom, be carried to the top of the wheel, and then pour their contents into a tank before descending empty to be refilled. Such a device, powered by slaves or animals walking in circles to turn the mechanism, could have lifted water to significant heights. Others propose that a screw pump might have been Usain invention traditionally attributed to Archimedes, but which may have existed in simpler forms much earlier. This device consists of a large screw inside a hollow pipe. When the screw is turned, it draws water upward through the pipe. A series of such devices could have raised water to the necessary height. Whatever the method, the water would then have been distributed through a network of channels, ensuring that every plant received the moisture it needed. Some historians suggest that the hollow pillars described by Strabo might have served as part of this irrigation system, allowing water to be channeled directly to different levels of the structure. As evening approaches in ancient Babylon, imagine the gardens taking on a magical quality. The setting sun casts long shadows through the trees and bathes the terraces in golden light. The air grows cooler, and the fragrances of countless flowers intensify. The sound of flowing water provides a gentle, constant backdrop, as small streams and fountains keep the gardens lush and vibrant. From the uppermost terrace, one could gaze out over the impressive expanse of the city, the wide avenues, the imposing temples, the bustling markets, and beyond them, the protective walls surrounding the metropolis. In the distance, the Euphrates River would gleam like a ribbon of silver winding through the landscape. As twilight deepened, oil lamps and torches would be lit throughout the gardens, creating a mystical atmosphere where shadows danced among the plants and the stars appeared one by one in the darkening sky. Can you feel yourself there now? The gentle evening breeze carries the mingled scents of jasmine, roses, and countless other blooms. The air is pleasant against your skin, neither too warm nor too cool. The sound of water splashing in fountains and trickling through channels soothes your mind. Palace musicians might play soft melodies on lyres and flutes, their notes blending harmoniously with nature's own symphony. Perhaps Queen Amytis herself walks these paths in the evening hours when the heat of the day has subsided. Her attendants follow at a respectful distance as she moves from level to level, pausing occasionally to admire a particularly beautiful blossom or to gaze out over her husband's great city. Does she feel a little less homesick for her mountainous homeland when surrounded by this artificial paradise? Does her heart warm with appreciation for the extraordinary lengths to which Nebuchadnezzar has gone to ease her longing? As you breathe deeply and allow your body to relax completely, consider how remarkable it would be for such a wonder to exist in the ancient world. A green mountain rising from the flat plains, water flowing uphill, plants from distant lands thriving in a desert environment, the Hanging Gardens would truly have been a testament to human ingenuity, determination, and the power of love. Yet, as we drift towards sleep, a question begins to form in our minds, one that has puzzled historians and archaeologists for centuries. Did the Hanging Gardens of Babylon actually exist? Or are they perhaps the most beautiful mirage in history, a story so compelling that it has endured for over 2 millennia despite a curious lack of physical evidence? This question will accompany us as our journey continues, but for now, let your mind linger in the peaceful image of this ancient paradise as we prepare to explore further. As night falls over ancient Babylon and the first stars appear in the velvet sky, we continue our exploration of the enigmatic Hanging Gardens. The cool evening air settles around us, inviting deeper contemplation of this legendary wonder. Your breathing becomes slower, more rhythmic, matching the gentle cadence of water flowing through the garden's channels. What makes the story of the Hanging Gardens particularly intriguing is the rich tapestry of historical accounts that describe them in vivid detail. Yet, these accounts come to us not from Babylonian sources, but from Greek and Roman writers who lived centuries after Nebuchadnezzar's reign. This temporal distance creates the first ripple of uncertainty in our understanding. The earliest known reference to the gardens comes from Berossus, a Babylonian priest who wrote in Greek during the 3rd century BC Esome, 250 years after Nebuchadnezzar's time. Unfortunately, his original work has been lost, and we know of it only through quotations in later writings. Berossus allegedly described extensive gardens within the palace grounds, though whether these were the famed Hanging Gardens remains unclear. Other classical writers expanded upon the garden's description, adding layers of detail and wonder. Diodorus Siculus, whom we mentioned earlier, wrote that the gardens resembled a theater in their stepped arrangement. Philo of Byzantium described trees growing at a height that would astound viewers, with roots embedded in an elevated terrace rather than in the earth. Quintus Curtius Rufus wrote of a castle supported by 20 solid stone columns, upon which lay a garden full of enormous trees. Perhaps the most detailed account comes from Strabo, the Greek geographer who lived from approximately 64 BCE to 24 CE. He described vaulted terraces, raised one above another, and resting upon cube-shaped pillars, hollow and filled with earth to allow trees of the largest size to be planted. He went on to explain how these were watered from above, and the columns contained pipes which carried water to irrigate the whole garden. As you relax deeper into your restful state, imagine these ancient scholars carefully recording these descriptions, preserving the wonder of the gardens for future generations. Their words, copied by scribes onto papyrus scrolls and later transferred to parchment codices, survived the passage of centuries, while the gardens themselves, if they existed, gradually crumbled back into the earth from which they rose. The Greek tradition that named the Hanging Gardens as one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world began with Antipater of Sidon, who compiled the first known list around 140 BCE. Later writers modified the list, but the gardens consistently retained their place among these extraordinary human achievements. The other wonders: the Great Pyramid of Giza, the Temple of Artemis at Ephesus, the statue of Zeus at Olympia, the mausoleum at Halicarnassus, the Colossus of Rhodes, and the Lighthouse of Alexandria have all been confirmed archaeologically, all except the gardens. This brings us to one of history's most perplexing puzzles. Despite detailed descriptions from multiple classical sources, despite centuries of archaeological excavations in Mesopotamia, no definitive physical evidence of the Hanging Gardens has ever been found at Babylon. The mighty walls, the processional way, the Ishtar Gate, the Temple of Mardukal, these structures from Nebuchadnezzar's Babylon have left their traces in the soil. But of the gardens, there is no certain archaeological footprint. This absence is particularly striking when we consider Nebuchadnezzar's own extensive records. The king left numerous inscriptions detailing his building activities, including the city walls, temples, and his palace. He described canals, defensive structures, and religious monuments with proud precision. Yet in no surviving Babylonian text, neither in Nebuchadnezzar's inscriptions nor in the thousands of cuneiform tablets that document even mundane aspects of Babylonian life, is there any mention of the extraordinary gardens he supposedly built for his Median wife? As you sink deeper into comfort, let your mind drift with this historical mystery. How could such a magnificent structure, one that impressed visitors enough to be counted among the world's greatest wonders, leave no trace in either the physical record of archaeology or the written record of its own creators? Some scholars suggest that perhaps the gardens were destroyed shortly after their creation before they could be documented in Babylonian records that survive to our time. Others propose that they might have been conflated with other impressive gardens or structures in the ancient Near East. Still, others wonder if the entire story might be a magnificent case of mistaken identity or literary invention. The German archaeologist Robert Koldewey, who excavated Babylon from 1899 to 1917, believed he had found the foundation of the gardens in the northeast corner of the southern palace. He uncovered an unusual structure with thick walls and a well-preserved cellar with 14 rooms, alongside evidence of a vaulted supporting structure. He also found traces of what might have been a hydraulic pump. Koldewey proposed that this unusual building, with its strong foundations capable of supporting significant weight, might have been the substructure of the famed gardens. However, subsequent archaeologists have questioned this identification. The structure Koldewey found lacked sufficient space for the expansive gardens described in classical sources. Furthermore, the rooms he identified as part of an irrigation system may simply have been storage chambers. Alternative explanations for this structure include a treasury or administrative building. As night deepens over our imagined Babylon, the gardens, real or legendary, would be illuminated by torchlight, creating dancing shadows among the foliage. The sound of water continues its soothing rhythm, reminding us that water was not merely aesthetic in the gardens but essential to their existence. In a land where the annual rainfall averaged less than 10 inches, sophisticated irrigation was the difference between lush growth and withered plants. The Babylonians were masters of water management, having developed complex systems of canals, dikes, and reservoirs to control the unpredictable flooding of the Tigris and Euphrates and to distribute water throughout their agricultural lands. The technical skill to create an elevated irrigation system certainly existed within their civilization. Imagine, as your body grows heavier and more relaxed, the engineering challenges involved in creating such a structure. The weight of soil, plants, and water would have placed enormous stress on the supporting architecture. The terraces would have required careful waterproofing to prevent leakage that could weaken the structure. The irrigation system would have needed constant maintenance to remain functional. Some scholars have calculated that the gardens would have required a minimum of 8,200 gallons, over 31,000 liters, of water each day to sustain the vegetation. Delivering this volume of water to heights of up to 75 feet, 23 meters, would have been a remarkable achievement in the ancient world. The Babylonians may have employed a chain of shadufsa, simple lever device used throughout the ancient Near East to lift water, or the more complex chain pump described earlier. Another possibility is that the gardens utilized the principle of the water screw, a device traditionally attributed to Archimedes in the 3rd century BCE, but which may have existed in simpler forms much earlier. This mechanism consists of a screw inside a cylinder. When the screw is turned, it draws water upward. A series of such devices could potentially raise water to considerable heights. The sound of this water trickling, flowing, splashing gently into pools would have created a constant background music throughout the gardens. As you breathe deeply and regularly, allow this imagined sound to wash over you, creating a sense of peace and continuity. Water, the sustainer of life, flowing endlessly through channels designed by human ingenuity, nourishing plants far from their natural habitats. The plant life itself would have been extraordinarily diverse if the classical accounts are accurate. Josephus wrote that the garden contained all sorts of plants and everything that could delight the eye by its beauty or gratify it by its fragrance. Selecting plants that could thrive in Babylon's harsh climate would have required considerable botanical knowledge. Some species would have been brought from distant parts of the empire, perhaps including cedars from Lebanon, date palms native to Mesopotamia, flowering shrubs from Persia, and fruit trees from various conquered territories. The gardens may have served multiple purposes beyond pleasing Queen Amidis. They could have been a living demonstration of the extent of Nebuchadnezzar's empire, displaying plants from the many lands under his control. They might have served as a sophisticated royal pleasure park where the king and his court could escape the intense heat of the Babylonian summer. They likely also had religious significance, as gardens in the ancient Near East were often associated with divine paradise. As your consciousness begins to drift, picture once more this extraordinary creation if it existed. The night air in Babylon has cooled considerably now. The stars shine brilliantly in the desert sky, the same constellations that Babylonian astronomers studied with such care. Torches illuminate the paths winding through the gardens, their flames reflected in small pools and fountains. The scent of night-blooming flowers intensifies in the darkness, creating an intoxicating perfume. Perhaps somewhere in the gardens, a small group gathers priests, astronomers, or royal advisors discussing matters of state or religion, their voices hushed in the peaceful setting. Or perhaps Queen Amidis walks alone along a moonlit path, her thoughts turning to her distant homeland as she finds solace among the carefully tended plants. In our next part, we will explore alternative theories about the garden's location and examine what modern scholarship has revealed about this enduring mystery. But for now, let your imagination remain in ancient Babylon, among the hanging terraces of greenery, as your body relaxes completely and your mind prepares for the deepest rest. As the night deepens over our imagined Babylon, we find ourselves drifting further into the mystery of the hanging gardens. The stars shine with ancient light upon this city of wonders, and your breathing has found the gentle rhythm of the Euphrates flowing nearby. Let us continue our exploration of this enigmatic wonder, allowing the historical questions to guide us toward deeper relaxation and peaceful contemplation. In recent decades, several scholars have proposed a fascinating alternative theory that the Hanging Gardens may have existed, but not in Babylon at all. Dr. Stephanie Daly, an Oxford Assyriologist, has suggested that the gardens were actually located in the Assyrian city of Nineveh, some 340 miles north of Babylon. Her theory offers an intriguing resolution to the archaeological puzzle that has confounded historians for centuries. Daly points to several pieces of evidence for this geographic transposition, First, she notes that ancient writers sometimes confused or conflated Babylon and Assyria. In some classical Greek writing, Babylon was occasionally used as a term for the entire Mesopotamian region rather than the specific city. More compellingly, Daly identified Neo-Assyrian texts that describe elaborate gardens created by King Sennacherib of Assyria, reigned 705 to 681 BCE, at Nineveh. These texts detail an extensive park with exotic plants from across the empire, and crucially, they describe an advanced irrigation system using Archimedes screws to lift water. Sennacherib himself boasted in inscriptions about creating a wonder for all peoples, a man-made marsh with remarkable plantings watered by redirected streams. Archaeological excavations at Nineveh have uncovered evidence supporting these textual accounts. The remains of an extensive aqueduct system have been found, along with a hydraulic device that Sennacherib described as made of bronze and allowing water to rise throughout the year. Stone reliefs from Nineveh also depict lush gardens with various plants and architectural features that resemble the classical descriptions of the Hanging Gardens. Feel the weight of your body sinking deeper into restfulness as you consider this historical possibility. Perhaps for centuries, scholars have been searching in the wrong location entirely. The gardens that so impressed the ancient world might have graced the terraces of Nineveh rather than Babylon. Their memory later transferred to the more famous city as oral traditions evolved into written accounts. If Daly's theory is correct, the creator of the gardens would have been Sennacherib rather than Nebuchadnezzar, and they would have been built nearly a century earlier than traditionally believed. The romantic story of Nebuchadnezzar creating the gardens for his homesick wife might then be a later embellishment and narrative layer added to enhance the garden's legendary status. As your muscles relax completely and your thoughts become more fluid, consider how history sometimes transforms through the lens of storytelling. Across cultures and time periods, people have added emotional resonance to historical events by weaving in elements of human connection. The tale of a king's devotion to his melancholy queen creates a more compelling narrative than a monarch simply demonstrating his power through architectural innovation. Whether in Babylon or Nineveh, the creation of such gardens would have represented an extraordinary fusion of engineering, horticulture, and artistic vision. The ability to make water flow uphill, to support massive weight of soil and vegetation on artificial terraces, to select plants that could thrive in an alien environment. These achievements speak to the sophisticated knowledge and technical skill of ancient Mesopotamian civilizations. Both the Babylonians and Assyrians possessed advanced understanding of mathematics, astronomy, architecture, and natural sciences. They developed complex writing systems, created detailed legal codes, and built cities with sophisticated infrastructure. The creation of elevated gardens with functional irrigation would have been challenging, but within the capabilities of these remarkable civilizations. The night has grown deeper now in our imagined ancient setting. The air has cooled significantly, bringing relief from the day's heat. Your breathing becomes slower and deeper as relaxation spreads throughout your body. Like the water flowing through the garden's channels, tranquility courses through your limbs, bringing a sense of peaceful heaviness. Whether real or legendary, the Hanging Gardens represent something profound about human aspiration or desire to create beauty, to master the natural world, to overcome environmental limitations through ingenuity. They remind us of our ancient ancestors' capabilities and their understanding that life requires both practical necessity and aesthetic pleasure. As we approach the final portion of our exploration, let your mind drift more freely, releasing any tension or effort to understand or analyze. The historical puzzle of the gardens, fascinating though it may be now, serves primarily as a pathway to deeper relaxation. The gentle mystery of their existence becomes a soothing background to your journey toward sleep. Imagine once more the gardens in their full splendor, bathed now in soft moonlight. Multi-level terraces rise into the night sky, their edges softened by cascading plants. Water trickles down from level to level, its gentle music filling the air. The fragrance of night-blooming flowers mingles with the earthy scent of rich soil and the subtle aroma of cedar wood used in the architectural elements. Perhaps, somewhere in the cosmos, beyond our reach and understanding, the true memory of these gardens exists intact. Every plant, every stone pathway, every flowing fountain preserved in perfect detail. Perhaps the wonder that ancient visitors felt when first beholding this marvel still resonates through time, a ripple of awe that continues to touch us even now as we contemplate their possible existence. Your breathing has found a peaceful pattern now, deep and regular. With each exhale, you release any remaining tension. With each inhale, you draw in tranquility. The rhythm mirrors the cycles of nature that the garden's creators would have understood so well: the alternation of seasons, the waxing and waning of the moon, the ebb and flow of the rivers that gave life to these ancient civilizations. The mystery of the Hanging Gardens offers us a valuable reminder about history and knowledge. Sometimes, the most famous stories from the past remain just beyond our grasp, neither fully confirmed nor conclusively disproven. In this liminal space between certainty and doubt, our imagination finds room to create, just as the ancient garden designers worked within the constraints of their environment to create something remarkable. Whether constructed in Babylon by Nebuchadnezzar or in Nineveh by Sennacherib, whether substantially as described in classical sources or embellished by centuries of retelling, the legacy of the Hanging Gardens endures. They continue to inspire landscape architects, engineers, and artists. Modern botanical gardens and green rooftops owe a conceptual debt to this ancient innovation. The idea of creating urban oases, vertical gardens, and sustainable green spaces in our cities connects us directly to this ancient wonder. As sleep draws nearer now, let your thoughts become like the gentle mist that might have risen from the gardens in the cool of early morning. Allow them to drift without direction or purpose, formless and peaceful. Your body feels wonderfully heavy, supported completely, as relaxation deepens with each passing moment. The stars continue their slow passage across the night sky above our ancient garden, the same stars that Babylonian and Assyrian astronomers tracked with such precision. These ancient peoples understood the comforting regularity of celestial movements, finding in them a reflection of divine order. There is similar comfort in your own steady breathing, in the gradual transition from wakefulness towards sleep. Now, as our exploration of the Hanging Gardens comes to its natural conclusion, picture yourself finding a quiet corner within this ancient paradise. Perhaps a stone bench beneath a flowering tree, or a secluded spot near a small pool reflecting the moonlight. The sounds of flowing water surround you, not loud or disruptive, but a constant, soothing presence. The air is perfectly still. Your breathing has become so gentle that it barely disturbs the night around you. The weight of your body feels increasingly distant as consciousness begins to loosen its hold. Like the mythical gardens themselves, you exist now in a space between worlds, not fully awake, yet not quite asleep. The ancient Mesopotamians believed that dreams carried messages from the divine realm. As you approach the threshold of sleep, imagine that perhaps you might walk through these legendary gardens in your dreams, discovering their true nature in that landscape where time and space operate by different rules. Perhaps in dreams, you might glimpse what no archaeologist has yet uncovered: the true splendor of the Hanging Gardens in their prime. The soft sounds of water continue their gentle lullaby. The fragrant night air envelops you completely. The ancient city sleeps below, its activities paused until the return of dawn. Here in the elevated gardens, suspended between earth and sky, a profound peace prevails, a peace that now extends to your mind and body as sleep draws ever closer. Let go of all remaining thoughts about the historical puzzle of the gardens. Release any lingering questions about their location or existence. Allow yourself to be cradled in the simple beauty of the image terraces of greenery rising toward the stars, water defying gravity to nourish life, human creativity transforming a hostile environment into a paradise. Sleep approaches now like a gentle wave, ready to carry you to shores of deep rest. Your breathing has found its perfect rhythm. Your body feels completely supported, wonderfully heavy yet somehow weightless. Your mind has quieted, thoughts becoming distant and indistinct, like stars fading at dawn. The mystery of the Hanging Gardens will remain for another day of history's enduring puzzles, neither fully solved nor entirely fictional. But this uncertainty no longer matters as sleep beckons you forward, promising restoration and renewal. The gardens have served their purpose, guiding you along the path to peaceful slumber. Rest now, as countless souls have rested since the time of ancient Babylon. Sleep as the kings and queens of long-ago empires once slept after walking their marvelous gardens. Dream, perhaps, of terraced paradises and flowing waters, of ancient wonders and timeless beauty. The Hanging Gardens, real or imagined, offer their final gift, a gateway to the most restful sleep, suspended between history and legend, between earth and sky, between consciousness and dreams. In the mist-shrouded valleys and ancient forests of feudal Japan, a code was born, not merely a set of rules, but a spiritual path that would shape a nation's soul for centuries. This is the way of Bushido, the code of the samurai. As you rest and let your mind drift back through time, imagine walking alongside these legendary warriors whose lives were guided by principles as sharp as their swords and as enduring as the mountains of their homeland. The word Bushido translates literally as the way of the warrior, but this simple translation belies its profound depth. It represents a complex philosophical system that originated in the 12th century during Japan's feudal period and continued to evolve until the Meiji Restoration in the late 19th century. But to understand Bushido truly, we must first understand those who lived by it. The samurai emerged as Japan's military nobility, serving powerful lords called daimyo in a hierarchical system known as the shogunate. Unlike knights of European tradition, samurai were not merely fighters, they were expected to be educated in literature, poetry, and the arts. They were warriors, yes, but warriors with contemplative souls, seeking harmony between the brush and the sword, between creation and destruction. In the beginning, the principles of what would become Bushido were transmitted orally, passing from master to apprentice, from father to son. These teachings weren't codified until the 17th century, during the peaceful Edo period, when the scholar Yamagasoko began formalizing the ethical code that had guided samurai conduct for generations. Later, in the early 18th century, Tsunetomo Yamamoto's Hagakure, hidden by the leaves, further articulated these principles, emphasizing absolute loyalty and the samurai's preparedness for death. But perhaps the most influential text on Bushido came from Inazo Nitobe, whose 1,900 book, Bushido, The Soul of Japan, introduced these concepts to the Western world. Nitobe identified 7 core virtues that formed the foundation of the samurai code: rectitude, courage, benevolence, respect, honesty, honor, and loyalty. These weren't merely ideals to aspire to, they were expected to permeate every aspect of a samurai's existence. The philosophy of Bushido was shaped by 3 major spiritual traditions: Shintoism, Buddhism, and Confucianism. From Shinto, Japan's indigenous religion, came reverence for ancestors and the natural world. Buddhism contributed concepts of impermanence and mindfulness, teaching samurai to face death without fear. Confucianism provided the social framework, emphasizing loyalty, filial piety, and social harmony. This spiritual foundation gave Bushido its distinctive character. Unlike purely military codes, it addressed the warrior's inner life as much as his outward conduct. A true samurai was expected to cultivate both military prowess and spiritual depth, to be both a fearsome opponent in battle and a contemplative soul in repose. The ideal of self-discipline pervaded every aspect of samurai life. From childhood, young warriors to be were subjected to harsh training, exposed to cold, hunger, and pain to build resilience. They learned to control not only their bodies, but their minds and emotions as well. A samurai was expected to remain calm in crisis, to show no pain, to reveal no fear. This self-mastery wasn't merely for battlefield advantage, it was considered the path to spiritual refinement. Central to Bushido was the concept of no fear of death. Samurai were taught to meditate daily on their mortality, to visualize their own demise in vivid detail. This practice wasn't morbid but liberating. By accepting death as inevitable, the samurai freed himself from its terror. As the Hagakure famously states, "The way of the samurai is found in death." This didn't mean seeking death carelessly, but being so reconciled to its possibility that one could act with complete freedom and clarity. The relationship between lord and retainer formed the social cornerstone of Bushido. A samurai's loyalty to his daimyo was expected to be absolute, transcending personal interest, family ties, or even self-preservation. This loyalty wasn't blind obedience, but a sacred trust, a covenant between two souls. The lord provided purpose and meaning. The samurai offered his skills, his judgment, and if necessary, his life. Yet for all its martial focus, Bushido placed equal emphasis on compassion and ethical conduct. A true samurai was expected to use his strength to protect the weak, to practice benevolence toward those of lower status, to show mercy to defeated enemies when appropriate. Power without compassion was considered vulgar, strength without restraint merely brutish. As you drift further into this ancient world, imagine the samurai's day beginning before dawn, with meditation and sword practice as the first light touches the eastern sky. Picture him moving through life with deliberate awareness, whether writing poetry, arranging flowers, or preparing for battle. Every action, no matter how small, was an opportunity to express the principles of Bushido, to demonstrate the harmony of spirit and action. In the next part of our journey, we'll explore the 7 virtues of Bushido in greater detail, discovering how these ancient principles might still speak to our modern hearts, offering guidance across the centuries. But for now, breathe deeply and rest, allowing these first impressions of the warrior's path to settle gently into your dreams. As the evening stars begin to appear in the velvet sky above ancient Japan, our journey through the way of Bushido approaches its conclusion. The principles we've explored, courage, loyalty, honor, and the other virtues of the samurai continue to echo across time, their wisdom transcending the specific context of feudal Japan to speak to something universal in the human spirit. As you rest comfortably now, let's reflect on the enduring legacy of this warrior code and find in it elements that can guide us toward peaceful slumber. The Meiji Restoration of 1868 marked the formal end of Japan's feudal era. The samurai class was officially abolished, their swords once symbols of their very identity forbidden in public. Yet, while the social structure that supported Bushido dissolved, its spirit persisted, transforming and adapting to a rapidly modernizing Japan. The virtues that had guided warriors on the battlefield were redirected toward nation-building, education, business, and the arts. In the turbulent decades that followed, particularly during Japan's militaristic period in the early 20th century, aspects of Bushido were sometimes misappropriated or distorted. Yet even through these darker chapters, the authentic core of Bushido, with its emphasis on self-discipline, ethical conduct, and spiritual development remained an inspiration for those who understood its deeper meaning. Today, elements of Bushido continue to influence Japanese culture in countless subtle ways, from business ethics to martial arts, from educational philosophy to aesthetic principles. Its emphasis on discipline, respect, and harmony has helped shape Japan's distinctive approach to craft, service, and social interaction. Beyond Japan's shores, aspects of Bushido have been incorporated into various martial arts traditions, leadership philosophies, and approaches to personal development. The enduring appeal of Bushido lies partly in its integration of seemingly opposite qualities. It unites strength with compassion, discipline with flexibility, pragmatism with aesthetic sensitivity. In a world that often forces us to choose between such qualities, Bushido reminds us that true wisdom lies in balance and integration. As you breathe deeply now, feeling the gentle weight of relaxation spreading through your body, consider how the mindful awareness cultivated by the samurai might serve you in this moment. Just as they learned to be fully present, whether in battle or in calligraphy, you too can bring complete attention to this present moment, to the rhythm of your breath, to the sensations of comfort as you prepare for sleep. The samurai's meditation on mortality can seem stark to modern sensibilities, but it contained a profound truth that by acknowledging life's impermanence, we're freed to appreciate its beauty more fully. As you rest here between wakefulness and sleep, let this wisdom settle gently into your consciousness. Each breath is a gift, each moment of peace a treasure to be savored rather than taken for granted. Imagine now a tranquil garden in feudal Japan, designed with the same principles that guided the samurai path. Every stone is placed with intention, every plant contributes to the harmonious whole. The surface of a small pond reflects the moon above, its waters still yet ever-changing. This garden, like Bushido itself, embodies the beauty of order, simplicity, and natural harmony. The evening air is cool against your skin, carrying the subtle fragrance of pine and plum blossom. In the distance, perhaps you hear the gentle sound of a bamboo water fountain, its rhythm steady and soothing like your own deepening breath. This is the peace that awaits at the end of the warrior's path, not an absence of activity but a perfection of it, where effort gives way to effortlessness. Just as the samurai learned to find stillness in the midst of movement, you too can find profound rest even as the world continues around you. Your breath deepens naturally, your heartbeat slows. Your thoughts begin to drift like autumn leaves on a gentle stream. This transition requires no effort, only a willingness to release the tensions that bind you to wakefulness. The samurai knew that true strength often lies in yielding rather than resisting. As sleep approaches, practice this wisdom by surrendering to its embrace rather than struggling to maintain consciousness. Each exhalation is an opportunity to release a little more, to sink a little deeper into the peaceful darkness that awaits you. The night sky above ancient Japan was unspoiled by artificial light, allowing the stars to shine with remarkable clarity. Imagine looking up at this celestial display, at constellations that guided sailors and inspired poets for generations. The same stars that watched over samurai centuries ago continue their silent journey across the heavens tonight, their ancient light a reminder of the continuity that underlies all change. The warrior's attention to detail, whether in maintaining his armor, perfecting a calligraphy stroke, or arranging flowers, teaches us the value of mindfulness in even the smallest actions. As you prepare for sleep, bring this same loving attention to the simple sensations of rest, the support of your bed, the weight of your blankets, the darkness behind your closed eyelids. These ordinary experiences become extraordinary when given your full, unhurried attention. In Zen Buddhism, which deeply influenced Bushido, there is a concept called mushin, or no mind, a state of mental clarity and heightened awareness free from distracting thoughts. Warriors cultivated this state for battle, but it serves equally well as a pathway to sleep. As your conscious mind gradually relinquishes control, something deeper and wiser takes over, guiding you toward the restoration your body and spirit need. The samurai understood that true victory often means transcending the need for conflict rather than prevailing in it. In the same way, the art of falling asleep isn't about forcing unconsciousness, but about creating conditions where sleep arises naturally, like water flowing downhill. You aren't doing sleep. You're allowing it to happen, removing the obstacles that stand in its way. As your awareness grows increasingly diffuse and dreamlike, imagine standing in a misty mountain valley in ancient Japan. The world is painted in shades of gray and silver, boundaries softened by delicate fog. A small temple bell sounds in the distance, its resonance seeming to expand the space around you. With each toll, you feel yourself becoming lighter, less tethered to waking consciousness. The samurai's dedication to his lord finds its modern parallel in our commitment to our highest values and to those we love. As you drift towards sleep, carry with you the knowledge that true rest serves not only your own well-being, but enables you to be fully present for others when you wake. In this way, even sleep becomes an expression of care and commitment. The way of Bushido reminds us that life is both fleeting and infinitely precious. The cherry blossoms that symbolize the samurai ideal bloom brilliantly but briefly, teaching us to appreciate beauty precisely because it cannot last. As consciousness fades, embrace this wisdom that this particular moment, this unique configuration of experiences, will never come again exactly the same way. Its very impermanence makes it valuable beyond measure. Now, as your journey through the world of Bushido comes to its close, allow yourself to release even these reflections. The ancient code has served its purpose, guiding you to the threshold of sleep like a trusted companion. Beyond this point lies a realm that transcends even the wisdom of warriors, the deep, restorative peace that renews us all. Your breath moves like the gentlest of mountain breezes, your heart beats steady as distant temple drums. The night embraces you completely, stars wheeling silently overhead as they have for millennia. Rest now, in this timeless moment, released from effort, freed from striving. Like the samurai who found perfection in both action and stillness, you too have discovered the profound art of letting go. Sleep comes now like mist rising from a valley, enfolding you in its gentle embrace. The ancient wisdom of Bushido fades into dream, its lessons integrated into the very fabric of your being. Rest deeply, rest completely, carried on currents deeper than thought, supported by traditions older than memory, held in the infinite peace that awaits us all at journey's end. In the gentle hills of central China, near the ancient city of Xi'an, lies one of history's most remarkable discoveries, an underground army of thousands. Each soldier crafted of clay, each face unique, each positioned according to rank and purpose. This is the Terracotta Army, silent guardians of Emperor Qin Shi Huang, the man who first unified China and declared himself its first emperor more than 2,000 years ago. Our story begins in 221 BCE, when a young king named Ying Zheng accomplished what many thought impossible. After centuries of warring states vying for supremacy across the lands we now call China, this ambitious ruler from the state of Qin conquered all rivals, bringing the fragmented kingdoms under a single authority for the first time. No longer satisfied with the title of king, he created a new designation for himself, Qin Shi Huang Di, the first emperor of Qin. Imagine the landscape of ancient China during this pivotal moment, fertile valleys cradled between mountain ranges, broad rivers winding through plains where farmers tended their fields, cities rising with their wooden palaces and stone walls. For generations, these lands had known little but conflict as states battled for dominance. The people carried the weariness of endless warfare in their shoulders, the uncertainty of shifting borders in their eyes. Into this world stepped Qin Shi Huang, a man of extraordinary vision and unflinching determination. He had been born into royalty, but raised with an acute awareness of the fragility of power. His father was a king, but not his mother's husband, and young Yingzheng's early years were marked by palace intrigues and threats to his position. Perhaps these experiences shaped his character, instilling in him both ambition and paranoia, qualities that would define his rule. The newly proclaimed emperor wasted no time in transforming his conquests into a unified empire. He standardized weights, measures, and even the written script so that officials from distant provinces could communicate effectively. He ordered the construction of roads connecting far-flung regions, creating arteries of commerce and control. Most famously, he commanded the joining of existing defensive walls into a single fortification, the early version of what would eventually become the Great Wall of China. But even as he built his empire above ground, Qin Shi Huang was making plans for another world entirely the realm he would inhabit after death. Like many rulers throughout history, he was preoccupied with his mortality and the preservation of his power beyond the grave. Within the first year of his reign as emperor, he began construction on his Tomba project of staggering ambition that would continue for the remaining 36 years of his life. The location chosen for this eternal resting place was a site called Mount Li, east of the capital city. Here, beneath an artificial hill that would eventually rise more than 150 feet above the surrounding plain, workers began excavating a vast underground complex. Historical records from the Han Dynasty, written a century later, describe the tomb in fantastic terms: rivers of mercury flowing through a miniature landscape of the empire, ceilings studded with pearls to represent the stars, precious treasures arrayed throughout underground palaces. While archaeologists have detected unusually high levels of mercury in the soil around the tomb mound, confirming at least part of these ancient accounts, the tomb itself remains unexcavated to this day. What we know of the emperor's burial complex comes instead from a remarkable discovery made not at the tomb itself, but nearby the army of terracotta warriors, stationed in battle formation to the east of their ruler's final resting place. The story of this discovery has its own gentle magic. In March of 1974, farmers digging a well during a drought near the village of Xiang came upon fragments of terracotta figures in the soil. What might have been dismissed as broken pottery was recognized for its historical significance, and archaeological teams soon arrived to investigate. What they uncovered astonished the world, not just a few statues, but an entire army caught in eternal vigilance. Imagine the quiet amazement of those first archaeologists as they carefully brushed away soil to reveal faces staring back at them across a chasm of more than 2 millennia. These were not the standardized, identical figures one might expect from ancient mass production. Instead, each soldier appeared uniquidifferent facial features, hairstyles, expressions, and postures suggesting individual portraits rather than generic representations. Pit by pit, the immensity of the project revealed itself. The main excavation, now known as Pit 1, contained over 6,000 figures arranged in precise military formation: infantry soldiers at the front, then officers, chariots drawn by terracotta horses, all facing east toward the territories once rival to Qin. 2 additional pits contained cavalry units, archers, and command posts. A 4th pit, found empty, suggests either incomplete work or perhaps plans abandoned after the emperor's death. The scale of this underground army speaks to the extraordinary resources at the Emperor's command. Each life-sized warrior standing between 5'8" and 6'2" tall, and weighing as much as 600 pounds, was individually crafted with remarkable attention to detail. Specialists shaped the heads, torsos, and limbs separately before assembling them. Fine details were added by hand: the pattern of armor lacing, the folds of clothing, the styling of hair and facial hair. Originally, these figures were brightly painted in vivid color crimson tunics, blue armor, black hair, and flesh-toned skin, bringing them to lifelike vividness. Though most of this pigment has faded over the centuries, traces remain, allowing archaeologists to glimpse their original splendor. The warriors would have appeared startlingly lifelike, an immortal army standing at attention, ready to defend their emperor through eternity. What makes this achievement all the more remarkable is that it predates similar artistic developments in Western sculpture by centuries. While Greek and Roman artists were creating idealized forms based on mathematical proportions, the craftsmen of Qin were rendering individual human likenesses on an industrial scale. Each face seems to tell its own story. Some appear stern and battle-hardened, others youthful and alert, still others calm with the quiet confidence of veterans. The creation of this terracotta army required not just artistic skill but sophisticated organization. Stamps and inscriptions found on many figures indicate a system of quality control, with supervisors signing off on completed work and artisans marking their creations. Modern estimates suggest that over 700,000 workers may have been involved in constructing the entire tomb complex, many of them convict laborers or conscripts fulfilling obligations to the state. As we continue to explore this ancient wonder, let us pause to consider the lives of those who created it, the artisans who shaped the clay with practiced hands, the painters who brought color to lifeless figures, the engineers who designed the underground chambers. While history remembers the emperor, these works were meant to honor countless unnamed individuals contributed their skill and labor to this extraordinary achievement. The gentle hills around Mount Lee hold many secrets still. Less than a third of the emperor's tomb complex has been excavated, with archaeologists proceeding cautiously to preserve fragile artifacts and develop better conservation techniques. The central tomb mound itself remains untouched, its contents known only through ancient texts and modern scanning technologies that hint at chambers and structures beneath the surface. As we contemplate the terracotta army, standing in silent formation as they have for over 2,000 years, we glimpse a moment frozen in time, the ambition of a ruler who sought to command not just an empire in life but an eternity in death, and the skill of artists who created an army that would outlast any flesh and blood force ever assembled. As twilight settles over the ancient landscape of Xi'an, let us delve deeper into the remarkable story of the terracotta army and the emperor they were created to protect. The warriors stand in their earthen pits as they have for millennia, their silent vigilance a testament to both human artistry and imperial ambition. The creation of these clay guardians was no simple undertaking. Each warrior began as raw clay, carefully extracted from the hills surrounding the tomb complex. Skilled craftsmen worked with practiced hands, kneading and preparing the material before shaping it into the components that would become a soldier, officer, or archer. The bodies were crafted in sectioned shallow torsos and solid legs designed to support the weight, arms positioned according to rank and function, heads molded with individual features. Archaeological evidence suggests a production line of sorts, with different workshops specializing in different components. Some artisans focus solely on creating the varied facial features, others on armor details or footwear. Clay stamps found on many figures bear the names or marks of supervisors, suggesting a rigorous quality control system overseeing this massive undertaking. Once assembled, each figure was fired in large kilns to harden the clay into durable terracotta. Then came the painters, applying layers of lacquer and bright mineral pigments to transform gray clay into vivid representations of living soldiers. Imagine the scene, hundreds of artisans working simultaneously. The air filled with the earthy scent of clay, the heat of kilns, and perhaps music or chanting to maintain the rhythm of labor. The attention to detail in these figures reveals much about the military of Qin Dynasty China. The variations in uniform and armor correspond to different ranks and roles within the army. Infantry soldiers wear distinctive protective tunics with overlapping plates. Officers are identified by their caps and more elaborate armor. Archers have lighter garments allowing greater freedom of movement, with right arms positioned to draw a bow. Cavalry units wear specialized gear adapted for horsemanship. Originally, these warriors held actual weapons bronze: swords, spears, crossbows, and arrows. Many of these weapons have been recovered during excavations, and they tell their own remarkable story. The bronze swords, even after 2 millennia underground, remain sharp enough to cut through modern paper when first unearthed. Analysis revealed them to be coated with chromium, an anti-rust technology that wouldn't be rediscovered in the West until the 20th century. This technological sophistication speaks to the advanced state of Qin Dynasty metallurgy and military production. The standardization of weapons with precisely measured components that could be interchanged reveals an early example of mass production techniques. The first emperor's real army benefited from these standardized weapons, giving them a tactical advantage over enemies with less consistent equipment. Beyond the warriors themselves, the terracotta army included horses, chariots, and various implements of war. The horses are particularly magnificent, powerfully built, with flared nostrils and alert expressions suggesting imminent motion. Each was constructed with similar attention to anatomical detail, standing approximately 5'2" at the shoulder. Originally, they pulled actual wooden chariots, though only the bronze fittings and traces of the wooden structures remain today. As archaeologists continue their careful work at the site, new discoveries regularly add to our understanding. In 1980, 2 bronze chariots were found, each roughly half life-size and consisting of thousands of individual parts. One is an enclosed command chariot with windows and a central compartment where the emperor could sit. The other is a lighter, more open vehicle, likely used for inspections. Both are exquisitely detailed, down to the decorative patterns on the horses' harnesses and the miniature drivers at the reins. More recent excavations have uncovered figures beyond the military ranks: officials in long robes, acrobats with flexible torsos positioned for performance, musicians with their instruments, and even a collection of waterfowl and other animals. These findings suggest that the emperor's underground realm was meant to replicate not just his army, but the entire imperial court, complete with entertainment and natural surroundings. The question that naturally arises is, why create this elaborate underground world? The answer lies partly in ancient Chinese beliefs about the afterlife and partly in the particular character of Qin Shi Huang himself. Traditional beliefs held that the spirit required many of the same things after death as during life: food, shelter, companions, and protection. Wealthy individuals were often buried with miniature replicas of their possessions or with symbolic representations of servants and guards. What sets the terracotta army apart is not just its scale, but its artistic achievement. Rather than simple symbolic figures, the emperor commissioned individualized, life-size representations of actual soldiers. This suggests both an evolution in burial customs and perhaps the emperor's personal desire for a more realistic afterlife environment. Historical records tell us that Qin Shi Huang was obsessed with achieving immortality. He dispatched expeditions to search for legendary elixirs of life and consulted numerous alchemists and magicians. Ironically, some historians believe he may have hastened his death by consuming mercury pills prescribed by his physicians as a longevity treatment, the very element he had incorporated into his tomb as flowing rivers. The emperor's fascination with eternal life may explain the extraordinary resources devoted to his tomb. If physical immortality proved elusive, perhaps a perfectly preserved underground realm protected by an undying army offered the next best alternative. In creating his mausoleum, Qin Shi Huang was preparing not just a burial place, but a second empire throne over which he could rule eternally. The construction of this massive complex came at tremendous human cost. Historical texts describe thousands of workers, many of them forced laborers toiling for decades on the project. According to the Han Dynasty historian Sima Qian, writing about a century after the events, many craftsmen and workers who knew too much about the tomb's treasures were sealed inside after the emperor's burial to prevent tomb robbery and to keep the secrets of the mausoleum. While modern scholars debate the accuracy of this account, there's little doubt that the working conditions were harsh. The sheer scale of the enterprise required enormous labor forces working under strict supervision. The pressure to complete sections of the tomb complex intensified as the emperor's health declined, potentially leading to even more demanding conditions. Qin Shi Huang died unexpectedly in 210 BCE while traveling far from his capital. According to historical accounts, the emperor's death was kept secret by his chief advisor and a small circle of confidants as they journeyed back to the capital. To mask the smell of the decomposing body in the summer heat, carts of salted fish reportedly preceded and followed the imperial wagon. This deception allowed time for political maneuvering and prevented possible uprisings before succession could be secured. Upon returning to the capital, the advisor, Li Si, and the emperor's youngest son, Hu Hai, conspired to alter the succession. Through forged documents and court intrigue, they bypassed the intended heir and placed Hu Hai on the throne as the second emperor. This set in motion a rapid decline of the Qin dynasty, which would collapse entirely just 4 years later amid widespread rebellion. The Terracotta Army, still incomplete at the time of the emperor's death, appears to have been hastily finished in some sections while abandoned entirely in others. Archaeological evidence shows signs of rushed work in some figures and empty sections where warriors were planned but never installed. The fourth pit, found completely empty, may represent work abandoned as the dynasty's fortunes waned. Not long after the emperor's death, historical records mention a rebellion led by Xiang Yu, who reportedly broke into part of the tomb complex and set fire to what he found. Evidence of fire damage in some sections of the warrior pit supports this account. For the next 2 millennia, the Terracotta Guardians remained hidden, their existence fading from memory as dynasties rose and fell above them. As evening deepens around us now, imagine the silent warriors standing in their formation, the last light of day fading from their earthen chamber. Time seems to move more slowly here, where centuries pass like gentle breaths. The extraordinary ambition that created these figures speaks to us across the ages, reminding us of humanity's eternal desire to leave something of ourselves behind, to be remembered, to transcend our brief lives. As night settles over the ancient lands of Xi'an, the stars appearing like scattered jade above Mount Li, let us complete our journey through time to the world of Emperor Qin Shi Huang and his clay guardians. The archaeological site rests quietly now, the excavated pits covered and protected, the warriors standing in eternal formation beneath soft lighting that mimics the gentle glow of oil lamps from their era. After the fall of the Qin dynasty, the memory of the Terracotta Army gradually faded into the mists of history. Subsequent dynasties, the Han, the Tang, the Song, the Ming rose and fell, each leaving their own monuments and legacies across the Chinese landscape. Local farmers plowed the fields above the buried warriors, unaware of what lay beneath their feet. Occasional fragments of terracotta might surface during particularly deep plowing, but these were dismissed as broken pottery, their significance unrecognized. For over 2,000 years, the clay soldiers stood in darkness, the bright paint on their surfaces slowly flaking away, some figures collapsing as wooden roof beams rotted and the earthen ceiling fell in upon them. Yet thousands remained standing, patient in their vigil, waiting to be rediscovered. The modern story of the Terracotta Army began in that spring of 1974 during a severe drought that affected the region around Xi'an. A group of farmers, seeking to dig a deeper well to irrigate their fields, struck something hard about 15 feet below the surface. Carefully removing more soil, they uncovered fragments of clay figures and bronze arrowheads. One of the farmers, Yang Jifa, later recalled his initial confusion at finding these buried statues where no temple or monument was known to have existed. News of the discovery soon reached government authorities, and archaeological teams arrived to investigate. Their initial excavations revealed the first glimpses of what would become one of the most significant archaeological discoveries of the 20th century. As they carefully removed layers of soil, the scope of the find became increasingly apparent. Not merely a few ritual figures, but an entire army arranged in battle formation. The first major excavation area, now known as Pit 1, revealed row upon row of infantry and chariots, over 6,000 figures in a space the size of 2 football fields. To the north, a second pit yielded cavalry units and more infantry in complex tactical arrangements. A third pit appeared to be a command post with higher-ranking officers and a war chariot at its center. What makes this discovery even more remarkable is the state of preservation. Despite collapse in some sections, many warriors remained intact, standing exactly as they had been positioned over 2 millennia earlier. The dry climate of the region and the composition of the soil had helped preserve the terracotta, though most of the wooden elements, including weapons, chariots, and roof supports, had long since decomposed. Since that initial discovery, archaeologists have worked meticulously to uncover, preserve, and study these ancient figures. The site has been transformed into a vast museum complex, with climate-controlled hangars protecting the excavated pits. Visitors from around the world now walk along elevated platforms, gazing down at the ranked formations of warriors, experiencing something of the awe those first archaeologists must have felt. Conservation presents ongoing challenges. When first exposed to modern air after their long burial, the terracotta begins to dry out rapidly, causing the remaining pigments to flake away within minutes of exposure. Archaeologists have developed techniques to preserve these colors, carefully applying protective polymers as they unearth new figures. Modern technology, including infrared spectroscopy, 3D scanning, and material analysis, allows researchers to study these artifacts with ever-increasing precision. The discovery has transformed our understanding of ancient Chinese art, technology, and imperial power. It has also provided insights into the military organization and weaponry of the Qin dynasty, aspects previously known only through often biased historical texts. Each warrior, with its individualized features and carefully detailed equipment, serves as a 3-dimensional historical document, preserving information about this pivotal period in Chinese history. Yet the central mystery remains untouched: the tomb of Emperor Qin Shi Huang himself. The great earthen mound that covers his burial chamber rises about a mile west of the warrior pits, its slopes now covered with trees and vegetation. Despite tremendous interest, Chinese authorities have chosen not to excavate this main tomb, citing both respect for the site and concerns about preservation technology. Ground-penetrating radar and other non-invasive techniques have provided tantalizing glimpses of what may lie beneath chambers and passageways consistent with historical descriptions of an underground palace. Soil samples from around the mound show unusually high concentrations of mercury, lending credence to ancient accounts of flowing mercury rivers representing the major waterways of China. As you rest and listen, breathe deeply and imagine the stillness of that unopened tomba space untouched by human hands for over 2 millennia, where an emperor may lie surrounded by the treasures of his age. There is something profoundly peaceful in this patience, this willingness to wait until proper methods are developed to preserve whatever wonders might be found within. The legacy of the first emperor extends far beyond his tomb complex. The unification he achieved, though initially maintained through harsh control and standardization, laid the foundation for a Chinese cultural and political identity that has persisted through countless changes of dynasty and government. The name China itself derives from Qin, pronounced Qin, a lasting echo of his achievement. Many of his innovations, standardized writing, uniform weights and measures, interconnected roads and waterways, created the infrastructure for a unified state that would endure with interruptions to the present day. Even his more controversial policies, such as the burning of books and the persecution of scholars who opposed his legalist philosophy, reflected a vision of unity through standardization that has influenced Chinese governance throughout its long history. As your breathing deepens and your thoughts grow more tranquil, consider how the passage of time transforms how we see historical figures like Qin Shi Huang. To his contemporaries, he was a controversial ruler admired for his achievements, but feared for his ruthlessness. To later Chinese historians, particularly those writing under Confucian influence, he was often portrayed as a tyrannical figure whose excesses justified the fall of his dynasty. To modern visitors standing before his terracotta guardians, he appears as a visionary who created wonders that continue to astonish us across the millennia. The night deepens now around the ancient capital of Xi'an, the modern city's lights twinkling in the distance, like stars reflecting on water. Feel the gentle rhythm of your breathing, like the steady cycle of dynasties rising and falling across the centuries. In the darkness, the boundaries between past and present soften, allowing us to sense our connection to those ancient artisans who shaped each warrior's face with careful attention. Imagine the soft sounds that might have filled the air as they worked quiet conversations, perhaps a flute playing in the distance, the gentle tap of tools on clay. These ordinary moments of human creativity and connection transcend time, reminding us that beneath the grand narratives of emperors and armies lies the constant current of daily life, people working, resting, dreaming. The terracotta figures stand in formation through the night, their vigilance unbroken by fatigue. Let your thoughts drift among them, moving gently from face to face, noticing the unique expressions captured by ancient hands. Some appear stern, others calm. A few seem almost to smile, the full range of human countenance preserved in clay. Their eyes, though unseeing, seem to hold stories of campaigns long concluded, of loyalties maintained through difficult seasons, of homes left behind to serve an emperor's vision. As your body grows heavier and more relaxed, let yourself be held like the earth that cradled these warriors for centuries. There is profound peace in this surrender to rest, this trust in the natural cycle of activity and repose. The emperor sought immortality through elaborate preparations and alchemical experiments, yet found it instead through the enduring work of nameless artisans who created beauty meant to last beyond a single lifetime. The gentle darkness behind your eyelids is like the darkness that surrounded the terracotta army for 2 millennia, not empty, but full of potential, preserving what is precious until the right moment of discovery. Your thoughts may continue to drift, like clouds across the mountain landscape around Mount Li, changing shape, merging, dispersing, returning to formlessness. In these moments between wakefulness and dreams, you might sense something of the timelessness that surrounds ancient sites like the Emperor's Tomb Complex. The concerns of a single day diminish against the backdrop of centuries. The boundaries between then and now grow permeable. You're breathing in and out, Rising and falling echoes the rhythm that has sustained human life since before the first emperor drew breath, since before the first potter shaped clay into useful forms. The legacy of the terracotta army reminds us that what endures is often unexpected. The emperor's actual body has long since returned to the elements, despite his elaborate preparations. The dynasty he established lasted barely longer than his own lifetime. Yet, the artistic achievement of his tomb guardians continues to inspire wonder and appreciation across cultures and centuries. As sleep approaches with gentle steps, let the weight of history settle comfortably around you like a warm cloak on a cool evening. The warriors stand their endless watch, allowing you to release your own vigilance. The Emperor's search for immortality has given way to the natural immortality of rest and renewal, the cycle that sustains all living things. Let your final thoughts before sleep be like the soft clay before firing, malleable, receptive, holding potential rather than fixed form. The nighttime landscape of your mind may reshape these thoughts into dreams, just as the ancient landscape of China has been reshaped by generations of human endeavor and natural processes. Rest now, guarded by the memory of those silent sentinels, those remarkable testaments to human creativity and ambition. Sleep deeply, sleep well, connected across time to the timeless currents of human experience, our shared wonder at the universe, our desire to create beauty, our endless fascination with the mystery of life and what may lie beyond it. The Terracotta Army has stood watch for over 2,000 years. They will remain standing as you journey through the peaceful landscapes of sleep. As the evening draws near and you prepare for rest, let us journey back through the mists of time to explore how our ancestors gazed upon the same stars that now shine above you. Beneath the vast canopy of the night sky, ancient civilizations around the world created remarkable structures to track the movements of celestial body observatories that stand as testament to humanity's enduring fascination with the cosmos. Long before telescopes or digital planetariums, our ancestors developed sophisticated methods to map the heavens. These early astronomers recognized patterns in the night sky that helped them mark the passage of time, predict seasonal changes, and navigate their understanding of the universe. Their observations were not merely scientific pursuits, but deeply intertwined with their spiritual beliefs, agricultural practices, and cultural identities. Perhaps the most famous of these ancient observatories stands on the rolling plains of Salisbury in southern England. Stonehenge, with its massive standing stones arranged in concentric circles, has captured human imagination for millennia. Construction of this remarkable monument began around 3100 BCE during the Neolithic period and continued in phases over the next 1500 years. Imagine the dedication required to create such a monument. The coordination of hundreds of workers to transport bluestones weighing up to 4 tons from quarries nearly 200 miles away in Wales. Picture them using simple tools of wood, bone, and stone to shape these massive monoliths and raise them into position. The larger sarsen stones, weighing up to 30 tons each, were likely transported from Marlborough Downs, about 20 miles to the north. The arrangement of these stones was not random but precisely calculated. The monument aligns with the sunrise of the summer solstice and the sunset of the winter solstice. On the longest day of the year, the sun rises behind the heel stone, and its first rays shine directly into the center of the monument. This alignment allowed ancient people to mark the changing seasons with ceremonial precision, an essential function in agricultural societies that depended on knowing when to plant and harvest. But Stonehenge was more than a simple calendar. Recent archaeological evidence suggests it may have been used to track complex lunar cycles and even predict eclipses. The 56 Aubrey-Holes circular pits discovered around the outer edge of the monument may have been used as a counting system to track the 18.6-year cycle of the moon's orbital path, allowing ancient astronomers to anticipate lunar eclipses. Across the English countryside, other henges and stone circles served similar purposes. Avebury, just 20 miles north of Stonehenge, encompasses a larger area with its circular bank and ditch, enclosing a village and 3 stone circles. Callanish on the Isle of Lewis in Scotland features stones arranged in a cruciform pattern around a central circle, with alignments marking important solar and lunar events. As we travel eastward across Europe, we encounter different expressions of this same human desire to connect with the cosmos. In Ireland, the Passage Tomb of Newgrange, built around 3200 BCE, predates Stonehenge and the Egyptian pyramids. This circular mound, spanning over an acre, contains a long passageway leading to a central chamber. On the winter solstice, the rising sun shines through a specially designed roof box above the entrance, illuminating the inner chamber for just 17 minutes. This spectacular display of astronomical precision would have held profound spiritual significance for the people who built it. The megalithic temples of Malta, constructed between 3600 and 2500 BCE, demonstrate similar astronomical awareness. Structures like Menajdra are aligned so that the rays of the rising sun on the equinoxes shine directly through the main doorway and along the central axis. On the solstices, the sun illuminates the edges of megaliths placed on either side of the doorway. Moving into the Mediterranean, we find the legacy of ancient Greek astronomy. While few dedicated observatories remain from classical Greece, we know that philosophers like Thales, Anaximander, and later Aristotle made systematic observations of the night sky. By the 4th century BCE, Greek astronomers had developed sophisticated models of celestial movement. The Antikythera mechanism, discovered in a shipwreck off the Greek island of Antikythera, reveals the technical sophistication of Greek astronomy. Dating to approximately 100 BCE, this complex bronze device with at least 30 interlocking gears could predict astronomical positions, eclipses, and calendar cycles with remarkable accuracy. It has been called the world's first analog computer portable observatory that one could hold in their hands. In Egypt, temples were often aligned with astronomical events. The magnificent temple complex at Karnak, dedicated primarily to the god Amun-Ra, was constructed over many centuries beginning around 2000 BCE. Its main axis aligns with the winter solstice sunrise. The Temple of Abu Simbel, built by Ramesses II in the 13th century BCE, was precisely positioned so that twice a year, on the 22nd of February and the 22nd of October, the first rays of the morning sun would penetrate the entire length of the temple to illuminate statues at the far end, except the statue of Ptah, the god of the underworld, who remained appropriately in darkness. Perhaps most famous among Egyptian astronomical monuments is the Great Pyramid of Giza, built around 2560 BCE. Its 4 sides are aligned with remarkable precision to the cardinal directions: north, south, east, and west. The difference is less than 1/10 of a degree, an astounding feat of engineering and astronomical observation. Narrow shafts within the pyramid point toward important stars that had religious significance in ancient Egyptian cosmology. Further east, in Mesopotamia, modern-day Iraq, the Babylonians and Assyrians developed some of the most sophisticated astronomical knowledge of the ancient world. From the tops of their stepped temples, called ziggurats, priests made careful observations of the night sky, recording the movements of planets, stars, and constellations on clay tablets in cuneiform script. By the 7th century BCE, Babylonian astronomers had compiled extensive tables predicting the movements of the planets and the timing of eclipses. They recognized that celestial events followed regular, predictable patterns that could be expressed mathematically. Their meticulous records spanning centuries allowed them to identify cycles and make increasingly accurate predictions. As night deepens around you now, imagine these ancient astronomers watching the same moon that casts its gentle light through your window. Feel a connection to these ancestors who, like you, gazed upward in wonder at the rotating canvas of stars. Their patient observations, night after night, season after season, year after year, laid the foundations for our understanding of the cosmos. The rhythm of the celestial movements they observed, the daily rotation of the stars, the monthly cycle of the moon, the annual journey of the sun mirrors, the natural rhythms of your own body. As your breathing slows and deepens, you participate in the same cosmic dance that fascinated our ancestors. With each breath, you connect to this ancient tradition of watching, waiting, and wondering beneath the eternal stars. In our next journey together, we'll travel to the Far East and the Americas, where different cultures develop their own remarkable methods of tracking the heavens. But for now, let these images of ancient observatories drift through your mind like stars across the night sky, each one a beacon of human ingenuity and our timeless connection to the cosmos above. As you continue to relax, let us journey eastward, where ancient civilizations of Asia developed their own profound understanding of the celestial realm. Like ripples spreading across a still pond, astronomical knowledge expanded through different cultures, each adding their unique perspective to humanity's growing map of the heavens. In China, systematic astronomical observations date back more than 4,000 years. During the reign of Emperor Yao around 2300 BCE, court astronomers were tasked with creating calendars, predicting eclipses, and interpreting celestial omens. These early observers divided the night sky into 28 lunar mansions, or siu, marking the moon's path through the heavens during its monthly journey. The ancient Chinese built specialized structures for observing the stars. The oldest known observatory in China was constructed during the Zhou dynasty, 1046-256 BCE, near modern-day Luoyang. This platform, known as the Shoshi Observatory, allowed astronomers to track the movements of stars and planets with remarkable precision. They used devices such as the gnomon, a vertical pole whose shadow could measure the sun's position and the passing of seasons. By the Han Dynasty, 202 BCE, 220 CE, Chinese astronomy had reached new heights of sophistication. Imagine the court astronomer Zhang Heng standing beneath the vast night sky in 132 CE, unveiling his remarkable invention, a celestial globe powered by water. This bronze sphere rotated in harmony with the heavens, moving one complete revolution each day, mirroring the apparent motion of the stars. Small metal balls representing stars and planets moved across its surface, allowing observers to track celestial positions regardless of weather conditions or time of day. Chinese astronomical records are among the most complete in the ancient world. Court astronomers meticulously documented unusual celestial events, comets, meteors, sunspots, and supernovae, creating an unbroken astronomical record spanning more than 2 millennia. In 1054 CE, they recorded the sudden appearance of a guest star in the constellation Taurus, so bright it was visible during daylight for nearly 3 weeks. Modern astronomers now know this was the supernova that created the Crab Nebula, still visible through telescopes today. The Beijing Ancient Observatory, constructed in 1442 CE during the Ming Dynasty, stands as a testament to the continuity of Chinese astronomical tradition. This platform, rising 40 feet above the city streets, still displays magnificent bronze instruments created for tracking celestial Bodhisan armillary sphere, a celestial globe, a quadrant, and an azimuth theodolite. These massive instruments, some weighing several tons, combine mathematical precision with artistic beauty, their surfaces adorned with dragons and clouds. As we turn our gaze southward to India, we find another ancient culture with a profound astronomical tradition. The earliest astronomical texts of India, found within the Vedas, date back to approximately 1500 BCE. These sacred writings contain observations of the lunar cycle, solstices, and the movements of planets against the background of stars. By the 5th century CE, Indian astronomers had developed sophisticated mathematical models of planetary motion. The renowned astronomer Aryabhata accurately calculated the length of the solar year, recognized that the Earth rotates on its axis, and correctly explained lunar eclipses as the shadow of Earth falling on the moon. His contemporary, Varahamihira, compiled earlier astronomical knowledge into comprehensive texts that would influence Indian astronomy for centuries. The legacy of Indian astronomy is perhaps most visible in the remarkable observatories known as Jantar Mantars, built in the early 18th century by Maharaja Jai Singh II. Though constructed much later than most structures in our journey, they represent the culmination of thousands of years of astronomical tradition. The largest of these observatories, in Jaipur, contains massive stone instruments designed for naked eye observation of the heavens. Imagine walking among these massive structures in the soft light of dawn. The Samrat Yantra, a giant triangular gnomon standing 90 feet tall, casts its shadow onto a curved, graduated marble scale. As the sun rises higher, the shadow moves across the scale, allowing astronomers to determine the time with an accuracy of 2 seconds. Nearby, the Jai Prakash Yantratwo, complementary hemispherical bowls with markings on their concave surfaces enabled observers to track the positions of stars and planets both day and night. Unlike Western astronomical traditions that eventually embraced the telescope, these observatories relied entirely on monumental architecture and precise mathematics. Their size was not mere grandiosity, but practical necessity. Larger instruments allowed for more precise measurements. Even today, standing amid these silent sentinels of stone, one can appreciate the ingenuity and dedication of the astronomers who worked here, tracking the dance of planets and stars with nothing but carefully designed shadows and sight lines. Traveling further east to Japan, we find astronomical traditions strongly influenced by Chinese knowledge but adapted to local needs. Japanese astronomers of the Asuka period, 538 to 710 CE, used water clocks and star charts to track time and seasonal changes. By the Heian period, 794-1185 CE, they had established the Onmyo Ryo, a government bureau responsible for astronomical observations, calendar making, and divination based on celestial events. While few physical structures remain from ancient Japanese astronomy, written records preserve their observations. Japanese chronicles document the appearance of Halley's Comet in 684 CE and 1066 CE, as well as numerous meteor showers, eclipses, and unusual atmospheric phenomena. These observations were not merely scientific, they held profound cultural and political significance, often interpreted as omens affecting the imperial court. As we turn our gaze toward Southeast Asia, the magnificent temples of Angkor in Cambodia reveal another expression of astronomical knowledge. Built between the 9th and 15th centuries CE, the temple complex of Angkor Wat aligns with the spring equinox, when the sun rises directly over the central tower when viewed from the western entrance. The temple's layout reflects Hindu cosmology, with the central tower representing Mount Meru, the home of the gods at the center of the universe. The bas-reliefs that adorn Angkor Wat's walls include astronomical symbols and depictions of constellations. Some scholars believe certain structures within the complex were designed to mark solar events or the transitions between seasons. As the morning sun illuminates these ancient stones, it continues a celestial dialogue that has endured for nearly a millennium. From Cambodia, our journey takes us to the Indonesian island of Java, where the Buddhist temple of Borobudur stands as another monument to celestial understanding. Constructed in the 9th century CE, this massive stepped pyramid contains elements that align with astronomical events. The temple's layout represents Buddhist cosmology, with different levels corresponding to realms of existence. From the uppermost circular terraces, priests could observe the movements of stars and planets, connecting earthly ritual with cosmic order. As we traverse these ancient lands, a common thread emerges: the deep human desire to understand our place in the cosmos. Across cultures and continents, our ancestors looked to the stars for guidance, inspiration, and meaning. Their observatories, whether massive stone circles or precisely aligned temples, reflect a universal human experience of wondering about the lights that shine in the darkness above. Notice how your breathing has grown deeper, more rhythmic, as we've journeyed through these ancient lands. Feel the weight of your body sinking comfortably, just as these ancient observatories have settled into the earth over centuries. The same gravity that holds these monumental structures in place gently presses you into restful repose. The dedication of ancient astronomers, their patient observations night after night, year after year, mirrors the natural rhythm of your breathing now. In and out, like the reliable cycles of the moon and stars that guided our ancestors. Their careful tracking of celestial patterns helped create order from the apparent chaos of existence, just as your breathing now creates a soothing rhythm as you move toward deeper relaxation. As we prepare to continue our journey to the incredible observatories of the Americas in our next exploration, allow yourself to drift peacefully, imagining the same stars that guided ancient Chinese astronomers or illuminated Indian observatories now shining down upon you. Their light has traveled across vast distances of space and time to reach your eyes, just as this ancient knowledge has journeyed across centuries to reach your understanding. The patient observation of celestial cycles taught our ancestors about the natural rhythms of existence, the alternation of day and night, the progression of seasons, the eternal dance of stars and planets. As you rest now, your body honors these same natural rhythms, the need for activity and rest, wakefulness and sleep that govern all life beneath the stars. As you drift deeper into relaxation, let us cross the vast Pacific to the Americas, where ancient civilizations developed their own profound connections to the celestial realm. Here, isolated from the astronomical traditions of Europe and Asia, indigenous peoples created observatories that reveal remarkable parallels to those we've already explored, a testament to our shared human fascination with the stars above. In the highlands of Peru, the Inca civilization created astronomical observation points known as sucancas. These carefully positioned pillars on the horizon, when viewed from specific locations in the capital city of Cusco, marked the rising and setting positions of the sun at solstices and equinoxes. Imagine Inca astronomers watching the sunrise from Coricancha, their temple of the sun, observing how the light aligned with these distant markers to signal the changing seasons. The Inca understanding of astronomy was intimately connected to their agricultural calendar. At Moray, circular terrace depressions carved into the earth served not only as agricultural experimentation stations but also as astronomical observatories. The temperature difference between the top and bottom terraces could be as much as 15 degrees Celsius, creating microclimates that mimicked different growing conditions at various elevations. From the center of these circular depressions, astronomers could track celestial movements against the regular geometry of the surrounding terraces. Perhaps most famous among Peru's astronomical sites is Machu Picchu, the lost city of the Incas, rediscovered in 1911. Nestled high in the Andes Mountains, this remarkable complex includes the Intihuatana Stonea carved granite pillar, whose name means hitching post of the sun. At the equinoxes, the sun stands directly above the pillar, casting no shadow, Nearby, the Temple of the Sun features a window precisely aligned to capture the rays of the June solstice sunrise. As this golden light illuminated the temple interior, it signaled the beginning of the Inca New Year. Traveling northward to Mesoamerica, we encounter astronomical traditions of equal sophistication. The Maya civilization, which flourished from approximately 2000 BCE to 1600 CE, developed one of the most accurate calendar systems ever created. Their understanding of celestial cycles was so precise that they could predict solar eclipses and track the movements of Venus with an error of just 2 hours in 584 days. At the heart of Maya astronomy stands the magnificent city of Chichen Itza in Mexico's Yucatan Peninsula. The centerpiece of this ancient metropolis is El Castillo, a step pyramid dedicated to the feathered serpent deity Kukulkan. This structure embodies astronomical knowledge in its very architecture. Each of its 4 stairways has 91 steps, which, combined with the single step at the top platform, total 365, matching the days in a solar year. But the most remarkable feature of El Castillo appears during the spring and autumn equinoxes. As the sun sets, triangular shadows cast by the pyramid's terraces create the illusion of a serpent undulating down the northern staircase. This feathered serpent appears to descend from the temple at the pyramid's summit to the stone serpent head at its base, a spectacle of light and shadow that continues to draw thousands of visitors each equinox. Nearby, the Maya observatory known as El Caracol, the snail, named for its spiral staircase, reveals even more sophisticated astronomical alignments. Built around 1000 CE, this rounded structure housed viewing windows precisely positioned to track celestial events, particularly the movements of Venus. The planet Venus held special significance for the Maya, who associated it with their rain deity Chak and used its appearances to determine auspicious times for warfare and other important activities. The doorways and windows of El Caracol align with significant astronomical positions, the northernmost and southernmost rising points of Venus, as well as the sunset positions at the equinoxes and solstices. From this single structure, Maya astronomers could track multiple celestial cycles, integrating this knowledge into their religious and agricultural calendars. Further north, in present-day New Mexico, the ancestral Puebloan people created Chaco Canyon, a complex of massive stone buildings that functioned partly as astronomical observatories. Between 900 and 1150 CE, they constructed buildings aligned with solar and lunar cycles, using the movements of celestial bodies to guide their planting and harvesting. The most famous astronomical marker at Chaco Canyon is the Sunday Dagger petroglyph on Fajada Butte. 3 slabs of stone channelite onto a spiral petroglyph carved into the cliff face behind them. At the summer solstice, a dagger of light cuts through the center of the spiral. During the equinoxes, 2 smaller daggers appear on either side of the spiral. Winter solstice brings yet another unique light pattern. This sophisticated calendar in stone allowed the Puebloan people to track seasonal changes with remarkable precision. Across North America, numerous stone alignments and earthworks reveal the astronomical knowledge of indigenous peoples. In the plains of Alberta, Canada, the Majorville Medicine Wheeler circular arrangement of stones with 28 spokes radiating from a central cairn contains alignments to the rising positions of important stars. Similar medicine wheels across the Great Plains served as calendars and star maps for various indigenous nations. As we reach the eastern woodlands of North America, we find the Newark earthworks in Ohio, built by the Hopewell culture around 2,000 years ago. This complex includes a perfect circle nearly 1,200 feet in diameter, connected to an octagon more than half a mile across. The octagon's 8 walls align with the rising and setting points of the moon at its northernmost and southernmost positions in its 18.6-year cycle, the same cycle tracked by the Aubrey holes at Stonehenge. These astronomical alignments appear across cultures separated by vast distances, with no known contact between them. The similarity of their observations speaks to a shared human experience, the universal patterns of the sky above, and our innate desire to understand them. Whether in England or Peru, China or Mexico, our ancestors devoted extraordinary resources to tracking celestial movements, finding in them a sense of order, meaning, and connection to something larger than themselves. As you rest now, feeling increasingly peaceful and comfortable, consider how the turning of the earth beneath you creates the same cycles of day and night that our ancestors observed with such care. The stars that now pass overhead follow the same paths they have for millennia, their light reaching you just as it reached the Maya astronomers at Chichen Itza or the stone circle builders of ancient Britain. Your breathing has likely slowed now, becoming deeper and more rhythmic, like the reliable movements of the celestial bodies that ancient astronomers tracked with such patience. With each breath, you participate in the same cosmic patterns they observe, the eternal cycle of expansion and contraction, the gentle oscillation between states that characterizes all natural systems. The dedication of ancient astronomers watching night after night, season after season, generation after generation, reminds us of the value of patience and persistence. Their observatories were built to last, to pass knowledge from one generation to the next. The stone circles, aligned temples, and tracking devices they created still speak to us across the centuries, revealing the depth of human curiosity and ingenuity. As your body grows heavier and your thoughts more distant, imagine the night sky spreading above these ancient observatories around the world. The same stars shine over Stonehenge and Chichen Itza, over the Jantar Mantar and Chaco Canyon. Though separated by oceans and centuries, our ancestors shared the experience of looking upward in wonder, seeking patterns in the apparent chaos of the night sky. The quiet darkness surrounds you now, just as it surrounded ancient astronomers as they conducted their patient observations. Feel the gentle weight of your eyelids, the comfortable heaviness of your limbs, as gravity, the same force that governs the movements of stars and planets, draws you deeper into restfulness. Ancient observatories mark the boundaries between earth and sky, between the mundane and the cosmic. As you lie here, in the space between wakefulness and sleep, you occupy a similar threshold, a peaceful transition from one state to another. The ancient astronomers understood these liminal spaces, these moments of change and transformation. They built their observatories to mark such transitions, the moment when night becomes day, when summer turns to autumn, when one cycle ends and another begins. Your breathing continues its steady rhythm, like the reliable movements of the stars across the night sky. The ancient astronomers found comfort in these celestial patterns, a sense of continuity and predictability in an uncertain world. You can find the same comfort now in the steady rhythm of your breath, the reliable beating of your heart, the gentle flow of time carrying you toward sleep. As consciousness begins to dissolve into dreams, imagine the night sky as it appeared to our ancestors, brilliant with stars, unobscured by modern lights. A vast dome of twinkling points stretching from horizon to horizon. The Milky Way arches overhead, a river of light flowing across the heavens. This was the sky that inspired the building of observatories around the world, the canvas upon which humanity first traced its understanding of time, seasons, and cosmic order. The ancient astronomers knew that understanding the heavens required patience, the willingness to observe, to wait, to return night after night to the same spot and watch the subtle changes in the positions of stars and planets. Sleep too, requires a kind of patience, a willingness to release the concerns of the day and allow natural rhythms to take their course. As you drift now toward the shores of sleep, carry with you the legacy of these ancient observers of the stars. Like them, you are part of something larger than yourself, continuous human story written beneath the eternal stars. The same cosmic forces that move the planets in their orbits now guide you gently toward restorative sleep, part of the natural rhythm of life that our ancestors recognized and honored in their monumental observatories. Rest now beneath the canopy of stars that has watched over humanity since our beginnings, that inspired our ancestors to create remarkable structures aligning earth and sky. As you sleep, you join this ancient tradition of honoring the natural cycles of existence, the alternation of wakefulness and sleep, of light and darkness, of activity and rest that governs all life beneath the eternal stars. In the warm glow of ancient Alexandria, where Mediterranean breezes carried the scent of spices and sea salt, a young princess named Cleopatra VII Philopator was born into the royal Ptolemaic dynasty in 69 BCE. The Egypt she would inherit was a land of stunning contrasts, the life-giving Nile flowing through golden deserts, magnificent temples rising against azure skies, and a culture blending Egyptian tradition with Greek influence. As you settle comfortably and prepare for rest, allow yourself to drift back through time to this fascinating world and the remarkable woman who would become its most famous ruler. Cleopatra's early life unfolded within the alabaster walls of the royal palace in Alexandria, a city of learning and light. Unlike many royal children who remained sheltered from worldly matters, young Cleopatra was encouraged to develop her extraordinary mind. She studied with the finest scholars in the Great Library of Alexandria, where thousands of papyrus scrolls contained the wisdom of the ancient world. There, beneath high ceilings and soft lamplight, she absorbed knowledge of mathematics, astronomy, philosophy, and languages. By the time she reached her teens, Cleopatra could speak 9 languages fluently, including Egyptian, a rare accomplishment for the Ptolemaic rulers who had governed Egypt for nearly 3 centuries but had typically spoken only Greek. She understood that to rule effectively, one must communicate directly with one's people. This linguistic gift would serve her well throughout her life, allowing her to connect with diverse populations across her kingdom without relying on interpreters. At just 18 years old, following the death of her father Ptolemy XII in 51 BCE, Cleopatra ascended to the throne alongside her younger brother Ptolemy XIII, as was the custom. The young co-rulers were expected to marry, maintaining the Ptolemaic tradition of sibling marriages designed to preserve royal bloodlines. However, the relationship between the royal siblings was far from harmonious. Court advisors manipulated the young Ptolemy, creating tension that would soon erupt into conflict. Within 3 years of their joint rule, Cleopatra found herself forced from the palace, fleeing Alexandria as her brother's supporters seized control. This moment of crisis revealed the resourcefulness and determination that would define her reign. Rather than surrendering to exile, she began building an army at Egypt's eastern border, preparing to reclaim her throne. Fate intervened in the form of Julius Caesar, who arrived in Alexandria in pursuit of his defeated rival Pompey. Recognizing an opportunity, Cleopatra arranged a daring introduction to the Roman general. According to Plutarch, she had herself wrapped in a carpet or bedroll and smuggled into Caesar's quarters. When the bundle was unrolled, the young queen emerged, a theatrical entrance that captured Caesar's attention and soon after, his affection. Imagine the scene in Caesar's chambers, oil lamps casting a warm glow over marble floors, the distant sounds of the harbor filtering through open windows, and the sudden appearance of this intelligent, charismatic young queen. Their political alliance quickly evolved into a romantic relationship, and Caesar supported Cleopatra in the civil war against her brother. After Ptolemy XIII drowned in the Nile during battle, Cleopatra was restored to her throne, now alongside her even younger brother, Ptolemy XIV. In 47 BCE, Cleopatra gave birth to Ptolemy Caesar, nicknamed Caesarion, meaning Little Caesar. Though Julius Caesar never publicly acknowledged the boy as his son, the resemblance was said to be striking. Cleopatra later traveled to Rome with Caesarion, residing in Caesar's villa beyond the Tiber River. There, amid gardens and columned walkways, she established herself not just as an exotic foreign queen, but as a formidable political presence. When Caesar was assassinated in 44 BCE, Cleopatra returned to Egypt, where she secured her position by having her brother Ptolemy XIV removed and elevating her son Caesarion as co-ruler. She ruled independently, strengthening Egypt's economy through careful management of agriculture and trade. The annual flooding of the Nile brought rich silt to the farmlands, ensuring bountiful harvests of wheat, papyrus, and flax. Alexandria's bustling harbor welcomed ships from across the Mediterranean, carrying olive oil, wine, silk, and spices. The next chapter in Cleopatra's story began in 41 BCE, when Mark Antony, one of the triumvirs ruling Rome after Caesar's death, summoned her to Tarsus in Asia Minor. Understanding the political importance of this meeting, Cleopatra arranged an entrance no less spectacular than her carpet delivery to Caesar. She arrived on a magnificent golden barge with purple sails, silver oars, and musicians playing flutes and lyres. She herself reclined beneath a canopy of gold cloth, attended by servants dressed as sea nymphs and cupids. This famous meeting, described in vivid detail by Plutarch, marks the beginning of one of history's most famous love affairs. Antony, captivated by Cleopatra's intelligence, charm, and opulence, accepted her invitation to return with her to Alexandria. There, amidst the splendor of the royal palace, they established both a personal and political alliance that would reshape the Mediterranean world. Their relationship blossomed against a backdrop of lavish banquets, intellectual discourse, and shared governance. Cleopatra bore Antony 3 children, the twins Alexander Helios and Cleopatra Selene in 40 BCE, and Ptolemy Philadelphus in 36 BCE. Together, they envisioned a united Eastern Mediterranean under their joint rule, a new empire blending Egyptian wealth with Roman military might. In Alexandria, Cleopatra and Antony established a circle they called the Inimitable Livers, dedicated to sophisticated pleasures of fine dining, intellectual conversation, and artistic pursuits. Despite later Roman propaganda depicting them as solely devoted to decadence, historical evidence suggests their partnership was equally focused on statecraft and strategic planning. Cleopatra secured valuable resources for Antony's military campaigns, while he granted her control over significant territories in the eastern Mediterranean. As you let your mind drift peacefully through this historical journey, envision the Alexandria of Cleopatra's time, the gleaming white Pharos lighthouse guiding ships into the harbor, the renowned library with its scrolls of ancient wisdom, and the royal quarters where decisions affecting millions were made. The sun setting over the Mediterranean painted the city in hues of gold and amber, while evening brought cool breezes that rustled through palm fronds and fluttered the hanging gardens of the palace. The political landscape beyond Egypt was shifting dramatically during these years. In Rome, tensions mounted between Antony and Octavian, Caesar's adopted son and heir. Octavian skillfully used propaganda to portray Antony as having abandoned Roman values, bewitched by a foreign queen. The infamous Donations of Alexandria in 34 BCE, where Antony formally recognized Cleopatra's children as rulers of various territories, provided Octavian with powerful ammunition for his claims. War became inevitable. In 31 BCE, the naval forces of Antony and Cleopatra faced Octavian's fleet at Actium off the coast of Greece. As the battle turned against them, Cleopatra's ships retreated, and Antony followed. They returned to Alexandria to prepare for a final stand against Octavian's advancing forces. The following year, as Octavian's army approached Alexandria, the situation grew desperate. After a final attempt at negotiation failed, Antony, believing falsely that Cleopatra had already taken her life, fell on his sword. Mortally wounded, he was brought to Cleopatra's mausoleum, where she had barricaded herself with her treasures. There, in her arms, he drew his final breaths. Knowing that Octavian planned to parade her through Rome as a captive, Cleopatra chose a different fate. According to the traditional account, she arranged for a basket of figs containing asps, venomous Egyptian cobras, to be delivered to her. The snake's bite offered a quick death and, in Egyptian tradition, divine transformation. On the 12th of August, 30 BCE, at approximately 39 years of age, Cleopatra died. She was buried alongside Antony in a tomb whose location remains unknown to this day. With her death, the Ptolemaic dynasty that had ruled Egypt for nearly 3 centuries came to an end. Egypt became a Roman province, and Caesarion, her son with Julius Caesar and the last Egyptian pharaoh, was executed on Octavian's orders. Her 3 children with Antony were taken to Rome, where Octavian's sister Octavia, who had been married to Antony, raised them with remarkable kindness. As your breathing slows and deepens, consider how Cleopatra's legacy transcended her defeat. Though Octavian, later known as Augustus, attempted to erase or diminish her achievements, her memory endured. She was not merely the seductress of Roman propaganda, but a shrewd leader who spoke multiple languages, administered a wealthy kingdom, commanded a navy, and held her own in the masculine world of Mediterranean politics. The night is deepening now, like the indigo waters of the Mediterranean at dusk. Let your thoughts drift gently, like a papyrus boat carried by the current of the Nile. The sands of time shift and settle, just as your body settles more deeply into restful comfort. Cleopatra's story connects us to the eternal cycle of ambition, achievement, and eventual quietude that marks all human lives. The mighty pyramids that stood in her time still stand today, silent sentinels that have witnessed countless sunrises and sunsets, innumerable human dramas played out beneath their impassive gaze. Like those ancient structures, some legacies endure far beyond a human lifetime. Imagine now the peaceful silence of the Egyptian desert at night. Stars illuminate the vast expanse of sand in a celestial display that has remained unchanged since Cleopatra herself might have gazed upon it. The cool night air wraps around you like a protective embrace, just as history wraps us in stories of those who came before. In this moment, allow yourself to breathe deeply and slowly, just as the Nile breathes life into the desert lands it touches. With each inhale, draw in serenity. With each exhale, release any tension or restlessness. Your body grows heavier, more relaxed, sinking gently into support beneath you, like a stone settling into soft sand. The ancient Egyptians believed in Ma'at, a concept encompassing truth, balance, and harmony. They understood that life flourishes when these elements exist in proper measure. As you rest now, feel that balance within yourself, the quiet harmony of mind and body preparing for restorative sleep. The royal barges that once carried Cleopatra along the Nile moved with a gentle, rocking rhythm, not unlike the natural rhythm of sleep that now beckons you. The oars dipped and rose, creating a soothing cadence much like your own breathing, steady, deep, and peaceful. In Alexandria's Great Library, scholars once studied the movements of the stars, tracking celestial patterns across the night sky. These stars still wheel overhead, constant companions in our journey through time. As your eyelids grow heavier, imagine those ancient astronomers finding comfort in the reliable patterns above, just as you can find comfort in the reliable pattern of rest and renewal that sleep provides. Cleopatra understood the importance of diplomatic patience, knowing when to advance boldly and when to retreat into thoughtful silence. Your body understands this wisdom too, recognizing that now is the time for quiet restoration, for gathering strength in stillness rather than action. The temples of ancient Egypt stood as sanctuaries of peace and contemplation, their cool stone interiors offering respite from the desert heat. Your mind can now become such a sanctuary, a quiet space where thoughts slow and soften, where the day's concerns recede like shadows at sunset. Throughout the ancient world, evening brought a natural cessation of activity. Oil lamps and candles provided only limited light, so people adapted to the rhythm of daylight and darkness. This natural pattern remains encoded in our bodies, calling us to surrender to night's embrace, to trust in the restorative power of darkness and rest. As sleep approaches, you might imagine standing on the shores of the Mediterranean at twilight, watching as the boundary between sea and sky blurs into a single watercolor wash of deepening blue. Boundaries within yourself similarly soften, between consciousness and dreams, between thought and feeling, between effort and surrender. Let go now, as Cleopatra finally let go of her ambitious dreams, surrendering to a greater cycle. The stars that watched over her kingdom still watch over you. The same moon that silvered the waters of ancient Alexandria now bathes your resting place in gentle light. The wheel of history turns, and in this moment, your place on that wheel is here, resting, renewing, drifting peacefully into dreams. Sleep comes now like a quiet barge on dark waters, ready to carry you to distant shores of dream and restoration. Trust in this journey, as ancient travelers trusted the Nile to bear them safely to their destinations. The currents of sleep know their course. You need only surrender to their gentle guidance. Rest now, as the pharaohs rest, as Cleopatra rests, as all of humanity has found rest since time immemorial. Sleep is the great equalizer, the necessary pause in every human story. Close your eyes to this day as another chapter ends, knowing that renewal awaits when next you wake. Drift now, deeper and deeper, into peaceful, restorative slumber. In the quiet of evening, as you prepare to rest, let us journey together into the remarkable world of Leonardo da Vinci's notebooks, those extraordinary collections of thoughts, observations, and sketches that provide us an intimate window into one of history's most brilliant minds. As you settle comfortably, picture yourself turning the delicate pages of these treasured manuscripts, glimpsing the private musings of the Renaissance's greatest polymath. Leonardo's notebooks are unlike any other historical documents. Written in his distinctive mirror script, flowing from right to left across nearly 7,000 surviving pages, they contain an astonishing array of content. Anatomical studies rendered with medical precision, mechanical devices centuries ahead of their time, observations of natural phenomena, architectural designs, mathematical calculations, and personal reflections, all interwoven with preliminary sketches for some of the most famous artworks in history. Born in 1452 in the small town of Vinci near Florence, Leonardo began his habit of keeping notebooks in his youth and maintained it throughout his life. Unlike the carefully organized volumes we might imagine, his notebooks were collections of papers of various sizes, often bound together after his death. He carried small notebooks with him always, ready to record any observation or idea that captured his ceaselessly curious mind. Imagine Leonardo walking through the markets of Florence, a small leather-bound book tucked into his belt. Something catches his eye, perhaps the expression on an old man's face, the particular curl of a child's hair, or the way a cat stretches in a patch of sunlight. He pauses, draws out his notebook, and with quick, precise strokes of his pen, captures the moment. His eyes move constantly between subject and page, seeing details others miss, his hand translating observation into art with seemingly effortless skill. The earliest surviving pages of Leonardo's notebooks date from the 1480s, when he was employed at the court of Ludovico Sforza in Milan. Already in these pages, we see the extraordinary range of his interests. One page might contain designs for theatrical costumes and stage machinery for court entertainments, while the next explores the mechanics of water flow or sketches the muscular structure of a horse's leg in preparation for a monumental equestrian sculpture. What makes these notebooks so precious is their unfiltered nature. Unlike his finished paintings or public commissions, Leonardo's notebooks were private spaces where he felt free to explore, question, and wonder. They reveal a mind constantly in motion, making connections between seemingly unrelated fields centuries before such interdisciplinary thinking became commonplace. In one remarkable sequence of pages from around 1490, Leonardo moves from detailed anatomical drawings of the human heart to studies of whirlpools in flowing water, then to designs for hydraulic machinery, seeing connections between the patterns of blood circulation and the movement of water in nature and technology. The same rules that govern the movement of water govern the movement of blood. He notes a brilliant insight that anticipated William Harvey's discovery of blood circulation by more than a century. Leonardo's approach to understanding the world was fundamentally visual. "The eye is the window of the soul," he wrote, and his notebooks demonstrate his belief that careful observation was the key to knowledge. Unlike many of his contemporaries who relied on ancient authorities like Aristotle and Galen, Leonardo trusted his own eyes above all. When his observations contradicted established wisdom, it was the authorities he questioned, not his own perception. This revolutionary approach is particularly evident in his anatomical studies. Between 1510 and 1511, Leonardo conducted a series of human dissections at the Hospital of Santa Maria Nuova in Florence. His resulting drawings represent a quantum leap in anatomical understanding. With extraordinary precision, he depicted the layered muscles of the shoulder and arm, the complex structure of the heart with its 4 chambers, and the delicate architecture of the skull. One of the most beautiful sequences in his notebooks shows a human fetus curled within the womb, rendered with such tenderness and accuracy that it remains moving even today. Accompanying notes record detailed observations about the relative proportions of the developing child, the positioning of organs, and the connection between mother and child through the umbilical cord. This work would not be surpassed for centuries, yet it remained hidden in his private papers, unpublished during his lifetime. Leonardo's notebooks also reveal his forward-thinking approach to technology. Pages filled with designs for flying machines show wings based on his studies of bird and bat anatomy, alongside calculations of air resistance and considerations of human muscle power. Though these designs could never have functioned with the materials available in the 15th century, they demonstrate remarkable insight into the principles of flight. Other pages contain designs for weapons and war machines' giant crossbows, armored vehicles resembling modern tanks, multi-barreled cannons, and devices for scaling fortress walls. Interestingly, alongside these designs, Leonardo sometimes wrote of his abhorrence of war, calling it bestialissima patia, most bestial madness. This apparent contradiction speaks to the complexity of his position as an engineer employed by military patrons in turbulent times. Among the most fascinating aspects of Leonardo's notebooks are his studies of water. Page after page shows swirling vortices, cascading falls, ripples around obstacles, and the formation of waves. He was captivated by water's dual naturates, life-giving gentleness, and its potentially destructive power. "Water is the driving force of all nature," he wrote, and his studies of its movement influenced everything from his painting technique to his engineering designs. The notebooks also contain mysteries projects planned, but never executed, ideas half developed, questions posed but left unanswered. We find references to books Leonardo intended to write on subjects ranging from anatomy to the nature of light, from bird flight to the movement of water. Though these treatises were never completed, their outlines in the notebooks provide tantalizing glimpses of what might have been. One of the most poignant aspects of the notebooks is the way they show Leonardo's mind at work, revising and rethinking. He would often return to the same problem repeatedly over years or even decades. His designs for an ideal city, for instance, evolved through multiple iterations as he considered issues of sanitation, traffic flow, and the relationship between architecture and human well-being. When plague struck Milan in 1484 to 1485, he redesigned his concept city with wider streets and improved water systems to prevent disease, a remarkably modern approach to urban planning. As you rest comfortably now, imagine these thousands of pages filled with the private thoughts of a genius observations made 5 centuries ago, yet still resonating with insight and beauty. Leonardo's notebooks remind us of the power of curiosity, the value of patient observation, and the profound connections between art and science. Like a river flowing across time, his thoughts have traveled from Renaissance Italy to us today, still vibrant, still inspiring wonder. In the next part of our journey through Leonardo's notebooks, we'll explore his artistic studies, his scientific experimentation, and the personal reflections that provide glimpses into his character and philosophy. But for now, let these images of his remarkable mind gently accompany you as you relax more deeply. The swirling patterns of water studies, the precise lines of anatomical drawings, the visionary sketches of flying machines drifting peacefully through your thoughts like leaves on a tranquil stream. As you continue to relax and let your thoughts drift peacefully, we return to our exploration of Leonardo da Vinci's notebooks. Those remarkable repositories of genius that have survived the centuries to give us insight into one of history's most extraordinary minds. The pages turn quietly as we delve deeper into the artistic studies, scientific investigations, and personal reflections contained within these treasured manuscripts. Leonardo's approach to art was revolutionary, based on his belief that painting was not merely a craft, but a science, what he called the science of painting. Throughout his notebooks, we find evidence of his methodical approach to creating art that would capture not just the appearance, but the essential nature of his subjects. Page after page shows studies of light and shadow, explorations of perspective, and analyses of human expressional tools in his quest to represent the visible world with unprecedented truth and beauty. In one series of studies from the 1490s, Leonardo explores the mathematics of proportion, drawing on the work of the ancient Roman architect Vitruvius. His famous drawing of the Vitruvian Man, a male figure with arms and legs extended to touch a circle and square appears alongside notes, exploring the ideal proportions of the human body. The length of a man's outspread arms is equal to his height, he observes, one of many harmonic relationships he discovered in human anatomy. Other pages show Leonardo's meticulous preparation for paintings. For The Last Supper, he filled dozens of pages with studies of hands in various expressive positions, seeking the perfect gesture to convey each apostle's reaction to Christ's announcement of betrayal. For the Mona Lisa, we find studies of lips curved in subtle smiles, exploring how minimal changes in the muscles around the mouth can transform an expression. What makes these artistic studies so revealing is Leonardo's integration of scientific understanding with artistic technique. His studies of how light falls on curved surfaces, for instance, inform the soft transitions of light and shadow the famous sfumato technique that give his paintings their dreamlike quality. "The shadow mixes with the light and becomes altered by it," he wrote. A simple observation that led to revolutionary artistic effects. Leaves and plants appear frequently in Leonardo's notebooks, rendered with scientific accuracy yet profound artistic sensitivity. He was fascinated by the mathematical patterns in plant growth, noting how leaves arrange themselves to maximize exposure to light and how the branching of trees follows consistent ratios. These studies informed the botanical elements in paintings like The Virgin of the Rocks, where every plant is identifiable to species yet integrated harmoniously into the artistic composition. The notebooks also reveal Leonardo's intense fascination with the human face. Pages are filled with physiognomic study explorations of how emotions manifest in facial features. He drew faces in extremes of emotion rage, grief, joy alongside serene, classical profiles. Some pages show the same face transformed by age or expression, studies that informed his ability to capture the psychological depth that makes his portraits so compelling. Leonardo was equally methodical in his scientific investigations. His notebooks contain hundreds of pages dedicated to understanding the mechanics of flight, born from his lifelong fascination with birds. "Once you have tasted flight," he wrote, "you will forever walk the earth with your eyes turned skyward, for there you have been, and there you will always long to return." His bird flight studies are among the most beautiful pages in the notebooks. With delicate precision, he recorded wing positions during different phases of flight, analyzing how birds achieve lift, maintain balance, and control direction. Alongside these observations, he sketched designs for flying machines with wings that could be manipulated by a human pilot using hand and foot controls. Though these machines could never have flown, they demonstrate his extraordinary ability to move from natural observation to technological application. Water studies flow through the notebooks like the element itself. Leonardo was captivated by water's movements, the vital humor of this terrestrial machine, as he called it. Page after page shows swirling eddies, ripples, and waves, alongside notes on fluid dynamics that anticipated modern science by centuries. "Observe the motion of the surface of the water," he instructed himself, "which resembles that of hair, which has two motions, of which one is caused by the weight of the hair, the other by the direction of the curls." These studies were not merely academic. Leonardo designed canals, locks, and hydraulic systems that were centuries ahead of their time. In one remarkable series of pages, he designed an entire system to divert the Arno River to provide Florence with a channel to the sea, a massive engineering project that, while never executed, demonstrated his ability to think on a grand scale. The notebooks also contain Leonardo's extensive geological observations. He was among the first to correctly interpret fossils as the remains of ancient creatures, not sports of nature as many contemporaries believed. Finding seashells embedded in the rocks of mountainsides, he concluded that what is now land must once have been seabed. "The mountains of Parma and Piacenza," he wrote. "Multitudes of shells and corals filled with wormholes may be seen, and all the rocks of the mountains are made of solidified mud from the sea." His understanding of geology informed his depiction of landscapes in paintings like The Virgin of the Rocks and the Mona Lisa, where the layered, eroded rock formations are rendered with scientific accuracy within the artistic composition. In Leonardo's work, science and art were never separate domains but complementary approaches to understanding the world. Amid these scientific and artistic studies, the notebooks occasionally offer glimpses into Leonardo's personal life and philosophy. Though generally private about his inner thoughts, certain passages reveal his worldview. Iron rusts from disuse, stagnant water loses its purity, and in cold weather becomes frozen. Even so does inaction sap the vigor of the mind, he wrote, expressing his belief in the importance of constant inquiry and growth. Leonardo's attitudes toward nature appear throughout the notebooks. He advocated a vegetarian diet, unusual for his time, writing with compassion about the suffering of animals raised for food. His ethical stance extended to his scientific work. Though he performed dissections to understand anatomy, he wrote of doing so with respect for the knowledge such studies could provide to benefit humanity. The notebooks also reveal Leonardo's working methods. He was methodical yet creative, following his curiosity where it led but recording his observations with scientific precision. He practiced what we now call thought experiments, imagining scenarios to test his understanding. Suppose a man throws a spear into the water with great force. I wish to find the nature of the percussion which the water receives from the spear, and likewise the nature of the rebound which the water makes against the spear. Leonardo's notes sometimes reveal frustration with the limitations of his time. He lacked the mathematical tools to fully express some of his insights and the technology to test many of his ideas. Yet he persisted, developing his own methods of investigation and notation. When existing terminology failed him, he created his own precise vocabulary to describe what he observed. As evening deepens around you and relaxation spreads through your body, imagine these notebook pages illuminated by soft candlelight, the same warm glow that would have lit them as Leonardo worked late into the night, his mind ranging across disciplines, making connections others couldn't see. His hand would move steadily across the page, recording observations, sketching ideas, posing questions to himself, the visible trace of an invisible process of thought that changed how we understand the world. In the next part of our journey through Leonardo's notebooks, we'll explore his later studies and the philosophical reflections that deepened as he aged. But for now, let these images of his artistic and scientific investigations gently accompany you as you relax more deeply the precise lines of his anatomical drawings, the swirling patterns of his water studies, the delicate sketches of birds in flight, all flowing peacefully through your thoughts like the gentle current of a clear stream moving under starlight. As your body continues to relax and your mind drifts toward the peaceful realm between wakefulness and dreams, we turn to the final pages of our journey through Leonardo da Vinci's notebooks. In these later writings and sketches, created as the master entered the autumn of his life, we find a deepening philosophical dimension alongside his continued scientific inquiries, a gentle wisdom that offers us quiet contemplation as we prepare for sleep. The notebooks from Leonardo's final decades show a mind still vibrant with curiosity, yet increasingly reflective. Having moved to France at the invitation of King Francis I in 1516, Leonardo spent his final years in a small chateau near the royal residence at Amboise. Here, though his right hand was partially paralyzed by a stroke, he continued to fill pages with his left-handed mirror script, exploring ideas that had fascinated him throughout his life, while also considering deeper questions of existence and meaning. In these later notebooks, Leonardo's studies of water continued, but with a more contemplative tone. In rivers, the water that you touch is the last of what has passed and the first of that which comes. So with present time, he wrote, finding in the flowing element a metaphor for the passage of time and the ephemeral nature of life. As you breathe slowly and deeply now, imagine these waters of time flowing peacefully around you, carrying away the tensions of the day, bringing the refreshment of rest. Leonardo's thoughts on the natural world took on an increasingly unified vision in these final years. He saw patterns connecting all phenomena, from the branching of trees to the branching of veins in the human body, from the swirl of water in a stream to the curl of hair on a human head. Everything connects to everything else, he noted, an insight that anticipated modern systems thinking by 5 centuries. This understanding of universal interconnection brought him a serene appreciation of the world's harmony. As the evening deepens around you now, let this vision of interconnection ease your mind. Just as Leonardo saw the patterns linking stars and flowers, blood vessels and river networks, your body and mind are part of this same harmonious whole. Each breath you take connects you to the rhythm of life that fascinated Leonardo's gentle rise and fall, the flow and ebb, the constant cycle of renewal. The aging Leonardo filled pages with studies of light and shadow as they played across landscapes at different times of day. Having spent decades understanding the science of optics, he now seemed more interested in the emotional and spiritual qualities of light. His notes describe the blue haze that softens distant mountains at sunset, the golden warmth of late afternoon sunlight on stone buildings, the silvery illumination of moonlight on water. These studies informed his final paintings, but also reflect a man taking time to appreciate the simple beauty of changing light. Picture yourself now in one of Leonardo's landscapes as evening transitions to night. The warm colors of sunset gradually yield to deeper blues, then to the soft darkness of night illuminated by stars. The same stars Leonardo studied and drew in his astronomical notes now shine peacefully above you, their ancient light traveling across vast distances just to touch your resting place with gentle illumination. In his final years, Leonardo returned to his studies of human anatomy with a more philosophical perspective. Having mapped the physical structure of the human body in unprecedented detail, he now pondered the connection between physical form and the ineffable quality of life itself. "The body of man is a machine," he wrote, "though one made by the hands of the Creator, incomparably better ordered than any made by human hands. Where, he wondered, did the spark of consciousness reside? How did thought arise from matter? These questions, still challenging us today, filled his later notebooks. As your body grows heavier with relaxation, consider how Leonardo would have marveled at this simple miracle, the way your conscious mind gradually releases control, allowing the wisdom of your body to maintain its rhythms through the night. The same anatomical systems he studied with such care, the steady beating of the heart, the gentle expansion and contraction of lungs, the intricate network of nerves will continue their work as you sleep, maintaining life without conscious effort. Leonardo's later notebooks also reveal his thoughts on time and aging. Having lived far longer than the average person of his era, he reflected on the passage of years with equanimity. As a well-spent day brings happy sleep, so a well-spent life brings happy death, he wrote. This perspective brought a gentle acceptance to his later writings, not resignation, but a peaceful recognition of natural cycles. The rhythm of your breathing now mirrors this acceptance. With each exhalation, you release a little more tension. With each inhalation, you receive the gift of renewal. This simple cycle, observed and illustrated by Leonardo in his anatomical studies, now brings you deeper into relaxation, preparing your body and mind for the renewal that sleep provides. Among the most moving passages in Leonardo's later notebooks are his reflections on the nature of knowledge itself. Having spent a lifetime pursuing understanding through observation, experimentation, and analysis, he recognized the vastness of what remained unknown. I am not to blame for my lack of knowledge about matters which it is not given to man to know, he wrote with humility. It is not given to man to have knowledge of all things, but only of those things which the human mind is capable of understanding. This humility before the mysteries of existence brought Leonardo a kind of peace. Rather than frustration at what remained beyond his understanding, he expressed wonder and gratitude for what could be known. His notebooks from these years often begin with expressions of thanks for the gift of perception, for the ability to see beauty in the world and to comprehend even a small portion of its workings. Let this same peaceful acceptance settle over you now. The questions and concerns of the day no longer require your attention. Like Leonardo closing his notebook as evening fell, you can set aside active inquiry and allow yourself to rest in the comfortable embrace of not knowing, trusting that tomorrow will bring fresh perspective. The final pages of Leonardo's notebooks contain some of his most beautiful drawing studies of swirling water, clouds forming and dissolving, light playing through leaves. These drawings have a freedom and fluidity that transcends their scientific purpose, expressing a pure joy in observation. Even as his body aged, Leonardo's perception remained acute, his hand still capable of translating what he saw into lines of remarkable sensitivity. As sleep draws nearer now, let your thoughts take on this same fluid quality. No need to hold tightly to any image or idea. Allow them to form and dissolve naturally, like the clouds Leonardo sketched, like the eddies in a stream, like breath becoming visible on a winter morning before disappearing again. Leonardo's final notebook entries, written in the months before his death in May 1519, show a man at peace with his accomplishments and limitations. Though he expressed regret for works left unfinished and ideas unexplored, he also conveyed gratitude for the journey of discovery that had been his life. "I have offended God and mankind because my work did not reach the quality it should have," he wrote with characteristic humility. Yet his notebooks themselves stand as testament to a life of extraordinary achievement and unceasing wonder. As you drift toward sleep, carry with you this legacy of wonder. The same curiosity that animated Leonardo's life can enrich your dreams, that openness to beauty, that attention to detail, that appreciation for the extraordinary complexity and harmony of existence. Like Leonardo observing the night sky centuries ago, you rest beneath the same stars, part of the same continuing story of human consciousness, engaging with the mysteries of the world. The notebooks of Leonardo da Vinci, though scattered in museums and private collections around the world, continue to inspire and illuminate. Their pages connect us across time to a mind that saw deeper, thought more broadly, and imagined more freely than almost any other in history. As you prepare to enter the realm of sleep, let Leonardo's vision of an interconnected, harmonious universe accompany you. Your breathing has found its natural rhythm now, deep and regular. Your body feels heavier, more connected to the supporting surface beneath you. The quiet darkness around you is like the soft shadows in Leonardo's drawings, gently embracing forms without concealing them. With each breath, you sink a little deeper into relaxation, a little closer to sleep. The thoughts and images from Leonardo's notebooks begin to blend with your own inner landscape as consciousness gradually dims. Perhaps you see the gentle curve of water flowing around an obstacle, or light filtering through leaves, or birds soaring against a blue sky. These images carry no demand for analysis or understanding. They simply float through your awareness like clouds reflected in still water. Sleep approaches now like evening descended over the landscapes. Leonardo loved to draw gradually, peacefully, bringing with it a different kind of awareness. The analytical mind that studied his notebooks with you now yields to the dreaming mind, where connections form freely and intuition flows unhindered. Leonardo himself recognized the value of this transition, noting how problems that resisted conscious effort often resolve themselves in dreams or upon waking. As you cross the threshold into sleep, imagine Leonardo closing his notebook at the end of a day of observation and discovery, setting aside his pen, allowing his keen eyes to rest. The same rhythms of nature he documented so faithfully, the cycles of day and night, wakefulness and sleep, effort and renewal, now carry you toward restorative rest. Sleep well, dream deeply, and perhaps in that mysterious realm between consciousness and unconsciousness, you might glimpse something of the boundless curiosity and serene wonder that filled the notebooks of Leonardo da Vinci. Good night. Nestled among the sun-drenched slopes of Mount Parnassus in ancient Greece, where olive groves cascade down rocky terraces and the crystalline waters of the Castalian spring bubble forth from sacred stone, stood one of the most revered sites of the ancient world, the Sanctuary of Apollo at Delphi, home to the most famous oracle of antiquity, rises before us now in our mind's eye as we journey back through the mists of time. Imagine, if you will, the approach to this sacred place. The ancient path winds upward through fragrant Mediterranean vegetation, wild thyme and laurel releasing their aromatic essence with each footfall. The air grows cooler as you climb, carrying with it the faint sounds of distant chants and the occasional flutter of doves' wings. Travelers from all corners of the Greek world would make this same journey, their hearts filled with anticipation and reverence. The origins of the Delphic oracle stretch back into the shadowy realms of prehistory, where myth and history intertwine like vines on an ancient trellis. According to Greek mythology, this site was originally sacred to Gaia, the primordial goddess of the earth. Legend tells us that the location was guarded by her child, the great serpent Python, who coiled around the sacred precinct, protecting its ancient powers. Into this primeval landscape stepped the radiant god Apollo, son of Zeus and Leto, deity of light, music, healing, and prophecy. The young god, armed with his silver bow, sought out the serpent Python and, after a mighty struggle, slew the beast. Its body fell into a fissure in the earth, where its decomposition was said to release vapors of prophecy from the depths below. Apollo claimed the site for himself, establishing his sanctuary and oracle on this mystical spot where the energies of the earth seemed to speak directly to those who knew how to listen. The name Pythia, given to the high priestess who served as the oracle, derives from this mythical python. Like the serpent before her, she would become the conduit between the earthly and divine realms, her words bridging the gap between mortal understanding and divine knowledge. By the 8th century BCE, the oracle at Delphi had become firmly established as a center of religious and political importance throughout the Greek world. The sanctuary grew from a simple shrine to an elaborate complex of temples, treasuries, and monuments. States and individuals alike contributed lavish offerings in thanks for favorable prophecies or in hopes of currying divine favor. These gifts transformed Delphi into a showcase of Greek artistry and wealth, a gleaming testament to the oracle's importance. At the heart of this sacred complex stood the Temple of Apollo, rebuilt several times throughout history, most notably after an earthquake in 373 BCE. The temple's facade bore famous maxims, including the renowned "Know thyself" and "Nothing in excess," wisdom attributed to the 7 sages of Greece. These phrases served as reminders of human limitations and the importance of self-awareness when approaching the divine. Yet for all the grandeur of the sanctuary, its true power resided not in its marble columns or golden offerings, but in the mysterious woman who served as the voice of Apollo, the Pythia. Let us turn our attention to her now, this enigmatic figure whose words shaped the course of ancient history. The Pythia was not, as some imagine, a young maiden, but rather a mature woman over 50 years of age, chosen from among the local populace of Delphi. In earlier periods, the position required her to be a virgin, but after an incident where a Pythia was abducted, the requirements changed to allow older women who had lived blameless lives. She was typically of humble birth, often a peasant woman of simple education but sound character. Once selected, the Pythia would leave her former life behind, dedicating herself entirely to the service of Apollo. She lived within the sanctuary precinct, adhering to strict rules of ritual purity. Before delivering prophecies, she would bathe in the waters of the Castalian spring, don sacred laurel leaves, and perhaps chew laurel leaves as well, the tree being sacred to Apollo. On the 7th day of each month, during the 9 warmest months of the year, Apollo was said to spend the winter months among the Hyperboreans, a mythical people in the far north. The Pythia would prepare to receive supplicants. Those seeking prophecies would have already completed preliminary rituals, including purification and the sacrifice of an animal, usually a goat, whose suitability for the god was determined by its trembling when cold water was poured over it. The consultation itself took place within the Adyton, the innermost sanctuary of Apollo's temple. This chamber, located below ground level, contained the omphalos, a sacred stone marking what the ancient Greeks believed to be the center or navel of the world. Here too was a tripod cauldron upon which the Pythia would sit, positioned above a fissure in the earth. What happened next has been the subject of scholarly debate for centuries. Ancient accounts describe the Pythia entering a trance-like state, possibly induced by vapors rising from the chasm beneath her. Modern geological studies have indeed confirmed the presence of fault lines beneath the temple that could have released ethylene, methane, or other hydrocarbon gases with mild psychoactive properties. These vapors, combined with the suggestible state induced by ritual preparation, may have contributed to her altered consciousness. In this trance state, the Pythia would speak, sometimes clearly, sometimes in wild, incomprehensible utterances. Her words were believed to be the direct voice of Apollo flowing through her mortal form. Nearby, priests and attendants called prophetae would listen carefully, interpreting and translating her statements into formal verse for the supplicant. The prophecies themselves were often ambiguous or cryptic, lending themselves to multiple interpretations. This ambiguity served an important purpose, placing the responsibility of interpretation on the human recipient rather than the divine source. It also protected the oracle's reputation, as prophecies could be reinterpreted in light of actual outcomes. Consider the famous response given to King Croesus of Lydia, who asked whether he should go to war against the Persian Empire. The oracle replied that if he did so, a great empire would fall. Croesus took this as an encouraging sign and launched his campaign, only to discover too late that the empire destined to fall was his own. The Pythia's influence extended far beyond individual fortunes. City-states consulted her before founding colonies, launching military campaigns, or implementing new laws. The oracle's approval was sought for major political decisions, religious innovations, and cultural developments. In many ways, the Delphic oracle served as a unifying institution in the often fractious Greek world, providing a common religious authority recognized across political boundaries. As you consider the profound influence of this remarkable woman, selected from ordinary life to channel the voice of a god, let your mind settle into the gentle rhythm of breathing that sustains all life. The Pythia, too, would have focused on her breath as she prepared to receive divine inspiration, each inhalation drawing in the sacred vapors, each exhalation releasing human concerns and opening herself to Apollo's presence. The ancient sanctuary now grows quiet in our imagination as evening approaches. The golden light of the setting sun bathes the marble columns in amber hues, casting long, peaceful shadows across the sacred precinct. Pilgrims and priests alike begin to settle for the night, their footsteps growing slower, their voices softer. The bustling activity of the day gradually gives way to contemplative silence. Imagine the Pythia herself, having completed her oracular duties, retiring to her simple quarters within the sanctuary. She removes her ritual garments and laurel crown, becoming once again a mortal woman. Perhaps she feels the lingering effects of her trance, a gentle disorientation gradually giving way to clarity, like mist dissipating in morning sunlight. As she prepares for rest, her breathing deepens and slows. Each breath connects her to the cosmic rhythms of existence, the same divine patterns that govern the movements of stars and the changing of seasons. Her eyelids grow heavy as the tension of the day releases from her body, muscle by muscle, thought by thought. In our next part, we will explore more deeply the prophecies that change the course of history and the daily life within this sacred precinct. But for now, like the Pythia, we can allow ourselves to settle into a state of restful contemplation, our breathing becoming slower and more regular, our thoughts drifting like clouds across the azure sky above Delphi. The ancient rhythms of the oracle's sanctuary, the measured pace of ritual, the cyclical nature of prophetic sessions, the steady heartbeat of Greek religious life, all these create a soothing cadence that invites us to synchronize our own internal rhythms. As we prepare to continue our journey through the mysteries of Delphi, let us pause in this moment of tranquil anticipation, our minds open to the wisdom that awaits. As the golden light of morning breaks over Mount Parnassus, the sanctuary of Apollo at Delphi gradually awakens to a new day. Mist clings to the valleys below, while above, the clear Mediterranean sky promises warmth and clarity. In this peaceful morning hour, we return to our exploration of the Pythia and her sacred role at the center of the ancient Greek world. The women who served as the Oracle of Delphi left few personal records. Their individual names have largely vanished into history, with only a few exceptions like Aristonis, who delivered prophecies during the Persian invasion, or Phemeno, said to be the first to serve in this revered position. Yet, despite this personal anonymity, their collective impact on the ancient world was profound and enduring. Let us consider the extraordinary nature of the Pythia's position in ancient Greek society. In a world where women were largely excluded from public life, relegated to domestic duties and denied political voice, the Pythia stood as a remarkable exception. When she spoke from her tripod in the inner sanctuary, her words believed to be Apollo's commanded the attention of kings, generals, and statesmen. Men who would never consider consulting a woman in political matters would travel great distances and offer valuable gifts for the privilege of hearing the Pythia's prophecies. This paradoxo woman, granted unprecedented authority in a male-dominated society, speaks to the deep reverence the Greeks held for divine communication. The Pythia's gender may even have been essential to her role as a vessel for Apollo's voice. Ancient Greek religious thought often associated prophetic abilities with receptivity, a quality considered inherently feminine. The Pythia's role was not to assert her own wisdom, but to empty herself of personal concerns and become a perfect conduit for divine knowledge. Life, for these remarkable women, followed a rhythm unlike that of ordinary Greek women. Upon taking up her sacred office, the Pythia would leave behind her family connections and domestic responsibilities. She would live within the sanctuary precinct, her daily existence now governed by ritual requirements and religious obligations. Her diet, activities, and social interactions were all carefully prescribed to maintain her ritual purity and connection to Apollo. On consultation days, the Pythia's routine followed ancient protocols that had been refined over centuries. Before dawn, she would bathe in the sacred Castalian spring, where cool mountain water bubbled forth between dramatic stone cliffs. This purification ritual symbolized the washing away of ordinary human concerns, preparing her body and spirit for divine possession. After her bath, attendants would help her don specific ceremonial garments. Though ancient sources don't provide detailed descriptions of these garments, they likely included elements symbolic of Apollo perhaps, garments of white for purity. adorned with purple bands to signify her sacred status. She would wear a wreath of laurel, Apollo's sacred plant, its aromatic leaves releasing an invigorating scent with each movement. As supplicants gathered in the sanctuary, having completed their own purification rituals and sacrifices, the Pythia would enter the temple. With measured steps, she would walk through the outer chambers, passing between towering columns into increasingly sacred space. Finally, she would descend into the Adyton, the innermost sanctuary not accessible to ordinary worshippers. In this hushed, dimly lit chamber, the air heavy with the scent of burnt offerings and sacred herbs, she would take her place upon the bronze tripod. This three-legged seat was positioned above a fissure in the earth from which mysterious vapors were said to rise. Beside her stood the Omphalos stone, marking what the Greeks believed to be the center of the world, the very navel of creation. What followed has been described variously by ancient writers. Some accounts suggest she would fall into a frenzied trance, uttering wild, incoherent sounds that required interpretation by attending priests. Others indicate she spoke cryptic but comprehensible verses. Plutarch, who himself served as a priest at Delphi in the 1st century CE, described the experience as neither complete possession nor ordinary consciousness, but a unique state of divine inspiration. The physical sensations experienced by the Pythia during these prophetic sessions remain a subject of scholarly debate. Modern geological investigations have confirmed that the temple was indeed built over intersecting fault lines that could have released gases with mild psychoactive properties. Ethylene, a sweet-smelling gas that can induce an altered state of consciousness, has been detected in the area. The combination of these natural emissions, the suggestible state induced by elaborate ritual preparation, and the profound religious expectation may have created genuine altered states of consciousness. After delivering her prophecies, the Pythia would likely have experienced exhaustion. Sources suggest that in earlier periods, oracular sessions occurred only once yearly, later increasing to once monthly. During the 9 months Apollo was said to reside at Delphi. This limited schedule may reflect the physically and mentally taxing nature of the experience. In at least one recorded instance, a Pythia died shortly after being forced to deliver prophecies on an inauspicious day, suggesting the role carried real physical risks. The power of the Delphic oracle extended far beyond individual consultations. Throughout the sanctuary, inscribed on monuments and treasuries, were collections of general maxims attributed to the oracle or to the 7 sages of Greece. These brief statements, "Know thyself, nothing in excess. Make a pledge and ruin is near," distilled practical wisdom into memorable phrases that visitors could carry home. These aphorisms promoted moderation, self-knowledge, and ethical behavior, creating a moral framework that transcended the particularities of local custom. The oracle's influence shaped Greek colonization patterns as cities sought divine guidance before establishing new settlements. When Sparta considered whether to go to war with its neighbors, the oracle's approval was sought. When Athens faced the Persian invasion, the cryptic advice to trust in wooden walls was interpreted by Themistocles as a reference to the navy, leading to the decisive Greek victory at Salamis. The oracle's guidance thus directly influenced pivotal moments in Greek history. Yet the Pythia's role went beyond simply predicting future events. Many consultations concerned ethical questions, matters of religious practice, or requests for guidance during times of plague or natural disaster. The oracle thus served as a spiritual counselor to the Greek world, providing direction in times of uncertainty and reinforcing shared cultural and religious values. As centuries passed, the oracle at Delphi witnessed the rise and fall of Greek city-states, the conquests of Alexander the Great, and eventually the expansion of Roman power throughout the Mediterranean. Though its political influence gradually diminished, its religious significance and cultural prestige endured. Roman emperors, including Hadrian and Augustus, consulted the oracle and contributed to the sanctuary's maintenance and beautification. By the 2nd century CE, however, the oracle's activity began to wane. The philosopher Plutarch, who served as a priest at Delphi, noted that in his day only one Pythia served, whereas earlier 3 had been required to meet demand. The spread of Christianity, with its monotheistic worldview fundamentally at odds with Apollo's oracular presence, further diminished the sanctuary's importance. The final recorded oracular statement came in response to the Emperor Julian, who in the 4th century CE attempted to revive traditional religious practices against the rising tide of Christianity. When Julian sent his physician Oribasius to restore the neglected sanctuary, the Pythia reportedly delivered her final prophecy. "Tell the king that the flowing hall has fallen to the ground. Phoebus Apollo no longer has a shelter, nor a prophetic laurel, nor a speaking spring. The speaking water has also been silenced." These poignant words marked the end of an institution that had guided Greek civilization for nearly 1,000 years. In 393 CE, the Christian Emperor Theodosius I officially closed all pagan temples, including Delphi. The sacred fires that had burned continuously for centuries were extinguished. The Pythia's voice fell silent. As the day begins to soften toward evening in our imagined journey to ancient Delphi, notice how the quality of light changes on the stone buildings. Shadows lengthen, and the white marble takes on a warm golden hue. The bustling activity of the sanctuary gradually quiets as pilgrims seek lodging for the night in the town below the sacred precinct. Imagine the Pythia, her oracular duties complete for the day, retiring to her quarters within the sanctuary boundaries. The intense concentration required during prophecy gives way to a gentle relaxation. Perhaps she sits quietly, watching the changing colors of the sunset on the distant mountains, her breathing slow and regular, her mind gradually releasing the mysterious experience of divine possession. As you envision this scene, allow your own breathing to deepen and slow. Feel the natural rhythm of inhalation and exhalation, like waves gently washing upon a shore. The same breath that fills your lungs now has cycled through countless beings across time, perhaps even passing through the Pythia herself as she sat upon her tripod all those centuries ago. In our next exploration, we will discover more about the wider impact of the Delphic oracle on Greek culture and religion, and how its influence extended even beyond the ancient world. But for now, rest in this moment of tranquil contemplation, your mind drifting gently like the wisps of sacred smoke that once rose from Apollo's altar, carrying prayers and hopes toward the heavens. As night settles over the slopes of Mount Parnassus, a blanket of stars appears above the sanctuary of Apollo. In this peaceful darkness, the marble temples and treasuries stand as pale shadows against the night sky, their columns reaching upward like silent prayers. The sacred precinct, so alive with activity during daylight hours, now rests in profound stillness, broken only by the gentle rustling of laurel leaves in the evening breeze and perhaps the distant hooting of an owl, sacred to Athena, goddess of wisdom. In this tranquil nocturnal atmosphere, let us delve deeper into the mysteries of Delphi and the far-reaching impact of its oracle across the ancient world and beyond. As we continue our exploration, allow the gentle rhythm of these words to carry you along like a boat on calm waters, each sentence bringing you closer to a state of peaceful contemplation. The Pythia's influence extended well beyond religious matters into the political fabric of ancient Greece. City-states in conflict would often agree to abide by the oracle's judgment, making Delphi an early form of international arbitration. This role was particularly important in a world of independent, often competitive polities with no overarching governmental authority. When disputes arose over boundaries, resources, or religious obligations, the oracle provided rulings that carried divine authority, helping to maintain a measure of stability in the fractious Greek world. The sanctuary itself was protected by the Amphictyonic League, a council of representatives from various Greek states who ensured its neutrality and security. This arrangement recognized the oracle's pan-Hellenic importance, transcending the particular interests of any single city-state. During the sacred wars of the 4th century BCE, conflicts erupted when various powers were accused of impinging upon Delphi's sacred lands, demonstrating how seriously the Greeks took the protection of this revered site. Yet the oracle's neutrality was not always absolute. During the Persian Wars of the early 5th century BCE, the Pythia initially delivered prophecies that seemed to favor submission to the invading forces. Some historians suggest this reflected the influence of the powerful Alcmaeonid family of Athens, who had extensive connections at Delphi. Others propose that the oracle, aware of Persian military might, genuinely believed resistance would prove futile. When Athens nonetheless resolved to fight and subsequently achieved unexpected victories, the prestige of the oracle temporarily diminished. However, a later prophecy advising the Athenians to trust in their wooden walls, interpreted by Themistocles as a reference to the navy, was credited with helping secure the crucial Greek victory at Salamis, restoring the oracle's reputation. The physical journey to consult the oracle was itself significant, requiring commitment and sacrifice. Pilgrims would travel for days or weeks across land and sea, facing the hardships and dangers of ancient travel. Upon arriving in the town of Delphi, they would purify themselves in the Castalian spring, make preliminary offerings, and often wait days for their turn to consult the oracle. This demanding process ensured that only those with serious questions would seek the Pythia's guidance. The approach to the temple followed the sacred way, a path that wound upward through a complex of monuments, treasuries, and statues donated by grateful city-states and individuals. Each structure told a story of thanksgiving or commemoration, creating a physical archive of Greek history and achievement. Walking this path, pilgrims would be reminded of the oracle's long tradition and the many who had sought guidance here before them. Consultations followed a strict protocol. Supplicants would first make an offering, typically a palanos, a monetary contribution, and sacrifice an animal, usually a goat. The animal's suitability was determined by a curious test. Cold water was poured over it, and if it trembled, it was deemed acceptable to Apollo. The supplicant would then formulate a question, usually a simple yes or no inquiry, or a question about what course of action would be most favorable. Only after these preliminary rituals were complete would the pilgrim be allowed to approach the temple itself. Most would wait in the outer chambers while designated representatives entered the inner sanctuary to present their questions to the Pythia. Her responses, whether delivered in clear speech or requiring interpretation by attending priests, would then be conveyed back to the waiting supplicant. The questions brought to Delphi ranged from matters of state importance to deeply personal concerns. Political leaders sought guidance on legislation, warfare, and diplomatic relations. Communities inquired about how to address plagues, famines, or natural disasters. Individuals asked about marriage, prospects, business ventures, health concerns, or how to appease potentially angry deities. One of the most famous consultations came from the Lydian king Croesus, renowned for his vast wealth. According to Herodotus, Croesus tested various oracles by asking them what he was doing on a certain day, sending messengers to each site simultaneously. Only the Pythia at Delphi correctly reported that he was cooking a tortoise and lamb in a bronze cauldron with a bronze lid, an unusual activity deliberately chosen to test the oracle's powers. Impressed, Croesus later consulted the oracle about whether to attack the growing Persian Empire. The Pythia's response was characteristic in its ambiguity. If you cross the river Halys, you will destroy a great empire. Taking this as favorable, Croesus launched his campaign. only to discover too late that the empire destined for destruction was his own. This tale exemplifies the careful wording of many Delphic prophecies, technically accurate but easily misinterpreted by those hearing what they wished to hear. As night deepens over our imagined Delphi, the stars wheel slowly across the sky, their eternal patterns unchanged since the days when the Pythia delivered her prophecies. Your own breathing has perhaps slowed to match this tranquil pace, each inhalation and exhalation becoming gentler, more measured. The weight of your body seems to settle more heavily, comfortably supported as you listen to the continuing story of this remarkable place. Beyond its religious and political functions, Delphi served as a cultural treasury for the ancient Greek world. The quadrennial Pythian Games, second in importance only to the Olympic Games, brought together athletes and artists from across the Greek world. Competitions included not only athletic events, but also music, poetry, and drama, reflecting Apollo's patronage of the arts. The sanctuary thus became a showcase for Greek cultural achievement, a place where excellence in all forms was celebrated and preserved. The archaeological record reveals Delphi's international connections. Offerings came not only from Greek city-states, but from Etruscans, Egyptians, and other Mediterranean peoples. The treasury of Sipnos, with its exquisitely carved reliefs, and the enigmatic bronze charioteer, one of the finest surviving examples of early classical sculpture, testify to the artistic richness that accumulated at the site. The famous Omphalos stone, marking what the Greeks considered the center of the world, symbolized Delphi's position as a hub connecting diverse peoples and traditions. As centuries passed, changing political realities altered Delphi's role, though it never lost its religious significance. The rise of Macedon under Philip II and Alexander the Great diminished the autonomy of the Greek city-states, reducing the oracle's political influence. Later, Roman domination brought new patrons and perspectives to the sanctuary. Roman generals and emperors consulted the oracle and contributed to its maintenance, seeing value in associating themselves with this venerable institution. By the Roman imperial period, philosophical perspectives were changing how educated elites understood oracular prophecy. Stoics, Epicureans, and other philosophical schools debated whether divine foreknowledge was compatible with human free will, and whether the gods truly spoke through human intermediaries. Cicero's On Divination presents various ancient views on prophecy, including skeptical positions questioning the oracle's divine inspiration. The gradual decline of the Delphic oracle coincided with broader changes in religious sensibility. Neoplatonic philosophers increasingly favored more abstract, intellectual approaches to divinity over traditional oracular practices. The rise of mystery religions and salvation cults offered alternative paths to divine knowledge. Most significantly, the spread of Christianity presented a fundamental challenge to the polytheistic worldview that had sustained institutions like the Delphic oracle. By the 3rd century CE, consultations had become infrequent. The Emperor Julian, known as the Apostate, for his attempt to restore traditional religious practices against the rising tide of Christianity, sent his physician Oribatius to revive the neglected sanctuary in the 4th century CE. The oracle's reported response acknowledged its own obsolescence. "Tell the king the fair-wrought hall has fallen to the ground. No longer does Phoebus have his chamber, nor his prophetic laurel, nor his speaking spring. The speaking water has been silenced." In 393 CE, the Christian Emperor Theodosius I banned all pagan practices throughout the Roman Empire. The oracle at Delphi, after nearly 1,000 years of continuous operation, fell silent. The sacred fire was extinguished, the temples closed, and the Pythia delivered her final prophecy. In subsequent centuries, earthquakes, landslides, and stone robbing further diminished the once magnificent sanctuary. The site was largely forgotten until archaeological excavations in the late 19th century began to uncover its treasures. Yet something of Delphi's spirit endured in human consciousness. The maxims inscribed there, "Know thyself, nothing in excess," continued to resonate through philosophical traditions. The image of the Pythia, seated on her tripod in prophetic trance, became a powerful symbol of the human capacity to transcend ordinary consciousness and access deeper wisdom. The site itself, nestled dramatically between mountain and sky, retained its numinous quality, even when its religious purpose had faded. As you rest now, breathing slowly and deeply, imagine the quiet that fell over Delphi after its final prophecies were delivered. The sanctuary, once bustling with pilgrims, priests, and petitioners, gradually returned to the natural rhythms of the mountain landscape. Wildflowers reclaimed the spaces between fallen columns, their gentle movement in the breeze like a whispered memory of ancient ceremonies. The stars continue their slow passage across the night sky above Mount Parnassus, the same stars that watched over countless generations of seekers who climbed the sacred path. Their steady light, traveling across vast distances of space and time, connects us to those ancient pilgrims, to the women who served as the Pythia, and to the enduring human quest for understanding that Delphi represented. The breathing of the earth continues as well. The subtle shifting of tectonic plates that created the geological conditions making Delphi unique, the circulation of underground waters, the cycle of seasons advancing and retreating across the mountainside. This slow, steady rhythm mirrors your own breathing now, each inhalation bringing peace, each exhalation releasing tension. In our modern world, so distant from ancient Delphi in time and understanding, something of the oracle's wisdom still speaks to us. The call to self-knowledge remains as valuable now as when it was inscribed on Apollo's temple. The warning against excess continues to offer guidance in lives often characterized by imbalance. The recognition that human understanding is limited, that we see through a glass, darkly, encourages both intellectual humility and ongoing exploration. As sleep approaches like a gentle mist rising from the valleys below Delphi, allow your thoughts to become less distinct, less urgent. The particulars of the oracle's history, the specific prophecies delivered, the political consequences of her words, all these details can fade like stars disappearing at dawn, leaving only the peaceful essence of this remarkable place and its meaning. The weight of your body seems to increase with each breath, a pleasant heaviness that anchors you to the present moment, while your mind drifts like the eagles that soar above Delphi's heights. The boundaries between wakefulness and sleep, like the boundary between human and divine that the Pythia traversed, begin to blur and soften. The ancient Greeks understood sleep as a mysterious state with its own divine associations. Hypnos, the god of sleep, was brother to Thanatos, death, and father to Morpheus, who shaped dreams. Sleep was seen not merely as an absence of wakefulness, but as a different mode of being, one in which the soul might receive visions and insights unavailable to ordinary consciousness. In this way, your approach to sleep now echoes the Pythia's transition into prophetic trance, a letting go of ordinary awareness to access deeper states of mind. As consciousness begins to loosen its hold, imagine a final glimpse of Delphi bathed in moonlight. The columns of Apollo's temple stand in silent testimony to humanity's enduring search for meaning and guidance. The sacred spring continues its eternal flow, water emerging from mysterious depths just as wisdom arises from the deeper levels of being. The ancient olive trees, their silver leaves rustling softly in the night breeze, maintain their patient vigil over the sanctuary. The story of the oracle at Delphi, of the remarkable women who served as the Pythia, and of the countless seekers who journeyed there in search of divine guidance, now rests gently in your mind. Like a pebble dropped into still water, it may continue to ripple through your dreams, perhaps offering insights in that boundary space between sleeping and waking where, like the Pythia herself, you may momentarily touch deeper currents of understanding. As sleep draws ever closer, your breathing becomes the only remaining ritual, each breath a silent prayer, each exhalation a release of the day's concerns. The ancient wisdom of Delphi, know thyself, nothing in excess, the recognition of life's uncertainty, accompanies you into the realm of dreams, a gentle guide as you cross the threshold from wakefulness to sleep, from knowledge to mystery, from doing to being.